Ready?
Yep, you're good.
All right. All right, we'll now call to order the City Council regular meeting for Tuesday, October 10th. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Council members Kozlowski.
Here.
Rohrbaugh. Here. Aquino.
Here.
Chalem Sherla.
Here.
And Rodriguez.
Here. Let us stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Are there any agenda updates?
Good evening, Madam Mayor. There is an additional information transmittal for item 9 and also item 10. A copy has been previously provided to you, and they are also available on the table in the back.
Thank you. Will the clerk please call the next item?
Your next item this evening will be business from the floor.
All right, business from the floor is a public's opportunity to address the City Council concerning any item within the City Council's jurisdiction that is not on the agenda. Please keep in mind that the City Council is generally prohibited from discussing or taking action on any item that is not on the agenda. Public comments are limited to no more than 3 minutes. There is a speaker timer on the podium in front of you that will display the time you have left of your 3 minutes. We ask that everyone respect the 3-minute time limit to ensure that all speakers have equal opportunity to address the City Council. Are there any requests to speak?
Yeah, you have 3 requests to speak this evening under business from the floor. I'll call all the names so you can be ready when you hear a name coming next. First this evening will be Robert Dresser. Robert will be followed by Muriel Bronstein, who in turn will be followed by Vivek Gunaskara.
Good evening,
ahead.
Robert.
Good evening to you. Thanks for the opportunity to hear you and appear before you.
Robert, can you speak into the mic that's right in front of you, right there?
Let me try to do that. Thank you, Mayor.
Better.
So I think transparency is very important for the conduct of city business, and this is, I think, my 4th appearance respectfully requesting the amounts of money that have been spent by the city in defending the by-district lawsuit. And as you know, after the by-district lawsuit was filed, the City Council agreed to have by-district elections. And I think it's important for the sake of transparency and so the public can know how much money the city is spending, especially in tight budget times, which I understand now exist. And again, my 4th appearance, I would really appreciate, Mayor, if there's a date by which you might be able to provide information. And whether or not the city is legally required, it just seems to me personally, as a resident of Folsom, a good idea that the city would share the cost of public funds spent in the past and anticipated in the future on defending the lawsuit. We have by-district elections. The other thing I'm interested in is if the city were to prevail before the Ninth Circuit Federal Court of Appeals, were they going to then possibly go back to at-large elections? I'd really like an answer on that too when I step down, if that's being contemplated. And in a past life, I used to be the general counsel of the State Labor and Workforce Development Agency, and many of our entities, the Labor Commissioner, OSHA, DOSH, et cetera, filed lawsuits. So we always encourage settlement because it saves resources and money and goodwill and a time of the parties and of the attorneys. So I would respectfully ask that you would consider settling, even at this point, because we don't know what the Ninth Circuit's going to do. The hearing, I think, was last week. I was out of state and could not attend, unfortunately. And it seems to me that it's in the interest of everybody to get this behind us, conserve city resources. So, number one, if you would be kind enough to let me know either now or by call, because we've spoken a couple times, about how much money has been spent so far and in the future, anticipated, and also whether the city does intend, if they were to prevail, possibly, to go ahead and go back to at-large elections. I really appreciate that courtesy.
Okay, thank you, Robert. I do have your contact information, so
Yes, sir.
I will meet with our city attorney and city manager and
Thank you very
get
much.
you that information. Thank you, Robert.
Okay, our next speaker will be Muriel Bronstein, who will be followed by Vivek Gunaskaran.
Good evening, Mariel.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. Muriel Brownstein, representing Neighborhood Elections Now, and I'm going to say some of the same things that Bob said. I would like the city to tell us how much has been spent on attorney's fees fighting the by-district elections. And I would like to know when you're planning to pay our attorney, and hopefully it will be soon because it's been long overdue. When we first started this quest for by-district elections about 5 years ago, we spoke with all the council members then, and one of the council members said, if you file that suit, it will cost the city $30,000 immediately. Well, we haven't seen that our attorney has not seen that $30,000 or any other money. So when do you plan to pay him?
So, Miriam, we cannot have this discussion right now, but I do have some information that I can forward to you that answers that question.
Do you have my contact information?
I do.
Thank you.
I do. I have your personal number, too.
Okay, our next speaker will be Vivek Gunaskaran.
Good evening, Vivek.
Good evening. Hello, everyone. My name is Vivek Gunashekaran, and I'm here representing the Celebrate India Executive Committee. So, Celebrate India is a nonprofit organization that provides community services and hosts social events connecting the cities in and around the Sacramento region, Roseville, Rockland, Folsom, and Lincoln. The reason I'm here is, with great pleasure, we would like to invite the council members, the fire chief, and police chief to our annual Diwali Mela that we are hosting this year. As you may already know, Diwali is one of the most significant and joyous festivals celebrated by millions of people around the world. It symbolizes the victory of light over darkness, knowledge over ignorance, and good over evil. At Celebrate India, we believe in fostering cultural diversity, promoting harmony, and strengthening the community bonds, so which is why we are hosting a Diwali celebration this year. This year's event will happen on the 28th of October from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Grounds Event Center in Roseville. So as part of a celebration, we are planning to showcase traditional Indian music, cultural activities, dance performances, and some delicious food and sweets. So your presence at the Diwali celebration would be a honor and source of inspiration for our community members. We sincerely hope you could join us in celebrating Diwali and sharing the spirit of togetherness and cultural appreciation. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for the invitation.
Could you repeat the date and the time?
Sure. The event is on the 28th of October, Saturday, from 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the Grounds Event Center in Roseville.
Grounds. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
We have an invitation.
As a small token of love, we would share to would love to present the
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Did I hear you said delicious food and sweets?
Yeah.
Got it.
Absolutely.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. You have no further requests to speak under business from the floor.
All right, will the clerk please call the next item?
Yeah, that takes us to scheduled presentations, and your first scheduled presentation this evening is item number 1. This is a proclamation of the mayor of the city of Folsom proclaiming October as National Arts and Humanities Month in the city of Folsom.
And receiving this presentation is Maribel Wyatt here. Maribel, Kat Bari, and Amber Shaver. Come on up. I will give this to you, and then I will read it. You can come over here. Right. This is a proclamation of the mayor of the city of Folsom proclaiming October 2023 as National Arts and Humanities Month in the city of Folsom. Whereas for over 30 years, cities have celebrated the value and importance of arts and culture during National Arts and Humanities Month. Whereas the city council recognizes that arts and culture activities benefit the residents and visitors of Folsom, and they are significant contributors to Folsom's quality of life. Whereas the city of Folsom provides the opportunity for our community to enjoy the benefits of art and culture activities through numerous programs and the existence of an active professional art gallery. And the Arts and Culture Commission works with the community to increase public awareness of of, understanding of, and participation in the humanities and the arts. Where Folsom has a diverse and vibrant arts scene with local organizations providing opportunities for the public to celebrate and participate in performance, exhibits, events throughout the year to embrace arts and humanities. Now therefore, I, Rosario Rodriguez, Mayor for the City of Folsom, do hereby proclaim October 2023 as National Arts and Humanities Month for the City of Folsom, and invite everyone to recognize the contributions of the arts to the community, visit our art gallery, and attend many special cultural activities throughout the City of Folsom. Would you like to say a few words?
I'm Kat Berry, the Vice Chair of our Folsom Arts and Culture Commission. On behalf of the Commission, I wanted to thank our City Council for your continued recognition and support of those who educate, create, and celebrate the fabulous, amazing arts and culture that we have in our city. So thank you. We appreciate it.
So in the historic district, for the first time, we will be celebrating Dia de los Muertos, which is a celebration and of those that have gone before us and died. So.
I'm Amber Shaver. I'm the center manager at the Harris Center. I just wanted to say it was an absolute honor and privilege to accept this on behalf of the Los Rios Community College District, Folsom Lake College, and the Harris Center for the Arts. So if you haven't seen the beautiful facilities,
All right.
Okay, with apologies, we're going to jump back to business from the floor. There was one speaker request that I buried with the other ones. So this will be Ian Cornell. I'm sorry, Ian, if you want to come on down. That was my bad, Ian, sorry.
I will be quick. Mayor Rodriguez, Vice Mayor Chalem-Chiller, members of the City Council, and Madam City Manager. I'm Ian Cornell, a Folsom resident, very quickly expressing my love and support for Rabbi Yossi Grossbaum and the Folsom's Jewish community, Rabbi Yossi's wife, Goldie, as well. They're the faith leaders for Folsom's Jewish community in light of the terror attacks on Israel. Of course, the community has been frightened a bit, and I appreciate all the decisions you make and all the work that you do to keep Folsom. As they say, we live in a bubble here in Folsom, and I'm pleased to live in that safe Folsom bubble. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ian. All right, will the clerk please call the next item?
Yeah, your next scheduled presentation item this evening will be number 2. This will be a presentation of the 10th Annual Folsom Community Service Day results. Thanks, Tom.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Tom Hellman, Recreation and Community Services Manager. This is my second year leading the Folsom Community Service Day, and what an honor it was and a special day it was, and I thank you all for being there and celebrating with us. I'd like to call up here our steering committee chair, Justin Rathel, as well as other members of our steering committee that are here, some in the beautiful tie-dye shirts, some not, but that is okay. And I'll have Justin take us through some of the fabulous things that occurred on Saturday, September 16th.
Council, thank you for your time tonight. Really an honor to be here and celebrate our 10th annual Community Service Day. We moved the celebration to start off at Lakeside Church back indoors so we could get one of these amazing pictures. It was a little tough to do it outside for the few years that we did it thanks to COVID, but we moved it back inside this year, and we had this great crew. You can see we had almost 2,000 people there that morning at Lakeside Church, all wearing their shirts. And as you can see, I don't see a single frowning face amongst them. They're all there with big smiles, ready to go out and serve the community. We had 1,902 volunteers. We broke 100 citywide projects. We had 105 projects throughout the city. And that equates to 7,608 volunteer hours. So we had projects really throughout the city that you'll see here. We had our Neighbors Helping Seniors projects, which you see those large bubbles that are there to the north of the city. That's why you see those larger numbers up there. We had a lot of Neighbors Helping Seniors projects up there, but we really had those throughout the city. So you'll see the yellow icons you see there are the larger projects. And then the blue icons you see are the Neighbors Helping Seniors projects. So just wanted to show you a snapshot that we're really doing projects all over the city. We did have one project even south of 50 this year. We'd love to see more down there as time goes on, but we managed to get one down there this year, and we're hoping to see that grow in future years. We had our community food drive. This is our largest effort of supporting Twin Lakes Food Bank. And you can see here we did 28 tons of food that day.
28 tons.
Awesome.
And I'll just give a special shout out to Mark here behind me, our organizer. So the Church of Latter-day Saints and also Kaiser, Dr. Ritoto is here. There you go. Dr. Ritoto, both instrumental in making that project happen. The donation drive. We have a lot of nonprofits here that take donations and repurpose those donations and really make those go a long way with folks that have needs. So we got 35 bikes, 99 purses. You can read the rest of the slide, but we did all sorts of things for these nonprofit groups, and they take them and just multiply their effect going out. So big round of applause for those people that participate in the donation drive. We also did a blood drive. So, not everyone can go out and swing a hammer that day, and we ask those folks to show up and, give back in a different way. So we did 12 pints of blood, which leads to 36 lives being saved. Our Neighbors Helping Seniors passion projects, they continue to grow. So we do these throughout the city. We really try to work with seniors that have some outside needs, really preparing for winter. So we go out and we do path leveling, we do gutter cleaning, we do tree trimming, we do some paint work, we do all sorts of projects. And then we have a wish list, at the end of the form, which says, hey, ask us for anything and we'll see what we can do. So we've done at least one handicap ramp also from a project. We have another one that's going to get done. Some of those projects get pushed out to other groups if they can't get done on that day, if they're more technical. But we still try to serve those seniors that have some bigger needs with other groups in the community. And those that have really big needs, we're really appreciative of the Seniors Helping Seniors program, which allows the grant program. So those we send over to the Seniors Helping Seniors program so they can get contracted work to help those. But this year, setting new records, we did 71 projects here in Folsom. So I'd be remiss if I didn't mention our sponsors, $114,000 in-kind and cash sponsorship this year. Our big sponsors, Intel and Dignity, they're presenting this year. Our visionary sponsors at the $10,000 level, Lakeside, Lennar, Folsom Times, and Style Media Group. Our leader sponsors, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Folsom Telegraph, and Rotary Club of Folsom. Our partner sponsors, Habitat for Humanity, Kaiser Permanente, Kikoban, Elliott Homes, Dock and Engineering, Winco Foods, and American Logo Wear. And then our good neighbor sponsors, Ace Hardware, Choose Folsom, Safe Credit Union, Sierra Marlins, Big Wave Coffee House, and Sensational Aesthetics. So big thank yous. First off to the city of Folsom. I got a little thank you here tonight for you all. This is our 10th anniversary coin that's here. So I'll pass these up to city manager and all the council members.
Awesome.
So big thank you for supporting this. It makes such an impact on folks' lives, so thank you all for your support. Also wanted to thank Lakeside Church for hosting us that morning, Twin Lakes Food Bank for all the work that goes into this, all of our sponsors already mentioned, and then of course it wouldn't be possible without the amazing steering committee. So we're looking forward to year number 11. Planning will kick off in just a few months, and we'll do it all again. So thank you all so much, Folsom.
Thank you, Justin. Congratulations for a great year. All right. Will the clerk please call the next item?
Okay, your third scheduled presentation item this evening is the informational presentation on homelessness.
Good evening, everyone. Our purpose in bringing this session to you tonight is to educate the City Council and our community about homelessness. This is not an action item. It has not been noticed as an action item, and no action is requested or will be taken by the City Council for this item. Thank you. The intention of this item is to educate, because we know many in our community are concerned, and we also know that some may not understand the complexities and legal boundaries of the issues correlating to homelessness. This is, of course, not a topic that is easily explained and contained in a tiny little PowerPoint and an evening of expert presentations. Homelessness is a complex, complicated issue that is not easily solved. If it were easily solved, cities and counties up and down California would already be neatly checking boxes. Nearly every municipal conference offered in California and elsewhere these days has a full load of seminars dedicated to the challenges of homelessness, and the rooms are packed as leaders seek solutions. There is no single hardship that leads to homelessness, but poverty, scarcity of affordable housing, trauma, domestic violence, mental illness, disabilities, unemployment, and addiction are all contributing factors. As your city manager, I can assure you that homelessness absolutely impacts the City of Folsom organization. And as your city manager, I can attest that council members at this dais have looked the issue of homelessness squarely in the eye, whether by personally volunteering with nonprofit organizations, meeting with key stakeholders to see the issue through different lenses, learning through ride-alongs, participating in cleanups, and just asking good and hard questions. I want to start off by expressing my highest gratitude to the Folsom Police Department, and particularly the Community Crime Suppression Unit, who, yes. Our officers work extremely hard every day to build relationships with those who are unhoused, connect them to services whenever possible, and respond to correlating calls for services, all within a challenging legal and judicial framework. I have said this before in prior presentations, but I will say it again. It truly matters that our police department is not only reactive, but proactive. They know many of those experiencing homelessness by name. They know their situations. They know how to get them help if they'll take it. And they know who is new on the scene, and sometimes that's very important. They pursue and enforce when a crime is committed. I also want to thank our Code Enforcement Division, and particularly Code Enforcement Supervisor Pete Picardo and Code Enforcement Officer Jennifer Johnson, who dedicate countless hours to implement and assist with lawful procedures to clean up trash and debris associated with homeless camps and other related issues. Thank you to our fire department personnel, many of whom are here, who are also impacted by issues related to homelessness. Thank you to the city's solid waste and maintenance crews who deal with cleanup issues that correlate with homelessness. Thank you to our community partners, many of whom you will hear from tonight, who are in the trenches, working with people who are unhoused and connecting them to services. I am very certain that Folsom's challenge would grow without the collective physical, emotional, and relationship building skill and efforts of all these dedicated, hardworking people, so thank you. Please know that the City of Folsom is committed to working with regional and local partners to offer compassionate and sustainable help to those in need while preserving the quality of life in Folsom. That's not an easy balance, and it affects and stretches our organization every single day. Tonight, you will be hearing from various city departments, the Sacramento County Department of Homeless Services and Housing, and partners Jake's Journey Home, Heart of Folsom, Powerhouse Ministries, and Hope Cooperative. And although they are not on the speaking agenda tonight, I want you to know that Lisa Hines, Vice President of Security, Safety, and Customer Satisfaction for Sacramento Regional Transit, is also here, as are almost all of my city department heads, and all of us are available for questions. Our presentation tonight highlights core areas of focus, and they are safety, services, and support and success. So safety, the city is committed to providing safety for all residents. Services, the city and its partners work to connect individuals with health and social services to transition from the streets or shelters into more stable conditions. And support and success, helping individuals who have achieved stability to move into housing and maintain long-term success. A few housekeeping items, if I could. We respectfully request that the City Council hold all questions until all of the presentations are completed. Your questions may very well be answered once we hear from everyone. We ask for civil, professional reactions and discourse from everyone in the room toward each other, and particularly toward our expert guests from the county and nonprofit organizations. We ask that our presenters come in under the time limits they were provided. iPhones have a timer for a reason, so set your timer if you are speaking tonight so that we can move the program along. We also ask that those wishing to speak from the audience today adhere to the 3-minute time limit, and you'll see that up there on the side wall and also in front of you if you are at the podium. And that's out of respect and fairness to everyone, that everyone gets to say their piece. With that, I thought it would be helpful to begin our informational session by explaining and addressing some of the frequently asked questions surrounding homelessness, especially from a legal standpoint. And I would like to now introduce City Attorney Steve Wong. I'll turn it over to Steve.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council. Stephen Wong, your City Attorney. One of the very common questions the city get asked from certain people is whether it is illegal to be homeless. And the answer is no. It is not illegal to be homeless. People who are homeless may access public services and visit public facilities just as people who are not homeless. This is because homeless individuals have the same rights and privileges as people who are not homeless. If they reside in Folsom, they are Folsom residents. No different than any other Folsom residents. They just don't have a home. This is important because the city provides public services, including law enforcement services, to all residents without regard to his or her homeless situation. While being homeless is not illegal, certain conducts and activities are illegal regardless of who is involved, such as, for example, using or selling illegal drugs, assaulting or injuring someone else, obstructing the public rights of way, making threats, or damaging public or private property. A 2018 federal court decision from the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals ruled that local governments may not enforce local ordinances prohibiting camping on public property, as well as related activities that are universal and unavoidable consequences of being human, such as sitting, laying down, or sleeping if the local jurisdiction does not have sufficient number of indoor shelters to accommodate all of the homeless individuals in that jurisdiction. In that situation, local governments are prohibited from citing, arresting, and prosecuting people sleeping outdoors or on public property. The Ninth Circuit decision significantly limits the ability of local governments in the Ninth Circuit jurisdiction to enforce their anti-camping ordinances. Many do, and City of Folsom does. The Ninth Circuit covers 9 Western states and 2 U.S. territories, including the state of California. And as we know, Folsom is within the state of California. So we're covered and governed by the Ninth Circuit decision. So having said that, notwithstanding the Ninth Circuit decision, the Folsom Police Department and the city's code enforcement officers continue to exercise full enforcement authority with respect to illegal activities not constrained by the court's decision, such as, for example, obstructing the public's rights of way or aggressive panhandling, while at the same time assisting the public to address the homeless issues with great care and sensitivity. And that's what we do, subject to your questions at the end of the presentation.
Thank you, Steve. As I said earlier, the city is committed to providing safety for all residents. So I'd now like to introduce Police Chief Rick Hillman to start things off. Chief will in turn introduce Lieutenant Chris Emery, and then Lieutenant Emery will be followed by Pete Picardo, who is our Code Enforcement Supervisor. Welcome, Chief.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. Madam Mayor, members of the council, Rick Hillman, your police chief. With me tonight is Chris Emery. He is the manager of our Neighborhood Services Division, and he's prepared a presentation about our agency's response to homelessness in Folsom. Homelessness is a complex and controversial issue. On one hand, police are often the first responders to calls involving people experiencing homelessness. They may be called to deal with public safety concerns such as fights, disturbances, or encampments in public spaces. They may be called to assist with medical emergencies or people experiencing a mental health crisis. On the other hand, police are not social workers or housing providers. We are not equipped to address the root causes of homelessness. As a result, our interactions with people experiencing homelessness can often be difficult and stressful for both parties. We are fortunate to partner with the Sacramento County Mental Health Department, who provides us with a clinician who is here tonight. She does an excellent job. We also partner with many community groups to provide people experiencing homelessness in Folsom with the necessary resources for them to help themselves. Still, many do not choose to take advantage of those services. Fortunately, homelessness is not a crime, so we're restricted to offering help and accepting that some people just don't want that help. I'll now turn this over to Lieutenant Emery, who will go through his presentation.
Good evening, Madam
Good
Mayor,
evening.
City Council members. My name is Chris Emery. I am a lieutenant with the Police Department, currently assigned to the Neighborhood Services Bureau. For those of you that know me, know that it takes me about 20 minutes to say hello, so I'm going to be reading my presentation this evening. The Folsom Police Department is tasked with many things, including keeping our community safe. We do this by following our mission, which is on the slide: to serve with purpose, to relentlessly pursue criminal behavior, and proactively foster positive relationships. Our response to homelessness follows that mission. First and foremost, we recognize the fact that being homeless is not a crime. Furthermore, we believe each person experiencing homelessness deserves a dignity and respect. Some of these individuals suffer from mental health illnesses, others drug and or alcohol addictions, while others are simply encountering hard times. These factors may play a part in their being homeless. California rising home cost, moderate climate make it more ideal for those experiencing homelessness. When I say ideal, it's not ideal to be homeless, but the winters aren't like in Montana here. Homelessness is not merely a city of Folsom issue, nor is it confined to the Sacramento region. The number of people experiencing homelessness has increased throughout the state of California. The police department has a mental health clinician, counselor, who rides with our officers responding to calls for service involving subjects who appear to be suffering from mental health issues. She has a deep understanding of programs offered by the county and utilizes this knowledge to address these issues, helping with rehabilitation programs and mental health counseling. She follows up days after the initial calls for service to provide additional support. Currently, we partner with Jake's Journey Home, Hope Cooperative, Heart of Folsom, Sacramento County Heart, and Powerhouse Ministries to help those experiencing homelessness. Through this partner coordination, we help the homeless community find housing, apply for public assistance and other social services, obtain identification and other documents that are required to get a job, find transportation to and from social appointments, and provide advocacy and support. We offer assistance. We go to various camp locations and provide information on where the individuals can obtain services. We inform them of impending severe weather events, atmospheric, river or rain events, severe heat and cold events. We advise them to seek shelter and inform them where they may be able to find it. We provide contact names and addresses for the various partners within our region. We provide information on the businesses who have job openings in the area. As one example, the police department recently contacted family members of an unhoused individual. Determined these family members, who lived outside of our state, were willing to house their homeless relative. With this information, we approached the homeless individual, determined he would be willing to live with them. We then purchased a ticket for this individual to travel to the other state. Additionally, we provided transportation for the homeless individual to get to the station, allowing them to start their journey home. Just like the rest of the population, some individuals experiencing homelessness commit crimes. Recently, homeless individuals have committed crimes including assault with a deadly weapon, sexual assault, and vehicle burglaries within our city. Each of these subjects were identified, arrested, and taken to jail. Over the last few years, many crime statutes have been reduced. What was a felony crime is now a misdemeanor. With a few exceptions, officers are not allowed to arrest for misdemeanor crimes not committed in our presence. We need a witness to perform a citizen's arrest on the individual. If no one is willing to take the liability for the citizen's arrest, we are not able to enforce the law. For misdemeanor crimes, we issue citations instead of taking physical custody of the offenders. What the public sees is officers arrive and officers leave, and the subject may still be present, wondering, hey, why didn't they do anything? But there's a great potential we issued a citation during that contact. Recently, officers caught a homeless individual stealing a bicycle. Upon arrival at the jail, this individual was refused by medical staff due to poor health. He was then released with a notice to appear, a citation, allowing him the possibility to return to Folsom. Sometimes we get calls for service and no crime has occurred. So the officers come back, make contact, and leave. When dealing with subjects experiencing homelessness, our officers try to balance the rule of law with compassion and empathy, ensuring safety for all. Officials from the Sacramento Steps Forward perform a point-in-time or pit count throughout our region. During the 2022 count, they determined there were a total of 9,278 homeless individuals within Sacramento County. 2,614 of these individuals had shelter, meaning they had a shelter bed, and 6,664 of them were unsheltered, meaning they were living in tents, cars, or simply on the streets. This was a 67% increase from the 2019 numbers. During this same count, the auditors found the city of Folsom had a total of 20 individuals suffering from homelessness. The Folsom Police Department does not track homeless individuals as we track crime trends. We don't target this population and track their whereabouts as it's not illegal to be homeless. Although we have not gone out and performed a count of persons experiencing homelessness, nor would we, through our daily contacts through our Community Crime Suppression Unit, we believe the number of people experiencing homelessness within our city limits is closer to 50 or 75. Just like we have an influx of citizens coming into and through our city during the day, we also experience similar ebbs and flows with the transient population. Some of these subjects have told officers they come to Folsom because they feel it's safe here. Others say they can charge their electronic devices, where other cities like Sacramento do not allow this. This is an example of something that we've come across and are addressing within the city. And so many places where parking garage has outlets on the outside of them, generally for the vendors, when we have street fairs, well, those are being turned off when the street fairs aren't taking place. Most of the individuals we have contacted come from out of the area. Just as the city attorney said, sleeping on public lands is not illegal. However, some encampments have brought hazards, including warming fires, human waste entering waterways, and trash. Certain areas within the city have been closed to the public due to fire dangers. When officers encounter homeless individuals or any individuals in these areas, they advise them to leave immediately. I don't have statistics on how many of these individuals are issued citations, but officers try to balance the individual's financial struggles with our need for the area to be clear of human interaction. Again, balancing rules with empathy. From 1/1/23 through 9/15 of 23, the Folsom Police Department responded to a total of 30,228 calls for service. Just over 2,100 of these calls involved people experiencing homelessness. This number highlights the number of incidents we responded to, not the number of calls we received. As an example, if you get a crash at East Bidwell and Iron Point, 20 people may call. All 20 of those phone calls are put in one call for service. The top 5 categories of these calls for service are listed in order. This number is believed to be low, as like I previously mentioned, we do not track homelessness as we concentrate on crime statistics. During our investigations, we will ask individuals if they have a permanent address. If they advise us they do not, officers try to note that in the calls for service. Our officers spend an average of 17 minutes on each of these calls for service. As the city manager mentioned earlier, the Community Crime Suppression Unit is doing a great job. They're currently staffed with 1.5 officers and a sergeant. Sergeant Grunberg, who is in the room, along with Officer Jones, are the one. We have a half-time officer. That .5 officer works half of his shift 3 days a week with the unit. As our department staffing levels grow and an officer comes off training, this body will come over full-time, allowing the sergeant to return to his supervisory duties. He also oversees the animal control officers, the school resource officers, and he is our canine supervisor. The mission of the Community Crime Suppression Unit is addressing quality of life issues and suppressing emerging crime trends. Currently, the city of Folsom is experiencing an increase in organized retail theft. Criminal rings are coming to our city and stealing tens of thousands of dollars, often in one single incident. Walmart, Kohl's, Target, Dick's Sporting Goods, Victoria's Secret, Tommy Hilfiger, and Costco, to name a few of the stores that have been hit. The Community Crime Suppression Unit has not been able to focus on these issues as they are consistently being pulled towards camps and other homeless problems. Historically, the Community Crime Suppression Unit spearheaded the department's efforts in meeting the challenges associated with homelessness. They liaison with the nonprofit and faith-based groups, some of whom will be speaking to you later in this presentation. This unit helps guide the willing to a pathway of stable housing, but just as you can leave a horse to water, you can't make the horse drink. Some people experiencing homelessness are not looking for help and do not want help. It takes a community to alleviate homelessness. As your police department, we liaison with multiple entities to address the homelessness issue. We work with nonprofits and faith-based groups to help find housing and to support those in need. Jake's Journey Home, Heart of Folsom, Hope Cooperative, and Powerhouse Ministries have partnered with us, and we work side by side with them. We partner with outside law enforcement agencies to address the issues on property not belonging to the city of Folsom. The California Department of Corrections for prison property, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife for areas like the open area behind the Granite City Apartments off Sibley Street, Caltrans and the California Highway Patrol for areas up against Highway 50, and of course California State Parks for those areas surrounding our lakes. Officers and volunteers reach out to private landowners and business owners to discuss the issues of trespass, citizen arrest statutes, and ways to improve safety of their properties through CPTED, crime prevention, through environmental design. Sergeant Grunberg recently met with the Sutter Street Merchants Association members to dialogue about these issues that they are facing within the historic district. Finally, we work with other city departments, including the fire department, who sets up the cooling centers during heat-related events. This isn't for the unhoused, strictly for the unhoused population, it's also for our senior population. The Parks and Rec Department on ways to mitigate vandalism occurring to city-owned properties, and code enforcement facilitating camp cleanups. I believe you'll hear from Pete next. It is this overarching approach that provides safety within our city, and it's our goal to help.
Thank you, Lieutenant Emery. I'd now like to introduce Code Enforcement Supervisor Pete Picardo, who has been on vacation and came in just for today. Thank you.
Good evening, Pete.
Good evening. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. Pete Picardo and Code Enforcement. I'm here to talk about Code Enforcement's role as it relates to cleaning up our community in relation to the homeless. There we go. In regards to response and removal, Folsom PD initially responds and posts the camps with a 72-hour notice. On the back of that notice also has all the information and the resources available. After 72 hours, Code Enforcement will respond to clean the area. Sometimes it's 4 or 5 days, but most times it's 72 hours. Code Enforcement currently contracts with 4 abatement contractors: Bio One, Gray Construction, Junk King, and 1-800-GOT-JUNK. Active camp materials will be stored correctly for 90 days. In most of our cases, we go out, the junk and debris is still there, and the occupants have relocated or moved along. Very few times do we have to store the stuff for 90 days. Abandoned camps and junk and debris will be discarded and removed. In some cases, and this will lead to where we clean 4 or 5 locations in one day, we can remove up to 6,000 pounds of junk and debris. Sorry, I got a little off right there. Biohazards, used needles, and human waste are extracted and removed by our certified Bio One contractor. And when you go in these camps, sometimes I'm pretty lucky to get poison oak. Here is a list of our posting. On the front has the date when it's been posted. On the back, as I just mentioned, has all the resources available. And to the right shows you a camp that was cleaned and was posted. Here's a few numbers to share with you relating to this activity. The need for more cleanups has doubled in the past 10 years. In the past 3 months, code enforcement cleaned over 40 locations. I'd also like to thank Mike Grunberg, Sergeant Grunberg, for coming out to our camps when it's needed. As you know, code enforcement is not sworn officers. Sometimes we need that, and it's, thank you very much. Code enforcement is responding weekly to homeless camps calls, cleanups, and junk and debris removal. On average, a cleanup may include up to 4 to 6 locations. Cleanups are performed on a weekly and or bi-weekly schedule. Daily cleanup costs can range anywhere from $800 to $1,000 once a week or once every 2 weeks. And it depends on the amount of extraction. We also partner, as mentioned by Lieutenant Emery, with these other agencies, Department of Fish and Wildlife, Department of Corrections, and state parks. And they've all been very helpful. Here are some before and after pictures that we deal with. I mentioned some of the biohazards. Used needles. This was on a vacant lot behind Kohl's, which is now developed. This is the Park Shore Bridge, directly behind the Goodwill Center. Here's some random junk and debris that was found and cleaned up, passed in and out. Here's an area we cleaned, posted, behind the fire station. Here's our Bio One contractor. This is directly behind City Hall. Their truck and trailer is used, and some of the days they're loading that 2 or 3 times. I think this brings me to my last slide. Personal property left at the campsites will be removed for safekeeping. Property items may be kept by the occupants during the cleanup process, and remaining property will be stored for 90 days, and if not claimed, disposed of pursuant to law. And that does conclude my presentation.
Thank you, Pete.
Thank you, Pete.
City of Folsom personnel connect those in need to programs, services, and resources to support persons experiencing homelessness and individuals who are at risk of experiencing homelessness. The city takes a comprehensive and integrated approach to addressing homelessness that includes working with the county, agencies, nonprofits, and other organizations that provide services to address homelessness and provide affordable housing. I'm now pleased to introduce Emily Halkin, Director of the Sacramento County Department of Homeless Services and Housing, and she is joined in the audience by her colleagues Sherry Green and Monica Roca-Wyatt from the Sacramento County Department of Health Services. Welcome, Emily.
Great. Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate the time and the attention that you're giving to this really dire issue, and definitely want to be a resource for you. Just as we work throughout the county and all of our cities, it's just important that we're providing those same supports in the city of Folsom. So I'm going to go over some really high-level work that the county is doing. As the city manager said, my name is Emily Halkin. I'm the director of the newest county department. We are the Department of Homeless Services and Housing. And while we're a relatively new department, the county has been working in this area for years and years, often in partnership with our cities. But about a year ago, the Board of Supervisors felt the need to create a specific department dedicated only to addressing homelessness, really to create a transparency for the public, to create more access for the public, and really reflecting on the complexity of this need that you heard a lot about from your city manager as well as from your law enforcement professionals. And some data has already been shared, but I always like to orient to this. This is really the root cause of what we're dealing with. And data certainly does help us inform how we provide programs and services, but folks who are experiencing homelessness in the city of Folsom and the unincorporated counties throughout our cities are as unique as you and I. Each of their stories that led them into homelessness is as unique as the stories that will lead them out of homelessness. The one universal thing that everybody shares, though, is that they don't have safe, stable, affordable housing. And this data speaks endless words to me. This is much bigger than any one of us can solve, certainly tonight. But this shows data that's produced by the National Low Income Housing Coalition on the gap between renters' wages earned, and you can look state by state. California has the dubious honor of being the most unaffordable state. We have surpassed Hawaii now. And it shows the gap between renters' wages and the average cost for an apartment or a rental unit. And as you can see in California, as a state, we have over 1 million units that we are lacking to meet the affordability needs for especially low and extremely low income households. And in Sacramento County in specific, this is really heartening for me, is that a minimum wage worker at $15.50 an hour would have to work 69 hours a week in order to afford a fair market rent, a one-bedroom apartment. And if you think about that, if you're a family experiencing homelessness or on the precipice of homelessness or just re-entering housing from homelessness, this becomes even more exacerbated because you might have one wage earner for a family that needs a 3 or 4 bedroom apartment. Your police department already shared the point-in-time count number. This is something we look at for trends. It is an imperfect science at best, but this shows the trends since we started doing point-in-time counts back in 2007. And you can see not only the drastic rise in the raw count of people experiencing homelessness, but more troubling for me is this flip that you've seen since 2011, 13, 15, from the vast majority of folks on the night of the point-in-time count being sheltered to now the vast majority of folks, over 70%, being unsheltered, which is leading to a lot of the issues that you and your community, as well as the communities throughout the county, are facing that your police officer really described. So this is the most challenging issue that we certainly face, and we want to be a resource for the city of Folsom. As we look into those folks experiencing unsheltered homelessness, again, this is countywide. This is not specific to any city. Some other really challenging issues that we have to grapple with as a community. 54% of folks experiencing homelessness are people of color. That is vastly disproportionate from our population as a whole, and you certainly know that. We are seeing more and more long-term homelessness, folks who are living outside or unsheltered or in shelters for well over a year. And as you can imagine, the longer you live unsheltered, the more exacerbating, the more challenging these other issues, social issues, behavioral health issues might become. 58% report a disabling condition. This could be mental health or physical health. And I have to note, this is self-reported. And as you can imagine, it's difficult to self-report and self-diagnose yourself. And my colleague Sherry Green can talk a little bit more about how our behavioral health clinicians work with this population. And I know this is always a question. It's been asked every single point in time counts, where are folks from? And this is universal at point-in-time counts throughout the country. This is not specific to Sacramento or any other community, but the vast majority of folks on the night of a point-in-time count identify being from the area. They were housed here, they have family here, they went to school here, they lost their job here. While we do see and remember those folks who are from Louisiana or Texas, the vast majority of folks identify as being a Sacramentan. And almost half of the folks experiencing unsheltered homeless will identify on their own that the #1 issue that they face is lack of affordable housing, which we just talked about in the past slide. So I want to talk a little bit about the county roles and responsibilities. It's something we talk about a lot. The county certainly, most of the work that we do in the field of addressing homelessness is countywide. Homelessness knows no geographic boundaries. Folks don't know when they cross the street into the city of Folsom and then they come into the unincorporated county or vice versa. And they shouldn't have to. And so most of our services, with a few exceptions, really are intended to be countywide. But we do have some very specific hats that we wear, especially in an unincorporated county that is very urban. We have a very dense urban population in the unincorporated county. As a matter of fact, more people live in an unincorporated county than the city of Sacramento. So countywide, though, when we're wearing our countywide hat, it is our responsibility to provide connections to services for anybody living unsheltered or sheltered throughout Sacramento County and the city of Folsom and all the cities. That includes behavioral health services, which is mental health as well as substance abuse services, and Sherry will talk a little bit more about that. Access to benefits, whether that CalWorks, CalFresh, General Assistance, Medi-Cal, all of those services. Countywide, and it's our responsibility to ensure folks, regardless of where they live, have access to it. It's also a responsibility, and a growing responsibility as sheltering becomes more of a focus that we are putting, is that those services are accessible in all shelters, whether they're funded by the county, funded by a city, funded by a nonprofit, funded by the faith community. So when folks are in shelter, they should have access to all those countywide services, and we're trying our best to co-locate those services as best we can for ease of access. And then we do a lot of work at the system level. I know somebody alluded to Sacramento Steps Forward, and they play a pivotal role in our community to sort of help us take these disparate programs, a shelter, a housing program, an outreach program, and put it together into a system that makes sense, not just to you and I, but to the folks trying to access it. So we do a lot of work day in and day out with Sacramento Steps Forward on data integrity and data quality, on creating what we call coordinated access, which I'll talk about in a minute, for front door access for folks in need, and that we create a system that is meaningful and impactful in creating the changes that we want to see. In the unincorporated county, though, sometimes we put on that hat. In that case, we're acting as a jurisdiction just as you do in the city of Folsom. So we're responsible just as you are here for direct street outreach. We're definitely responsible for coordinating with our municipal services. We have the same issues that your code enforcement staff just described about waterways and blocking of sidewalks, and we have our municipal services do the same services which is described there. We, of course, coordinate in the unincorporated county with the law enforcement. In our case, that's the sheriff. And so if there's clearings or if there's issues or if there's safety issues for our staff or for the unhoused or for the population as a whole, we work with them. And then more and more, we are becoming a developer, manager, and operator of shelters. 10 years ago or so, there certainly were shelters in the county, and some cities were certainly operating them. But today, as you know, despite my first slide saying we need to work on housing, we're in a crisis moment. So we are in the business now of opening a lot of new shelters and directly managing them. Then finally, in the cities themselves, what do we do unique into the cities in addition to our countywide services? Sherry's going to talk a bit more. It was already alluded to. We do deploy behavioral health clinicians and peers into all the cities to make those connections. It's not acceptable to say to somebody experiencing homelessness, hey, you need some behavioral health services, go downtown to the bureau, off of Florin or wherever it might be. And so we're trying to bring those services into the cities. And certainly as cities stand up their own shelters, we want to be there to help support you. Should that be an interest, we're doing that in the city of Sacramento most notably, but certainly open and willing to help be creative and thoughtful with other cities. Some of the things that we are doing out of my office, and this is a really high level, we can talk about more of them, we deploy outreach and engagement services. This is primarily in the unincorporated county. This is probably the one slide that I would say is really unique to the work that we do in the unincorporated county. We currently have a contract with Sacramento Covered. Community Health Works. They just renamed themselves about 2 weeks ago. We have 22 homeless outreach navigators. Many of them are folks with lived experience. They deploy into the parkway, they deploy into the unincorporated county, and we deploy them in many different ways. First is proactively into camps that we've identified. There are problem camps. They're the camps that are being reported the most. They're the camps that are the largest or the most challenging. We also have some ability to do response-driven needs with the sheriff and rangers who don't have the time to say, they spend a few weeks out there in the camp. They need something right now, so we do some of that as well. And then more and more in the suburban areas and in our outside of the central city and the parkway, we do office hour spaces where people who are unsheltered can come to us in a community space, a library or community building. We have multidisciplinary teams. That includes the behavioral health specialists that Sherry's going to talk about into our teams, just as they do into teams in the other cities, including those in Folsom. And we do ongoing engagement, really. Our focus of these teams are to help end folks' homelessness. It is a marathon, it is not a sprint. And we find ourselves in some camps spending 3, 4, 5 months just to get people to engage. And sometimes that matches the speed of the community, and sometimes it matches the resources we have, oftentimes it doesn't. So we're often trying to balance, too, being responsive to the community's very, very real concerns about the impacts of homeless camps with the reality of our resources. We also do some encampment supports. This has changed a little bit. This really started during COVID when there was lack of movement, but we still do a little bit of this. We provide sanitation stations in some camps, primarily in the city of Sacramento and the county. We do water delivery into encampments. Again, this started during COVID, but we've continued it. And just like your code enforcement personnel described, we also have contracted providers doing debris removal. But when we put on our countywide hat, we do lots of things that should, and we endeavor to serve folks who are experiencing homelessness in Folsom as well as throughout the county. One of the things you've probably seen in the news is that we're really trying to pivot how we provide shelter. One of the things we learned during COVID when we were forced by public health emergency to create non-congregate shelter is that folks who for years and years we knew weren't going to come to a big congregate shelter, had said no many times to law enforcement, who had refused to engage, did engage when we offered them non-congregate shelter, a door that locked, where they could bring their pet, where they could come with their partner, and where they could receive services on site to help in their homelessness. We saw a dramatic uptick in people's willingness to engage when what we offered them was something different than we had offered for years. So the Board of Supervisors has taken a really hard stance saying that's the kind of, if we're going to be building shelter, that's the kind of shelter we're going to build. And we just opened, we named them Safe Stay Communities. We didn't trademark it, you can use it. We opened our first one just in South Sac. If any of you want to see it, I'd be happy to take you on a tour. It's 100 little tiny cabins. This is a picture of it from the grand opening. It'll shelter up to 125 people at a point in time. We are intentionally low to no barrier. We want the people who are the biggest problems on the street, making the most calls for service, to not be on the street and to be inside. So to that end, we do not prescribe sobriety. We prescribe behaviors. You have to behave correctly, but you don't have to test or be sober at the point in time. And we engage for access in instead of trying to screen out. All of the services folks need are there, whether that be your daily living needs, your laundry, your food, security, but most importantly, all the services to help connect you back into housing or services or what's appropriate. We opened the Florin one. We've got another one under construction right now and a few hundred more under development. I'll be doing a very thorough presentation to the board next week on all of the sites, which if they all come to fruition, will have about 700 beds, which is great. And we're still have about 1,000 beds of our sort of congregate shelter. But I do want to say, this is great, and it's very well received, and people we're already seeing come through it really appreciate it. But I get a weekly report from Sacramento Steps Forward on the number of folks who have gone through a shelter assessment or are waiting for a space. Last week, I wrote it down, there was 2,981 single people who were on the wait list for shelter and 865 families. And last week, there were 44 spaces that became available. So we can do the math. This is a numbers game that we're working against. And so we need shelter, we need housing, we need all of it. And we also need it at a speed that's really difficult to keep up with. And I can recognize that's what's causing a lot of the concern of community members and your public, rightfully so. A little bit about funding, because this is asked. You may have seen during our budget hearings last spring, we did do an assessment of how much the County of Sacramento spends or allocated last year towards homelessness. And we estimated almost $178 million of county funding was going to address homelessness. Now, I have to say, this is not all county general fund. A lot of this is state funding and federal funding. A lot of it is health dollars. But this includes things like our behavioral health clinicians, includes our rangers, it includes some work of the sheriff's team, and you can sort of see how this lays out. This is a little bit unique, and I think in subsequent years it won't be this big because we have a lot of ARPA money, one-time money dedicated. The board dedicated over $95 million of our ARPA allocation to homelessness, so that money's not going to show on future slides. And I apologize, this is supposed to say 1%, it's not say XX, I thought I had updated it, but it was about 20% of our services, our 80% of our services are county-wide, so that would be things that are touching folks in the city of Folsom and all the cities, and about 20% is jurisdictional in the unincorporated county. So a lot of these funds and services are indeed benefiting folks who are experiencing homelessness in Folsom. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sherry to talk a little bit more about HEART, H-E-A-R-T, and how they work with our population.
Thank you.
Good evening. Excuse me. Good evening. I'm Sherry Green. I am a division manager with Sacramento County Behavioral Health, and I support our HEART team, Homeless Engagement and Response Team. It's a baby program. We just developed the program and launched it about 2 years ago, and this is within a workforce crisis during COVID. And we have had the great opportunity to hire a really great group of mission-driven staff who go out into the encampments and into the shelters to engage with folks. The sergeant earlier told us that there's just some folks that don't want to leave homelessness yet. Our thinking is they're not ready to make that change yet, and that's our job, is to help them get to that stage of change. We really believe in the stages of change. the work in the addictions world has been onto this idea for a long time around working with people when they're ready and being there ready when they are. And so Emily already touched on the fact that we go out many, many times. We build that relationship. There's a lot of stigma that comes along with mental health services and substance use. You have to admit you have a problem, or you have to admit that you're willing to accept help, that you need the help. And so we spend a lot of time doing repeat engagement and outreach with folks. And then when they're ready, we have the opportunity to screen them for both our for our mental health services as well as our substance use programming. And if they say yes, then we can link them to our programming. And that's for our Medi-Cal recipients. If they have managed care plans, then we will help them link to their managed care provider. Our goal is to really remove the barriers that is needed to get them off the streets and into housing, and mental health and substance use treatment is a big part of that for some folks, in order to stabilize them. And so we will link them with our outpatient system, and we have amazing nonprofit organizations that work with the populations, both the families and with the adult population. They specialize. And we have our outpatient, kind of our core programming. That's the typical standard outpatient that most people think of. And then we flex all the way up to what's called the full service partnership programming. All of our programs, let me back up for a minute. Back in 2015, when I started in homelessness, we had 3 programs that addressed homelessness in behavioral health. And it was just kind of this kind of little program that we had. And now every single outpatient program that we have in mental health offers support with housing that includes flexible dollars to help with rent, security deposits, back utility payments, getting them, helping them with their expungement if there's a criminal record that's preventing them from getting rented to, helping them find landlords that will rent to them. But before we can get them into that, we have to utilize our HEART program to get them engaged into our programs. And then once they say yes, then we help with a warm handoff. Some of those ARPA dollars were used to purchase vehicles for the HEART program so we can then transport them to those appointments. We have the relationship with them. And so if we can help bridge that relationship to their ongoing outpatient provider that's new to them, then we have the ability to do that with our new vehicles. We have 12 mental health counselors currently on staff. And they're able to do the mental health pieces, the mental health screenings, assessments if needed, diagnoses, all of the paperwork that's needed to get them transitioned to the managed care plans if necessary. And we also have peers, which is an up-and-coming group of staffing. It has become a Medi-Cal benefit. Peer services has not been a Medi-Cal reimbursable service in the past, and now it is, which effective July 1, which is a huge, huge win. And it really gives an opportunity to expand the workforce in a really meaningful way. So our peer specialists have real lived experience. They've been homeless themselves. They might have been involved in child welfare themselves. They have criminal records, substance use, mental health history, real applicable lived experience to say, I know what you're going through. I've been there. Here's what worked for me. I like to tell a small personal story. I had reconstructive hip surgery. I spent about 20 minutes talking to my doctor leading up to it, but I spent hours in the Facebook groups talking about it with other women who'd gone through what I had gone through. It was way more meaningful to me to talk to somebody who'd been there, done that. And that's what the peer model does for us. And we created this handy dandy little QR code. If you want to find out more about our HEART team, you can access the QR code, which also gets you our phone number, our referral form. If you want to send over a referral, any of you have folks experiencing homelessness that you want to refer to us, that's a way for you to be able to send them our way. And then we have our 988 line, which I want to make sure everybody knows about. Make sure that you spread that far and wide. That's a 24/7 mental health crisis support team. And then for our regular outpatient services, 875-1055. But Emily was talking earlier that just making a phone call isn't enough. That's why Heart is so important to the work that we do, is like getting out there into the field, in their faces, with a person that you can build that relationship with. But the phone number is still there for you. And then we have our urgent care clinic as well, which is kind of like when you sprain your ankle, you don't want to go to the emergency room, you want to go to an urgent care. It's kind of that. Well, I'm on the verge of having an emergency. I want to go somewhere to stop it from being an emergency, to get the help that I need right now. And that's where we're at.
Thank you, Emily and Sherry. Many thanks to the county leadership team for being here tonight. Our community partners play an invaluable role in assisting those experiencing homelessness in Folsom towards self-sufficiency and greater independence. Tonight we'll be hearing from Jake's Journey Home, Heart of Folsom, Powerhouse Ministries, and Hope Cooperative. These organizations will share information about the programs and support services they provide. So I'd like now to introduce Jean Schuman, founder and president of Jake's Journey Home.
Good evening, Jeannie.
Welcome, Jean.
Hello, good morning, good evening, everybody. I'm Jane Schuman. This is kind of like the last slide, but that's okay. Can I control
Jeannie,
my,
can you also talk into the mic? Just
can
because
I
your voice
control
is
my
low.
slides from here?
Yeah, and just Christina will help you. You could just use the arrow keys is the easiest.
There, perfect, thank you.
I think
I'm
that
not quite sure who I should be talking to.
you should
Into the
address
mic.
this way.
Okay,
It would be
okay.
great. Yeah, thank you.
So, just to personalize the situation for homelessness, homelessness is a trauma-based problem. People don't wake up one day and say, I'm going to become homeless, I'm going to do drugs, I'm going to be an alcoholic, I'm going to ruin my life, ruin my relationships. Something happened at some point in their life, whether they're a child, young adult, an adult. What could happen? Well, you know, you could be 12 years old and your mother shoots you up with meth. Or you can be 7 and your house burns to the ground. You and your parents are down the street getting high. Or you could have a pandemic and you lose your job, can't pay for your house, can't pay for your car, you're now unhoused. Now you're calling all these resources. So before I begin, I wanted to just give everybody a little bit of data. So we're a little bit different in our program here. So from September 2nd to September 30th, I said we counted 45 to 50 at-risk Folsomites experiencing homelessness. What does that mean? They were born here, they were raised here, they went to school here. We also met with more than 100 transient persons. What does that mean? They may or may not have a relation with Folsom, but they are not originally from here. Domestic violence situations, we had 8 of them. Field interactions, 212. Unique from that were 68 people. Veterans, 17. Case managements, 59. And meals we passed out were 316. Now, from October 1 to October 9th, not including today, we counted 41 at-risk Folsomites experiencing homelessness. Our numbers change up and down because we were able to get people into permanent housing, transitional housing. 2 are going into inpatient, 1 is going into a youth program. So our numbers go up and down there. And we met from the 1st to the 9th, we've met over 36 transient persons. Domestic violence, we've already had 3 this month. Field interactions, 73. Uniques are 36. Veterans, 2. Case management, 18. And meals to date are 125. So, let me see here. So we work with a lot of different entities. These are the basics for what we do, but we also have a lot of businesses that are behind us, helping our unhoused folks. Let me see what's here. Okay, so what does Jake's Journey Home do? We're an all-volunteer mobile response for wraparound services. Unlike other programs, we have 0 barriers for help. Let me tell you about a few of the services that we do. Well, actually, this is a lot of them. We do assessments for program placement. What does that mean? So you've heard programs from the county. We go out and we meet with folks. We're boots on the ground. We go into the encampments. We go where we're called. We find people on the street. We sit down and we talk with them. We provide food, clothing. Feeding the Fellas works with us for our meals. We do referral services for addiction, mental health, school resources, GED, college, vocational. Veteran assistance, we help the veterans navigate the VA system, which is really difficult at best. We help with legal and criminal record help. We work with the DA's office, getting expungements and pardons, because it is a big deal for people trying to get jobs that are unhoused and they have a record. Really hard to get hired. We do sobriety and recovery. Light rail passes, DMV, Medi-Cal, EBT, Social Security filings. We do some housing assistance where we're helping a young woman right now who is, she works full-time, and she goes to school full-time, and she became unhoused. So we're helping to get her into permanent housing this week, actually. We're a 211 resource referral. We work with the fragile community and the underserved referral services. We also, our unhoused folks also are victims of crimes as well, and we work with them to navigate the courts and to help them get assistance through the Victims Compensation Board. We do a rental assistance when it's appropriate. We also have a wonderful bike program. We give our folks bikes and a trailer, which we check in with them. It allows them to move their items with them instead of leaving piles. We always are getting after them, clean up your trash, make it clean. And we also have loaner phones that we're doing now, because when we have folks, for the life of them, they can't keep a phone for more than 48 hours for some reason. So we provide loaner phones for them while they are in services with us going into a program, so that we're able to get a hold of them, we can keep track. It worked out well. Let me see here. Going back to working with the community, there are businesses that do call us and say, hey, do you know this person, and could you come? So we go down to businesses when we're called, and we help to move whoever is there, because we can talk to them. Ordinarily, we know them most of the time. We can help walk them away, get them fed and taken care of, so that they're not sitting in front of a business sleeping, that kind of thing. Oop, wrong way. Sorry, guys. And then when you go back here, we also have a mobile assist trailer that we use for our veteran stand-downs. That's working with all veterans that are unhoused, and we provide all of that, as well as getting them into services and helping walk them through the VA as well. Our whole group, we're all one-on-one. We're the boots on the ground. We go out there. We sit at tables. We listen to their story. We figure out, it's humanizing it, that sitting and listening to a story, finding out where they came from.
Jeannie, can you speak to the mic? Just so we could hear you.
Being
Sorry.
televised, so it needs to be on the microphone. Thank you.
So it's humanizing to, listen to their story and be able to walk them through, that trust. We work anywhere from 3 to 6 months with one person, getting them just to trust us. It's food one day, and then it's a sit and chat, and we're eating together, and then we talk about, well, what's your dream? What do you want to do with your life? And getting through all of that, who would think that somebody that came out of living in a trash compactor is now going back, because it takes a long time to correct a lifetime of behavior, to turn it into, you go to 30, 60, 90 days of rehab and you're good. No, you're not. You're just barely beginning. So sitting down, do one-on-one support with everyone, getting them assessed, getting them into a program, and we follow them through, because we found that there is not much follow-through. They get assessed, they get into a program, they're there for 2 years, and they're back out the door. And you're like, well, what happened? So we try to follow through, make sure the mental health is coming along with while they're in this program, and then the transitional comes afterwards, and then permanent housing and a job. But it's a process, and there's a lot more going on out here than you see, but I'll leave it at that. Yeah, that's
Thank you, Jean.
That's my spiel.
Thank you, Jean.
All right,
Appreciate
thank
that
you.
very much. I'd now like to introduce HART President Liz Eckenstedt and Winter Shelter Coordinator Beverly Cease of HART of Folsom. And I just want to point out that this is HART, H-A-R-T of Folsom, distinguished from HART, H-E-A-R-T, that you just heard from the county officials.
Right. Thank you, Lee.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you all for investing the time in this issue. We appreciate it very much. Sorry.
Oh, goodness.
Where are mine for the shelter? Are they in here? Oh, here we go. Okay, thank you. We are Heart of Folsom, and I'm going to present about the winter shelter. And then Liz, our president, will present about our transitional housing and services. So the winter shelter is truly our community taking care of our community. There are about 110 Heart volunteers for the season that we operate, that do weekly shifts working with folks. And we also have these faith communities that are involved with both being a site for our shelter, because we move from site to site because no one can have us for the entire season, and provide volunteers there too. So there's at least a couple hundred people involved with that part. So it's truly a lot of caring people in Folsom caring for these unhoused people in Folsom. We're super thankful for them. We also have additional community support for which we are very, very grateful. Powerhouse Ministry, Jake's Journey Home, and Dignity Health last season came in weekly to see which of our folks might be ready, might be someone who would fit for the services that they have. And that was super helpful to us. We have restaurants who help provide dinners. They change a little bit every year, but they provide a dinner for 20 every week, which really lightens the load for the hosting group. We also have some others that help us with a van for driving on the weekend, and a shower trailer we get for the entire season, which is super helpful. And SAC-RT, City of Folsom, we were blessed last year to be at Lower Rodeo Park, and this year we are planning to be at Upper Rodeo Park, where we'll have a little more weather protection, which will be wonderful. So thank you, Parks and Rec, especially. And then some folks help us with supplies and things. Here's just some pictures of intake. As you know, once all these people come together, what we do at the shelter is we run from early January to late March. We have a maximum of 20 guests. Our average census last year was 13. It's a nightly shelter, begins at 5 p.m. when the guests come to intake, and it ends about 8 a.m. when they gather their things from our storage pod and go about their day. Some are working, some are looking for work, others are doing a variety of things. The intake is always at one location so that everybody knows where to come. And then the shelter itself moves around from location to location. There are really two purposes I see to the shelter. We're in our 7th year now, and we're prepping for it now. The first is just safety, warmth, hot food, shower, just that peacefulness of not having to deal with being out there overnight in the winter. The second is to connect them to resources with certainly the wonderful nonprofits in town, Powerhouse and Jake's Journey, and as well as county and wherever the services might be, we welcome more and more of them to help us. So just to say, we're super thankful for all the support in the community and from you guys to do the shelter. So thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, here's on the other one.
Just use the
Yeah,
arrow
perfect.
key.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. Good evening, and thank you so much for providing Heart with the opportunity to give a synopsis of our transitional housing program. So our transitional housing program is based on our mission, which is to reduce homelessness in Folsom. And we do that effectively and efficiently, 6 people at a time, almost to be 7. And this is with a step process that we have. It starts with community partnerships for referrals from people that are living outside. And we get referrals from Powerhouse Ministry, Jake's Journey, and local faith-based communities. Most recently, 4 of our referrals came from local churches. Once we have a client that is a potential person for our program, we do have, unlike some of the other programs that are offered through the county, as a volunteer-based organization, we have a pretty strict criteria because we're not equipped to deal with people with severe mental illness. So our criteria is that our clients are clean and sober, wanting to change their lives, and willing to work. And those that we have come into our program meet that criteria. They go through a pretty intensive initial application and interview process whereby trained people through Heart 2 to 3 or 4 meet with them to determine together that they can be successful in our program. And this matters because we are donor funded. And we do support transitional housing units, which would be, there you go. Nope, sorry, it's the other one. No, hold on, I'm trying to get to the, there we go, thank you. Okay, so we've got the transitional housing units, and right now we have 3 at Oak Hills Church and 4 at Bidwell Studios. At Oak Hills Church, one of our units is not quite ready yet. We were just gifted that through a partnership with Powerhouse Ministries and Oak Hills Church. So next week we'll be able to house another person, which is really wonderful because that's 7 people who are not living outside, who are transforming their lives, and who are getting the support they need to do that. So that comes under our client case management. So we have professional case management through First Steps Communities, and Heart of Folsom began that last April, and in the last 6 months it has transformed how quickly our clients are able to achieve their goals and take steps forward to exit our program successfully. So it's pretty amazing, and we're tremendously grateful for it. Along with that, we have a mentoring program through trained volunteers, and those trained volunteers befriend and encourage our clients and support the goals outlined by our professional case manager. So that is a really wonderful partnership within the program. And then lastly, it says Citizens of Folsom, and the reason for that is that we are able to do what we do because of the citizens of Folsom, and it's twofold. It's the citizens who donate, not just their volunteer time or their money or both, if they can do that. They're the wheel behind Heart. There would be no motion without them. And throughout this entire evening, we've had the police department and other agencies just recognize what a community this is. And so this community is reducing homelessness in Folsom through the conduits that we can provide, 6, now almost 7 people at a time. And then on the other side of that is that the citizens of Folsom, that they are the people they are helping become self-sufficient and independent citizens in Folsom. So as we have seen the increase in homelessness expand from Sacramento up eastward to Folsom, it is Heart's hope that we will be able to expand our successful template with those that we can help. So thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Liz, and thank you, Bev. I'd now like to introduce Executive Director Nancy Atchley and Co-Executive Director Josh Levine of Powerhouse Ministries. Welcome, Nancy and Josh.
Hey, thank you so much. Thank you so much, council members, for allowing us to be here. And this last year, we actually just celebrated over 31 years serving the homeless and people in crisis in our community, and that we really owe that to a supportive city council and city here, as well as the community of Folsom that has given generously of their time and resources in order to change people's life. So thank you, guys. I want to share just a little bit about Powerhouse. So we've been in existence over 31 years. Today, we operate between 6 facilities. 4 of them are residential, totaling 59 beds in the Folsom community. One of them is our outreach center, where we offer things like parenting, crisis in parenting, seminars and workshops. And then the other one is our crisis and community care center in Folsom. Let me figure out how to work this. There we go. Over the last 3 months, you can kind of see some of our numbers of people that have visited our crisis and care center, averaging somewhere about 250 people a month. In the last 12 months, we've seen 2,600 individuals come in to receive various different services. Some of the things we offer are showers, medical clinics, cell phones, case management, counseling services, homeless prevention. But at Powerhouse, so we kind of separate care into 3 categories. The first one is prevention. How do we stop cycles before they ever start? How do we prevent this from going too far? And that happens through our youth programs, which I'll share about a bit later. The next one is intervention. sometimes everything hits the fan and it all blows up, and there needs to be an opportunity for somebody to receive the care that they need. And that's hard. That's our crisis and care center. That's hundreds of people coming on a monthly basis, and many people have said it tonight. Some want to change and some don't today. The favorite thing that Powerhouse does, and the thing that I think that we enjoy, is we've gotten to be involved in lasting change, which Nancy's going to share with you.
It's already been mentioned that we can't make people willing to change. But when they are, we see it as our obligation to make them able to change. And our residential programs are geared to provide all of the services that people need to radically change their lives. And sometimes that means unlearning 40 years of dysfunctional behavior. And so we have professional staff, we have social workers, we have licensed therapy, we have relapse prevention counseling, and life skills classes, case management. But all of that is cased within a supportive community, because what's been discovered recently is that the opposite of addiction is not sobriety, it's actually healthy connection. So at Powerhouse, we do a lot of community building. We become family to those that are in crisis. And when they graduate our program, we have a 91% success rate for our women and children's program, meaning they don't return to a life of addiction. On November 15th, we'll be opening up our first program for men. That is a recovery program. We have another program for men that are not in recovery. And so we are super excited to have the same kind of results in that program. But I want you to know that our goal is not just having a place to live, being sober, but it's actually raising up citizens that give back to the community. Today, many of our graduates own homes, they volunteer in the community, many of them go out on the streets and work with people that are encountering homeless, because they show them, like it's already been said, that change is actually possible. In fact, some of them are here with us tonight. And so that to us is success when it comes full circle. And as Josh mentioned, we want to break cycles generationally. I've been doing this for 31 years. I don't want to see the children today come back and have to come into our residential programs or our community care programs. So prevention is a huge part of what we do. Did you share about that?
Yeah, so I'm Nancy's son, which I never know how to deal with that in settings like this. This is my mom. So I've been at Powerhouse by force for 31 years. But subsequently, as she was building some of our programming, my best friends growing up were children of addicts and children of gang members. And I obviously came from a very different upbringing. But my heart began to break for kids. When I was about 20 years old, I became the youth pastor, inner city youth pastor, working closely with our continuation schools in Folsom, and was on call for crisis intervention, things that would happen. But I would see this pattern of kids turning 18, and they had hope in the beginning, but somewhere along the lines, everything just kind of slipped away. And the things that they promised when they were 16 that they would never do or never get involved in, all of a sudden they're 18 and hustling and struggling, and there they are. And I remember one day I was talking to my mom, and I said, I don't think I can keep doing this. I don't think I can keep offering help without, or offering hope without help. In fact, maybe hope without help is just cruel. So we launched about 8 years ago, our leadership college, which is really focused on prevention. It's for 18 to 24-year-old young people that come from a variety of different backgrounds. Some you might hear from tonight, but they're people that are ready and willing to do whatever it takes to change their life so that we can actually break cycles of addiction and abuse and poverty. The truth is it is generational. We can solve today's problem and remove people from the street, but there's tomorrow's problem. And it keeps growing, and it keeps growing. And so we're just advocates of ending the problem, which means helping people re-enter community and have a different life so that their children can have different lives as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Nancy and Josh. Our last presentation is from Erin Johansson, Chief Executive Officer of Hope Cooperative, and I'll let you introduce who you're with there.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us tonight, council members and mayor, city manager. We're very happy to be here with all of our partners, and this is such a great opportunity for the city of Folsom, and we've just been really privileged to be part of it. So that's why I'd like to introduce our external affairs manager, Karina Riley, who is a Folsom resident, and she's going to present with me tonight.
As Erin mentioned, it was important for me to be here tonight because not only do I feel really connected to the mission of Hope Cooperative as a Folsom resident, I thought it was important that I represent Hope Cooperative tonight.
Can you speak a little closer
Yeah,
to the mic?
sorry.
Thank you.
There you go. The mission at Hope Cooperative is to transform the lives of those living with mental health challenges, substance use disorders, and homelessness by supporting their independence, promoting their housing stability, and empowering them to make positive changes in their lives. Hope Cooperative has been operating in Sacramento County for over 42 years, providing behavioral health and supportive housing services. And one of the unique things about Hope Cooperative is that we are one of the only agencies in Sacramento County that offer a continuum of care service, which means that of our 12 service programs, we follow folks all the way from the very beginning of their journey to the end. So we have a homeless outreach team, we have an outreach and engagement center, we have crisis intervention, we have wellness centers where folks can come in off the street and get connected to services. We have intensive case management, outpatient treatment, which includes medication management, therapy, and then all the way to permanent supportive housing. Tonight we've heard a lot from our community partners in counties, and they've done an incredible job of explaining the services that we do. I also wanted to take a moment to highlight what we have going on in Folsom particularly, and the housing piece of it, because we also heard tonight that housing is another large piece of the puzzle to this epidemic. I think it's this one.
Oh, nope, shoot it back. So as Karina mentioned, permanent supported housing is a big piece of our work. And here in Folsom, we have 2 permanent supported housing projects. So I'm going to talk about one, and then Karina's going to talk about the other one. So Bidwell Studios is owned by the Harani Family Foundation and Sacramento Commercial Realtors, who also provides the property management. Hello, Doug, joining us tonight as well. And Hope Cooperative partnered with the owners and the city of Folsom to provide on-site supportive services in this property to support 20 clients of Hope Cooperative's New Direction Full Service Partnership. Sherry mentioned about Full Service Partnership is a county-funded program for people with serious mental illness who are also experiencing homelessness. What a Full Service Partnership means essentially is whatever it takes. So the first job is to encounter folks that are experiencing homelessness and get a roof over their head. So housing is the first priority. Once a person is housed, then it becomes our job to connect with them, engage with them, and really help them embrace the services that we have to offer. And that means all levels of behavioral health services, as Karina mentioned, psychiatry, therapy, case management, substance use disorder services, whatever that person needs to be successful in housing, that's what we do, life skills, et cetera. So we're also committed to ensuring that each of those 20 residents came with a tenant-based HUD voucher. So that provides the rental subsidy that provides the operational support to the property. We're also excited that we get to partner with Folsom Heart for the transitional housing. They have 4 units at Bidwell Studios, and we're all just working together towards the same common goal. So we just passed 2 years at Bidwell Studios. It feels like just yesterday. But in August of 2021, we had the first group move in. 6 of those were Folsom residents. Hope Cooperative worked really closely with Sacramento County Behavioral Health and Folsom PD to identify, assess, and refer these individuals to New Direction so that they could ensure the eligibility for that HUD housing voucher. And when we have vacancies, that's what we're doing again. And I really just want to take a moment to thank the city of Folsom, especially your city manager and her team, the police department, who have been so supportive to this program. This has not been an easy rollout for anyone because these kind of projects never are. They take about 2 years before they become essentially stabilized. And so we're just getting to that place right now. And we couldn't have done any of that without the partnership that we've experienced here in Folsom. So really want to thank you. And I really, really want to thank the police department. That doesn't happen in every city. We work all through Sacramento County and Yolo County, and we don't really enjoy that kind of partnership everywhere. So you have something special here. So thank you for that. Let's see. So what we provide on site are housing retention services. Some of these folks haven't lived indoors for a long time. You heard some statistics about much over a year where people are on the streets. So it's kind of hard for them to really embrace that living indoors in community, being a neighbor, being a good community member. So we work with that. We do service coordination, psychosocial rehabilitation, case management, substance abuse treatment, mental health therapy, crisis intervention. We have a 24-hour response when people are in crisis, life skills instruction, employment services when people are ready, and medication management. The key here is that all services are voluntary. They may be offered on-site or in our office. So our offices are actually in Sacramento, but we provide transportation to the offices so that people can meet with their psychiatrists and their nurses and therapists, et cetera. So it's a wide range of services, but it's individualized, client-centered, what that person needs, the person in front of you, how can we help you today, right now, to meet your goals? So Sacramento County is working really closely with Folsom PD right now to assess and identify folks that can be referred for the vacancies that we have. And I think that we have 5 right now, and we've got 3 identified folks that we're working with to fill those vacancies. So we really appreciate our partnership, and I thank you. And Karina's going to talk about our other property.
So our other property that we have is called Folsom Oaks, and it is a beautiful property. No one looking from the outside, you would never know that it's affordable housing. Sorry, I'm not talking. Okay. It has 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments, and it does house families and adults who have mental health challenges. Currently, there are 24 adults and 13 children living there. There is an on-site maintenance manager and on-site residential services, including community meals, resident council, holiday activities, and case management. And this also is a permanent supportive housing property, like Aaron just explained, which Bidwell Studios is as well. And so we have a couple, where did that go? Okay, that's all right, I got the slide. We have 2 success stories of Folsom residents that we just wanted to briefly share with you. There is a young man who is well known to the Folsom PD. He had been living in encampments for a number of years and had serious untreated mental health and co-occurring substance use disorder disabilities. His family, as you can imagine, was feeling very, very hopeless, and he was connected to our services and has been permanently housed at one of our Folsom properties and reconnected to his family. So that is a excellent success story just here in this community. And then the other one that we have is also in the Folsom community. Her name is Ashley. I've had the pleasure myself to sit down and talk with Ashley and hear her story. She did suffer from co-occurring substance use and mental health disability. She was a part of a domestic violence situation that resulted with her actually getting shot in the mouth. And she did lose her children. And after being connected with us, she did get reconnected to her children. She got stably housed and is currently living still in Folsom. She completed her GED, went on to get certified for drug and alcohol counseling, or as a counselor, and she's currently employed in that field. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Erin and Karina. And I did want to take an opportunity at this point to congratulate Erin Johansson on her retirement in January. So thanks again for being here and all you do. Thank you to all of our presenters tonight. We've heard from a variety of city departments, community partners, and organizations that are dedicated to responding to this very complex issue. Folsom remains committed to working hand in hand with regional and local partners, as well as the business, faith-based, and nonprofit communities to offer compassionate and sustainable solutions while preserving our community's quality of life. This concludes the presentation. I'd like to now turn it over to Mayor Rodriguez for public comment and council comments and questions. Mayor Rodriguez?
Yeah, so right now, council questions, okay?
It's your choice whether you want to take questions from the public first and then discuss whatever order you prefer.
Okay, are there any questions from the council? Yeah.
I'm going to wait till after the public.
I just have one at this time, and it's for the city attorney. So as we heard from Pete Picardo and code enforcement, we can and we do remove camps after giving the proper noticing. But my question for you is regarding the Boise decision, which says that we cannot cite individuals for violating our no camping laws unless we have a shelter bed available. When the Hart Winter Shelter is in operation during those 12 weeks from basically the beginning of January to the end of March, as we heard from Bev, they're averaging about 13 guests a night, which would mean that they have room for 7 more guests because they have a cap of 20. Are we able to cite individuals at that time until those 20 spots are all filled, or what is your understanding?
Very, very good question, Councilmember Keno. So allow me to answer this question in 2 ways. So first of all, allow me to clarify, we're not abating camps. We are cleaning up debris, junk and debris associated with those camps, meaning the homeless individual can come back. They can come back under the Boise decision. We just want to eradicate the negative effects of those camps. And at the same time, safeguard personal properties if there's any that they didn't take with them after receiving notice. But second, it depends on the point in time count. So the burden is on the local jurisdiction to show at that moment, there are this many homeless individuals in the city of Folsom, and there are this many available indoor shelters that they are able to go to. They don't have to go to the shelter, but we have to demonstrate we have those numbers of indoor shelters available. So, yeah, if we're able to make the point in time count that particular moment, and we are able to demonstrate we have excess capacity for those additional needs, let's put it that way, then sure, then we can cite and prosecute those individuals for violating the city's anti-camping ordinance. Not just us, anybody can, all the jurisdictions can. The Ninth Circuit does allow jurisdictions to do that if we have enough capacity for all of the homeless individuals at that moment.
Okay, so let me give you a follow-up question. So the point in time count is done once every 2 years, I believe. Up on the slide earlier, it said that our point in time count showed 20 homeless individuals in Folsom. We have a winter shelter 12 weeks out of the year that can hold 20 people. What I'm hearing from you is if we don't have 20, we could cite people until all are full.
Not so easy. That's another very good question. So you have to be realistic, not necessarily rely on a 2-year-old data. So the question is, at that moment, how many homeless individuals do we have in the city of Folsom? And I use the term point in time count loosely to explain we need to know how many we have in the city of Folsom, because the Ninth Circuit doesn't use point in time count. Ninth Circuit says we need to have capacity, indoor shelter capacity for all of the homeless individuals in the jurisdiction.
Okay, one more follow-up. So we could cite individuals for violating the no camping policy if we have shelter bed available, but we run the risk that somebody sues us or something.
Correct.
For being in violation.
Correct.
Okay. That's
And there's also the practical consequence of citing individuals. As you know, California is a very liberal state. So just because officers cite doesn't mean they leave. Doesn't mean they get hauled downtown to jail and get booked. It may not happen that way. Usually it does not happen that way.
Thank you very much. That's
Yes,
all I
ma'am.
have.
I have another question for you, Steve. In 2019, the Boise versus Martin decision went before the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, but it was denied. Is there any plan that you know of where this case may come before the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals again?
Oh, yes, yeah, especially now. The city of Grants Pass in Oregon encounters similar issues, but a little different. There's a little nuance there. Whereas Boise actually issued criminal citations for violating their anti-camping ordinance, Grants Pass issued civil citations, not criminal. So they distinguished the Ninth Circuit that way and got sued. And the Ninth Circuit said, you don't get a free pass. It's the same thing. Civil or criminal, no different. So that case is likely to be appealed to the Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court, because the Ninth Circuit had already opined in the Grants Pass case that they still cannot cite even with a civil citation under the same rule.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. Well, so how many speakers do we have?
At this time, you have 29 requests to speak on this item.
All right, so
So,
20.
Mayor, I'm going to ask one question before we start. So I'm not sure if I asked this to the chief or the Community Crime Suppression Unit or Lieutenant Chris Emery. So I'll ask the question, and then whoever can answer it, the chief can decide that. You've mentioned that crime is going up. I've heard this continually since I've been on council, and that now we're pulling a little bit from the crime suppression unit now to focus on other high value crimes, which is what the community crime suppression unit is for. It's for all kinds of crimes. That's pulling resources away from our homeless from this discussion and those calls for for criminal activity of homeless or transients. What resources do you need can we provide, or are you going to ask, or you ask for, to get on top of the crime that's increasing all throughout the region, and then also the uptick in homelessness we've seen in the last several years? What can we do to help you do your job?
Thank you for giving me the easy question that you did. Really it comes down to our staffing levels and needing to put people in appropriate places throughout the city. We need people to patrol our city and respond to the active calls that go on day after day. So we need minimum staffing on patrol officers. We need detectives. We need traffic officers. So we spread our department out and try to cover every area that we can. And we currently, we have 5 people in training right now, and we already have a plan in place for once those 5 people come out. As one comes out, we know where they're gonna go, and so on. So that half position in our community crime suppression unit will be filled hopefully within the next 60 days. And then other areas of our department, such as detectives and traffic, will also be filled with staffing.
So that gives us 3 in the CCSU. That will
give us a supervisor and 2 officers in CCSU. We also hope to put a community service officer in that position soon.
And that's just working, are they just working 4 days a week at this moment?
Yes.
And that's causing issues too. Is that true with homeless people and transients are very smart. They know when they're working and what days they have off, so then they can rebuild camps, things like that. Is that?
Yes, they community crime suppression unit on the days that they work, when they come back on their Mondays, they have to deal with other camps that have been set up and chasing people that have left one camp and gone just to another.
I know that you asked for 8 officers in our budget discussions and then 2 CSOs. We were able to give you 1 officer in this year's budget. Is that how many you think that we need, 7 more to really tackle this issue?
I don't know that that would be enough to tackle the issue.
Obviously.
We just play, as Councilmember Kozlowski calls it, whack-a-mole. And we look at our staffing and we believe that 8 more officers would have helped us do many different things in the organization.
I've heard that there's a lot of money going out of Palladio and areas like that in organized theft. That also, if we could help have a presence there and work on that. That would also save us money as far as our tax income, wouldn't it? Our revenue?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, that was a leading question.
Well, there's a lot of thefts that occur, thousands and thousands of dollars worth of theft occur probably every day.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for me?
Probably, but
I
not.
actually have one quick one. If I remember correctly, early in the presentation, you mentioned that there were, of the calls for service that the police department did, 2,100, give or take, were related to homeless individuals.
Yes.
If the point in time count is accurate, that's 100 calls per each one of those people. If the more realistic count that you guys identified, which is something like 50 or 75, that's still approaching, 25 per. Is that, are those sort of, is that a small number of super frequent flyers, or is that a consistent sort of amount of attention that a given homeless person needs from the police department?
So we don't identify people in that category by them living here in Folsom.
Okay.
These are people that are experiencing homelessness. We say they have no permanent address. The officers, when they clear a call after dealing with somebody, they have a button that they click to show that the person that they contacted has no permanent address. Or if they tell the dispatcher, they put in a little hash mark, NPA. And that's how we determine that number.
That's how you're
So it doesn't mean that
gotcha.
every homeless person is committing multiple or requiring a certain amount of service. It could be that a resident, a homeless person living in Folsom, we only get one or two or no calls with them, and that a couple others, yeah, we do have some frequent flyers for sure.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for clarifying
And
that.
Chief, just for clarity, so, and I think Jeannie may be able to speak more to this, but, so there's a homeless population that we have, and then there's those that are traveling to, in and out of Folsom, which is a whole set of different population.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yeah, more of a transient
Yeah,
homeless
yeah,
population,
yeah.
and then this homeless population that is settled here in Folsom.
Okay, thank you.
Good.
Okay, all right, well, so I guess we can, did you want to say something?
No, I just want to make a comment.
Oh, sure.
The people. I just want to sincerely thank all those people, the nonprofits especially, and everyone working on uplifting the homelessness. I know we all talk about it, and it is a tragic situation. When I saw the county presenting the numbers in last 2 years, it uptick almost 200% to 300%. So sincere thanks to each and every one of the organization here. I may have a quick question to county. And all those organizations are talking about they are receiving the services, they are approaching, right? Those are the words I'm hearing from. And is that your organization newly established is an umbrella to provide those support services, excluding some of them are privately funded because of the donors base?
Right. Yeah, certainly we lack capacity in all of our service components. I think one other thing that I failed to sort of dive into, but it's changed recently for really good reasons, but it's caused some additional confusion about how services are accessed. So 2, 3, 4 years ago, shelters and housing programs, less so behavioral health, there was a lot of side doors. I'm sure your officers knew some of the shelter operators. We certainly have that outreach workers and knew who to call. And that was great for the people who were in front of them. But what that meant is that people who weren't connected to somebody were completely left out. And they created lots of inequities in terms of access. So we as a community, and this is best practice, it's being dictated by the federal and state government for lots of good reasons, are moving towards a coordinated access system where all of the resources, most of the resources, there are private providers who will never play, and that's fine, are putting all of those resources into a single front door. Theoretically, what that means is that anybody, whether they've got a support system like Jake's Journey or somebody, has the equal access to those beds as somebody who's just living on the parkway and calling for themselves. But what that has created is differences. 2 years ago, you knew your great outreach worker and they knew all the paths to get you in. And today, they're somewhat sort of standing in line with everybody else. And that can be confusing and frustrating. I know it's not completely answering your question, but the answer is a lot of the resources that they're describing certainly are within either the county's purview or the Continuum of Care's purview. We are the funders of those. We aim to create equal access, but our access is prioritized based on individual vulnerability, which also doesn't always match some of your priorities. So the people causing the most calls for service for the law enforcement may not be the most vulnerable in terms of health conditions, age, et cetera. So the prioritization sometimes mismatches some of the things you're trying to respond to for your constituencies.
Yeah, it's clear. And one more follow on that one. I think is on slide 31, but we don't have to go there. You are building the tiny homes kind of concept. You have several projects coming. I saw that close to 1,000, tiny homes kind of thing. And your department is very new.
Yes.
Thank you for taking over that as a first director.
Thank you.
That's a lot. What's your strategy to hand up from there to a regular citizen by putting them in the job and making them fly on their own? Do you have that in your strategy for those 1,000 homes down the road, a year to two?
Do you mean for the guests or the operator of the shelter?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that because, we certainly don't want the shelters to be a place that's not your permanent home, and it shouldn't be, right? So it's really important to us that we're funding all of the services. A lot of your nonprofits refer to things they're doing on the ground in the shelters. So we have a full service on-site 24/7 operator. They provide all of your daily needs, but they more importantly provide individualized case management, housing plans, connections to behavioral health and other services, connections back to family, job readiness. Two of our sites are quite physically large. So we're even talking about, we could bring job training programs here. Because our goal is that you're not living here forever, right? And so all of those things to help you find whatever your path is to sustainable, safe, permanent exits to homelessness is certainly our priority as well. So making sure bringing all the services on site so folks don't have to sort of find them on their own in the community.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Mayor, back.
Okay, all right. So there are 29 requests to speak. That is an hour and a half. If and when your name is called and somebody had said what you want to say, you can reiterate the high points and so that we can get through every speaker. Okay.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll call the next speaker, and then I'll let you know who the next two speakers are so you can be on deck and ready to come up, and that'll help us get through and everybody heard. So our first speaker this evening will be Jackie Saletti. Jackie will be followed by Charlene Braun, who will then be followed by Mike Saletti. And I'll start the timer for you when each speaker is ready.
Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to hear us out. Unfortunately, I'm going to give you the downside that I experience daily. My name is Jackie Saletti. I own a home, 2 commercial buildings, and a business on Natoma Street. I've been in Folsom for 34 years. I'm here to talk about the dangers the homeless population is bringing into our community. My husband and I have contemplated selling everything and leaving Folsom due to specifically this issue. We now have to keep our business locked during business hours and book by appointment only. This is costing us money at our business and the safety of the people that I work with. The other day there was a stabbing by 2 homeless people. These 2 people have a problem, and they have the temperament to inflict attempted murder or harm. I personally have seen too many violent and illegal behaviors by the homeless in our community to list. Me personally, I've experienced some awful issues with the homeless and their aggressive behavior with me and my mom, me and my co-parts. Now I'm addressing the excess, let's see if I can read my writing. I'm addressing the excess of there are laws that protect them. There are also laws that protect us. Use them. It is illegal to inflict or harm people. It is illegal to do drugs and drink in public. It is illegal to defecate in public. We need to use these laws to arrest the lawbreakers, make it inconvenient to come back to our community. 0 tolerance. I don't care if they are released the next day. If we make it inconvenient, they won't come back. From what I am told, the police do not have the resources. The resources that they did have are gone. Folsom is a thriving community. Funds need to be allocated to stop this growing dangerous situation. I now want to yield the rest of my time to Doug Sculsey.
Thank you.
Okay,
Hi,
our
I'm
ne-
Charlene. Pardon me?
Wait 1 second, please. Our next speaker will be Charlene Braun, who will be followed by Mike Saletti, who will then be followed by Rory Manley. Okay, Charlene, go ahead.
Okay. I've been here for a year and a half, and I lived in a bubble before for 40 years. And experiencing the homeless here has been frightening. It's scary. My daughter, we were walking across the big bridge down there, and she was accosted by a homeless man. She did call the police, and they were there right away and asked if she wanted to press charges. She said yes, and they did. I don't know what happened to him, but so that's it. And I'm really grateful for all the people that are here and are doing something. Jake, Journey, Jean, she has talked with me, and one thing she told me was, do not give them money. So I carry peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and do that. But I just wanted to come and say, I like walking, and it's very fearful now. I walk with mace, and I'm even thinking about the bear spray. But I also would like to thank you for the opportunity of this. And if I have time, I would like to also give it to Doug
Scalzi.
That's it.
Thank you, Charlene.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Mike Saletti, who will be followed by Rory Manley, who will then be followed by Janet Plunk.
Hello,
Good evening,
everyone.
Mike.
Hello, how you doing? So you've heard from my mother-in-law and my wife, and I really would love, for the purpose of this discussion, that we quit lumping this one big group into so-called homeless. You know, I'm not here because someone is sleeping in their car because they temporarily don't have a home, and I really applaud all the people that I heard that are really trying hard to make a difference for the people that can be reached, because there are a large portion. I'm here for what has now become the criminally addicted, whatever their problem may be, malfunction in our society that doesn't want to contribute anymore, doesn't want to be helped. They are the people that are threatening my wife in the front yard, threw a bottle at one of our employees at the salon, the same person breaking the glass, almost hitting her with a bottle, verbally assaulting them. I got into a physical altercation at one point with one of them. There is a criminal element within this group that needs to be dealt with. And with all due respect, I heard the person about these people, I'm sorry, no disrespect, dignity, and that group doesn't deserve dignity and respect. That group deserves punishment. And at some point, we have to draw the line between are my rights as a citizen who contributes to this city with property taxes, business taxes, sales taxes, all that we do and all that we pay, to not feel safe in my own city anymore and to be told, I heard the officer earlier, I thought I was losing my mind. Did he really say that it was illegal for him to arrest somebody for breaking the law? Did I really hear that? I mean, that is the most insane thing that I've ever heard in my entire life. And to the question about, can you arrest somebody for camping? Fine, but the people that I'm talking about are breaking the law 100 times a day. Stolen shopping cart, they always probably have drugs or drug paraphernalia. They can be cited for a million things. And I'm left with the proposition of, at what point are we going to stop tolerating this? At what point are we going to start dealing out punishment for this group of people that is making the community, frankly, unsafe? I know Rosario, and I've met Anna, and you're wonderful, and I'm sure you're all wonderful. This is not where I want to be on a Thursday night. I'd rather be having a burrito and a beer down at church. But I'm here because it's gotten to the point where we can't be silent anymore. And it's time for us to start dealing harshly with this element that I'm talking about, not the person down on their luck that lost their job because of COVID and needs some halfway. I'm all for it. I'm happy to help pay for that. But I want something done to these people that are ruining our community with their constant criminal, violent behavior where it's getting dangerous? And at what point are we going to do something? And at what point are we going to stop tolerating it? And quite honestly, I'm tired of hearing that the Constitution was never a suicide pact. We all agreed to live together as a civil society by laws that we all agreed to so we can all get along. And when you have an element that decides to completely live outside of those rules
You have to wrap it up, Mike.
and make all of our lives miserable, it's time to do something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Rory Manley. Rory will be followed by Janet Plonk, who will be followed by Meredith Wharton. Rory Manley will be our next speaker. I think Rory might have left. Okay, so Janet Plonk will then be followed by Meredith Wharton. After Meredith, we will hear from Michael Brazil.
And just for the sake of time, if we can hold any applauses until the end. No, they're not coming up.
Okay, Meredith Wharton.
Okay.
Michael Brazil.
Oh,
Okay, well, come on down, please.
So just real quickly, it's Janet Plank, and I came here with a prepared speech, but I am so humbled by all the help and the presentations today. And but I do have to come here and tell you what I've dealt with on a regular basis, and it really mimics what these three individuals came up and said. And on a regular basis, you're confronted with the people that aren't looking for help and that are doing the drugs and are confronting you, are defecating, just really bizarre behaviors. I would say in the last few years, I've had at least a dozen camps behind my area, my house in our neighborhood. At least a dozen, if not more. One time I was about 20 feet from my house. And it's not that these people are homeless. It's what they're doing. And, people that don't have this visible to them on a regular basis, which I do, probably don't think every day when you go out of your house on foot what route you should take to walk your dog. I think about that. I think about ways that I won't put myself in a vulnerable situation. And I've been here over 20 years. You can tell I'm emotional about this. And I love it here. I felt so lucky and fortunate to become part of Folsom. I raised my kids here, and I don't feel that safety anymore. And I know we have a budget crisis, but I also know that we're down officers, and there's only so much people can do. And like everyone here that's spoken about all the help that they're giving, and again, I'm very humbled by it, you can only help the people that want to help. And then you need to step in, and you have to help us. Thank you.
thank you.
Okay, and is Michael Brazil here? Great, thank you, Mike. And we'll be followed by Meredith Wharton.
And if we could please just hold applauses till the end, please,
Thank
for
you,
the sake of time.
Council.
Hi, Mike.
I'd like to say thank you also to the police department, the fire department. I know they do a lot of things for us around here and everybody else. A lot of my questions were answered already, but I do still have concerns, right? And along with these other people, I've saw the same things. I've saw them urinating in public. I've seen them steal. I've watched them with their shopping carts, go back and forth. Hey, look what I got, And then I've actually seen them at Walmart with a van pull up, and then all their stuff gets put in the van. So what are they doing? Going around stealing from us? That's kind of what's going on. I called in on 3 different homeless camps myself. And you think, well, they got to have some place to live, but they don't belong to live behind our homes. You look at what happened in Hawaii. Look at the fires that we've had just in Folsom alone from these homeless camps. That's putting us at risk. I don't want to lose my house. I don't want to lose my family because somebody's living behind my house. and it's all over. My daughter last night called on another one right on Riley, right? The homeless are living on the streets. They're laying on the sidewalks. They're blocking the sidewalks where we have to walk out in the street to get around them. The stabbing, I was in Los Angeles when the stabbing occurred. That's right by my house. How do I know that that's not going to be my daughters or my wife going through the park and get confronted by these guys? I've called in on one individual 3 times because he went after some people walking on the bike trail just out for a walk on a Sunday morning, and he's going off his he's just cracked out of his head screaming at them. The same individual was destroying somebody's property on Riley. I had to call in on him again. It's like, do we know who these people are? They might be homeless, but are they child molesters? Are they rapists? Are they murderers? Do they have felons? Are the police department able to look into this, right? When they go up and they get a call, do they check them out? I don't know that. So it's unfair to us that we live in this community. I've been here for 40 years, right? And I think it got worse when light rail got brought into Folsom. And I know it brought some good, but it also brought crime with it too. And it brought the homeless. It gave them an avenue right to our town. So I don't know if the laws can get changed, but I think they should get changed. I think it's wrong that we have to suffer and they get to benefit. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, our next speaker is Meredith Wharton. Meredith will be followed by Lonnie Garcia, who'll be followed by Lori Markey.
Good evening, Meredith.
Mayor and City Council. I appreciate you taking the time to really dig in and listen to this whole issue. There's, so many facets of it, and I want to just address the facet that 15 Natoma Street talked about. I take the homeless triangle every day because I live where they live, which is right below Robbie's Ravine, which is where Janet Plank was talking about homeless camps right behind us. And then I work at 2 gyms that one happens to be right next to the McDonald's and also where there's a bus stop so that they can legally congregate there. And I literally watch drug deals go down. And I know these people. I know their faces. I know their attitudes. I know when they're on and off, whatever it is they're on and off. And it's the same 6, 10 people. Those are the people that are the problem. We're not talking about homeless people that are just, needing help. We're talking about criminals who are allowed to just do whatever they want to do in this triangle. And that triangle is from where you guys are to behind our house and over to McDonald's and along Lemby. I've been in where that stabbing was. I went into that bathroom 2 months ago, and there was a guy living in there. So we have to address the criminal problem. That's the problem that is being lumped in with the homeless situation that is completely separate and needs some serious compassion. Thank you. Oh, and I want to give my time to Doug Scalzi.
Okay, our next speaker will be Lonnie Garcia, who will be followed by Lori Markey, followed by Brian Martell. Lori's gone. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Okay, Lonnie.
Hi, good evening.
Hey, Lonnie.
So I just came here to part of Powerhouse Ministries. I'm part of their leadership college. I've been in there for about a year now. I'm graduating next June, and I really just wanted to advocate for the homelessness the homeless people that want to change. It's very hard. It's not really all black and white. It's hard to, obviously there's a side that are criminals that are hurting our community, and there's also a side that wants to change. And just a quick little story of what I've been through. Before Powerhouse, my house burned down, and I was faced with homelessness as well. And before Powerhouse, I think the biggest thing that people need is community. Especially faith-based. I was facing either continuing my cycle of generational curses or breaking them with a faith-based community, and now living an entirely different life. I want to spend the rest of mine advocating for people who don't even know, some of the things that they are going through and some of the things that they faced, or even some of the things that they've gone through that are trauma, that are forcing them to live the life that they live. So basically, I just really want to see more resources poured into communities to help those kind of people. So that way we can easily separate the people that need to be dealt with in a way, and the people that will be amazing members in our community. So, thank you.
Thank you, Lonnie.
Okay, our next speaker will be Brian Martell. Brian will be followed by Judy Alexander.
Good evening, Brian.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Manager. Brian Martell, local resident my entire life. I have a business on 702 Sutter Street. I reside at 313 Figueroa Street right now. As you guys, I'm dittoing a lot of comments that have been made. I applaud, first of all, the help that's out there, but the bigger issue is how are we going to deal with the issue? I'm in the real estate business. Why do people move to Folsom? You guys know. Sense of community, our schools, fire, police, low crime rate. We're in a tipping point right now, okay? I have a home in Folsom looking to move into. Before we moved in, show up to the house one morning when we were remodeling it. Homeless guy moved in, 4 shopping carts. Within minutes, PD showed up, arrested the guy. Our district attorney pressed charges, spent 4 months in jail. Restitution, that's the crime, that's the punishment we need for someone breaking the law. Our solution are those guys back in blue back there, okay? They're working their ass, excuse my language, their butts off, guys and gals. Our budget is short, so we can't fund them the money that they need to get the resource officers on the streets. Pete Picardo and his team are working their tails off, okay? We need to have a measure, bond measure, that can fund that so we can get the support that we need for the police officers, okay? The tipping point going the other way, look what's happening in Sacramento. Per capita, the highest homeless rate in the country. Jack Kipp, our late mayor, said, we build light rail, we're going to destroy our city. And that's what's happening. We as a community, if we position the bond measure right, we can give that support. Rest of my time is my buddy Doug Scalzi.
Right.
And I bless what you guys are doing, but let's support these guys back here.
So Brian, at the next meeting in 2 weeks, you may want to come. We'll be talking about some measures.
Sales tax measure, not a bond measure.
Yeah. Okay, our next speaker will be Judy Alexander, who will be followed by Judy Collinsworth.
Good evening, Judy.
Good evening. Glad to be here. I have in my hand a copy of the Faith and Homelessness Initiative that was brought into place in 2017 by the Folsom Police Department with the contracted navigator for the city, which position no longer is, we don't have that anymore, so there's $60,000 that I'm assuming is being spent on homeless services in other ways, but I don't know that for a fact. And the faith-based communities. Our Folsom Police Department is fabulous. Our crime suppression unit is fabulous, very small, but fabulous. I don't believe that the police department is the right place for leadership on this issue. They have a role to play. They are law enforcement. They are on the streets, so they tend to see people. They interact with people, so they do have a role. But I am looking to this city council and staff. I'm glad to know you're so knowledgeable, because that was very clear in the presentation from the manager and the studies and the different events you've been to and experienced. But you guys are the ones that are tasked with helping solve this problem. It's not the police department's problem. It's the city's problem. And for all of your knowledge, the city residents, in my opinion, are not getting a clear idea of what you folks plan, want to do, want to focus on, how you're going to do it. It's not coming across. And we've got 6,000 people in this county, and a lot of them are going to be coming here. Somebody mentioned tomorrow's problems. Maybe we can handle today's. Maybe we only have 45. Maybe we've got a good handle, but the nonprofits can only do so much. They need a city consensus, thought-out plan incorporating the police department, the fire department, the county health services. But you folks are the ones to come up with that, to fund it, and to staff it. And I think only then are we going to get a sense that we can be creative, we can be focused, and that this community will see and hear what you all are doing and feel very confident in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, 1 second.
Okay.
Pretty good.
Our next speaker will be Judy Collinsworth, who will be followed by Suzanne Cook, who will then be followed by David Doherty.
Good evening, Judy.
Good evening, Mayor Rodriguez and City Council members. My name is Judy Collinsworth, and I'm the Executive Director of the Folsom Historic District Association. I've been in this role for over 7 years, and I have noticed an uptick in the number of unhoused in our community, and more importantly, criminality that some of these unhoused bring to our historic district. There seems to be little to no consequences for openly smoking pot or drinking in public. We regularly have the unhoused live in our restrooms at the train depot. They stay all day. We have public nudity, especially on our busiest days for some reason. The parking structure elevator was vandalized 2 years ago and is still out of service. One of our merchants was walking down Sutter Street recently and was grabbed in broad daylight from someone who'd been on light rail with her. We regularly witness mentally unstable individuals coming completely unhinged, screaming, cursing, and threatening anyone within earshot. Our public restrooms are trashed on a daily basis. Our merchants pay a premium to have their business in the historic district. Owning a small business is difficult enough without this added stress and cost in dealing constantly with these situations. Before this problem gets worse, we need to address it head on. I'm in favor of additional funding to these agencies that we currently have working with the unhoused, but I'm not in favor of these resources being brought into the historic district. We already have many of the unhoused here because we are at the end of light rail. If daily resources for them are placed in or near the district, that would compound the issues in the district. The FHDA is extremely supportive of our police department. We appreciate the recent addition of a police officer walking the district once a day for up to an hour. We would like to see a police substation in the historic district as well. Officers would have a place where they could come and write reports and have a daily presence in the district. It sends a message to everyone who sees them that we care about public safety. Unlike police officers, the merchants and our customers are not wearing protective gear, they don't carry weapons, and they're not trained to deal with these issues. None of us like to call PD, but when we need them to respond, when we call. Right now, they are stretched very thin, and of course, that affects their response time. The historic district is a gem of Folsom and the heartbeat of the city. Please work to protect this incredible place by providing additional funding to our police department and offering additional resources to the existing agencies and nonprofits who are already working successfully with the unhoused in our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Suzanne Cook, who will be followed by David Doherty, who will then be followed by Julia Shannon.
Good evening, Suzanne.
Hello, Mayor Rodriguez and City Council members. My name's Suzanne Cook.
Suzanne, can you speak to
I'm
closer?
I'm the owner of Scott's Seafood Roundhouse in the Historic District. I'm very close to the light rail station, so we do get quite a bit of activity. Theft from customers, in particular Lee, the troublemaker homelessness has been up by 300%. I'm trying to focus on just the illegal behaviors, the theft, including water by bathing in our water main, electricity by charging electronics while sleeping on our patio, which includes trespassing, the vandalism, littering, threats of bodily harm when we talk to these people and trying to get them to leave and go somewhere else, panhandling, begging for food from the opposite side of the fence. Now, we're a nice restaurant. People go there to escape the daily stressors and frustrations. And to have someone lean across the fence and say, hey, can I have your bread? What are you going to say? No? I mean, I wish they would, and maybe it would deter them from continuing to do that. They disturb the peace when shouting at those from strolling down the street, drinking on the street, right there. Several of you have been privileged to see the video I shared of the individual defecating in the parklet in front of our restaurant. Fat rabbit in the background, thank goodness it wasn't Scott's, and it went viral, thank you. Nuisance such as standing on tables in the middle of the restaurant during dinner service. Forced to create a dress code to be able to refuse service to them. I have to put up a sign saying, odorous and unkempt guests not allowed. I don't want to do that. How about, what else is there? Okay, so Diana from Kibole shared with me one of her experiences, and that was noisy and disruptive sexual activity in the restaurants at their family-oriented restaurant. Now, if that doesn't get you, what can? I encourage more police activity. If we can do that, I applaud the idea that you're considering a sales tax, temporary sales tax. I think that's a great idea, and I'd be interested in coming in 2 weeks. And I'll yield my 15 seconds to Doug Scalzi.
Thank you.
Is anyone keeping a
Okay,
tally of all
Doug,
those?
how much time do you need?
All right, our next speaker will be David Doherty, who will be... Okay, thank you for telling me. Next is Julia Shannon, who will then be followed by Colleen Shannon. Okay.
I'll take her time.
Okay.
Are you sure? Yes. Okay. I'm going to keep it really brief because I'm really curious now what Doug Scalzi has to say. So I'll give him the rest of my time. From our business perspective, prevention goes a long way, and prevention is a lot cheaper than repair. If you change the oil in your car, it's a lot easier than replacing the engine when you run out of oil. So I want to encourage our city to put together a really firm plan of prevention. What can we do to build the reputation in our community that we are a place to get help? We're not a place to hang out and cause a ruckus. And I think that that reputation is what's going to make a difference and what's going to really move the needle. We see communities all over our state where the city government is stepping in, the county government is stepping in. Millions of billions of dollars are getting pushed into solving the homeless crisis, but really all it's doing is lining the pockets of people who can provide those services. And I think we need to be careful to not allow the bureaucracy of city government to get in the way of actually solving this issue. The private sector is a lot more cost effective, it's a lot more creative, and it's a lot more nimble. We see that with our nonprofits who are super involved in the community. Jake's Journey Home, they respond so quickly when a need comes up versus the county, who has to put people on a waiting list, who has to worry about not jumping the line, who has to worry about equity and all of these things. So I would really encourage our city to look to businesses and to nonprofits to kind of step in and to fill fill those gaps that our police is not able to fill. I also want to take just a moment to give a shout out to our fire department. We didn't hear from them tonight. They deal with a tremendous amount of medical calls. I think they are often the first ones who have to respond to those issues, and to have our first responders tied up on medical issues for people who are choosing a particular lifestyle, who are then not available, or who have a reduced response time for people who do really need help. I think that's something that needs to be taken into consideration as well. Julia, would you like the rest of my time?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I don't know.
Julia. It's yes or no.
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Julia wants to share that she feels scared to go to the park across from our house, especially since there was a stabbing.
Thank you for doing it for me, Mom.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen
and all
and
my
Julia.
time goes to Doug Scalzi.
All right. All right, our next speaker will be Jason Davis. Jason will be followed by Stacy Moore, who will be followed by Michelle Dean.
Good evening. My name is Jason Davis, a concerned member of our beautiful city, and today I stand before you to shed light on a matter of great importance: the challenges faced by our unhoused citizens in Folsom. Today, frustration has become a shared sentiment among various stakeholders: business owners, homeowners, law enforcement, citizens, and the nonprofits working closely with those affected. It's evident that our existing approaches seem outdated, reminiscent of times long, long ago. While we grapple with issues that demand modern, compassionate solutions, such as maybe a shelter in our town because we are part of the county, it's something we need to really consider and work with people who are capable of doing it. Let's dispel any misconceptions about the scale of the problem. It's more than 20 people. We can't downplay the magnitude or attribute it to a small number of individuals. It's a significant issue that demands our immediate attention and collective action. It's an emergency. This is triage. We've been talking about this for years now. Beyond the realm of politics, let's recognize that this challenge requires practical human solutions. It's about more than just providing sustenance. It's about building lasting relationships. This takes day in and day out. We need to engage with our unhoused neighbors. We need people on feet and spend hundreds of miles on your feet and car miles every single day in this town. We're really missing that. We must be patient when helping those with mental health trauma. Mental health trauma sucks. In understanding the legal landscape, we find ourselves bound by the Ninth Circuit Court Appeals Boise decision. This isn't just a legal obligation, it's common sense and a moral duty. It's about recognizing the humanity in each person, regardless of their current circumstance. Today, I urge us all in this room, especially our politicians, to set aside political considerations and come together as a community. Let's embrace innovative, effective solutions that reflect the compassion and resilience that define our city. Steve Jobs, that went to my high school, always said, do things differently. It's time to step into a new era of addressing homelessness, one where we work together to uplift those in need. Let us remember that the strength of our community lies in our collective ability to adapt to care and to stand together in the face of adversity. I'm hopeful that united we can forge a path towards brighter, more compassionate future for all residents of Folsom. So I've been a member of this town for 21 years. I used to run a local business here in town. I still run a business in this town. A lot of people ask me, what do I do? Well, what I've done in the last several years is generated $25,000 through private fundraisers. And I recommend many people that are in this room to consider doing these things because money is the issue.
You got to wrap it up.
My most recent adventure was traveling 220 miles in a run up in the High Sierra. It took me 3 days, 14 hours, and 58 minutes and 34 seconds.
Jason, I need you to wrap it up.
I did a private fundraiser. I'm finishing up. I did a private fundraiser, and I surprised an organization called Bigger Than the Trail. And thank you for many of you in this room right now who donated to that. We raised over $8,400.
Jason, you have
and
to wrap
that
it
is
up.
4 years of mental health for those who cannot afford it. Doug, will you give me a couple seconds? Maybe Doug will give me some of his time. Thank you for everyone in our community who supported the cause. And thank you, Rosario, for giving me the time.
Your next speaker is Stacy Moore, who will be followed by Michelle Dean, who will be followed by Forrest Mangan.
Yeah, hi, my name's Stacy, and I'm currently a resident at the Women's and Children's Transformation Center at Powerhouse Ministries. Before I came to Powerhouse, I had battled alcoholism for 30-plus years, along with mental health issues, which brought me to being homeless. Lost my job, lost my housing, and I was homeless for 6 months and wanted change. And I had been to several rehabs before where it's 30, 60, 90 days. There's nothing to really address the issues that go along. That's just, for me, a place to stop drinking. So with Powerhouse, I'm getting ready to graduate there. I've been there almost 2 years now, and I have addressed all those issues. My alcoholism, my mental health is now stable. Domestic violence, trauma, you name it. I've addressed it all. I've put in the hard work, and it has been so worth it. You know, I don't know of any other place that I could have gone where I can feel safe, that I was able to have those resources right there in that facility. And I walked through that door almost 2 years ago, broken, lost, didn't know what to do with my life. And now I feel like I'm an empowered woman who's now in school, going to be a surgical technician, and leaving there, and I feel part of this Folsom community who has been very welcoming to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy.
Okay, our next speaker will be Michelle Dean, who will be followed by Forrest Mangan, who will be followed by Camille Shannon.
Hi, my name is Michelle Dean, and I too am a resident at the Powerhouse Women and Children's Center. I have been struggling with homelessness for 17 years, and all I have found out there to help me was just a Band-Aid for a serious problem, a long-term problem, and only a Band-Aid for a short amount of time. When I came to Powerhouse, it's a 2-year program, and I am working on my mental health. I have my 10-year-old daughter, Bonnie, who is also benefiting from this program. Right now, I am breaking generational curses. I am teaching myself. Powerhouse is teaching me how to live a new life. I am showing my daughter that change is possible and hope is real. And I just want to share that with everybody here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
Okay, our next speaker is Forrest Mangan, who will be followed by Camille Shannon, who will then be followed by William Economy.
Mayor, council members, thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight. I've been a resident of Folsom for 9 years now, and when we moved here because we wanted to have our family in a safe city. I travel a lot for work, I'm out of town, so when I'm gone, I want to make sure my wife, my kids are safe. Today, I'm not going to just speak on behalf of myself. I have a 10-year-old son that plays Little League Baseball. So I'll be speaking on behalf of myself, all the Little League coaches in this town that play at Kuntz Field right over here every night. The things that we have seen down there at 7 and 9 o'clock at night when we have practice is simply unacceptable. From broken crack pipes next to the dugout to homeless man's dog biting at the kids, to the kids coming out of the bathrooms with a homeless man with a knife in there, to the gentleman that was in the car and ran the lady over and was threatening to run her over her head, and the coaches ran down there to stop him. And I will say this is not a police officer problem. When we called, they were there. These gentlemen and ladies in the back, they're unbelievable, and we need to give them the support they need. The next budget you have, please dig into your coffers. Get as much money out to support them. We need them here. Our city is getting larger and larger every day, as by all the houses across Highway 50, all the new apartments being built in this town. Our population is growing, our crime is growing, and we need more police officers simply. And I do understand, and it's a very sensitive topic, homelessness. I have a cousin that's been homeless in state of Nevada and in Vegas for 30 years, from cocaine to mental illness. we don't even know if he's alive today. And so it's a tough situation. But at the end of the day, these children should not see what they're seeing at that park over there. And my children's and all those other kids, their safety comes first. And as council members, I need you to think about that and realize that is an issue, and our children should not have to go through that. Thank you.
Forrest, I'm sorry, can you tell me what park that was?
Kuntz Park, right here.
Kuntz.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, our next speaker will be Camille Shannon, who will then be followed by William Economy, who will be followed by Jim Snook.
Hi, I'm Camille Shannon. I was thinking about it and I kind of decided I wanted to speak tonight. So I think this year, my parents own a business, and this year they had a problem with a homeless person coming and taking obviously stolen bikes down to some railroad tracks. And they called the police and they came and cleared it up. And just last week, I got to walk my dog along those railroad tracks, and I didn't even have to worry about homeless people. And it was really nice. So thank you.
Thank you, Camille.
Okay, our next speaker is William Economy, be followed by Jim Snook, who will then be followed by Amber Feltz.
Good evening, William.
Good evening. My name's William Economy. My family's been a residents in Folsom for 60-plus years. My father and uncle started a small business in Folsom, and now our family owns the Big Five Shopping Center, Glen and Bidwell. I manage the property on a day-to-day basis. I'm out there, I'm cleaning up. I clean up a lot of, and so let me backtrack here. Listening to the presentations of everybody, I'm amazed. I worked for an outfit called Transitional Living and Community Support in the 1990s. They provided housing. Yeah. Good. Yeah, and I worked there down on 20th and P back in the day. And I wasn't a counselor. I worked in the office, but I was in and out of their homes, in and out of the different places. It's a Herculean effort, what they're doing. These people are doing amazing work. I'm here because of the crime. I'm here because of the problems we have behind the center. I'm here because of the camps that I have to break up and take off property. I've been hit 3 times by people. The police have told me they can't do anything because the best they can do is cite them. And that was really upsetting to hear. But nonetheless, we still clean up problems. They break into the thrift store next door. They steal stuff. They try to put things away so nobody can get it, but they still do it. They come on, they go through our property to get there. We have business owners and tenants, and this is the primary reason I'm here, is in their interest. They're afraid to go out to the garbage. They're afraid to go empty the garbage. I have some of them wait till the next day to go empty their garbage. I pick up needles. I pick up Narcan, just empty Narcans. I've got a picture of a guy sent me, one of the tenants sent me this last week of a guy smoking with his pipe. I don't know if he's smoking meth or heroin or what he's doing, but he's got something out there. We have to remove him from the property. Like I said, I've been hit trying to ask people nicely. I've had a guy hit me with a broomstick. Something's got to be done. I spoke with Councilperson Sarah Aquino a couple years ago about the Central Business District, doing stuff to improve it. Well, we got to deal with the crime. That's got to be taken care of. Code enforcement. We have them knocking down the fence next door. That's a hospice. I know in the past our families offered to help put up a new fence, but the next door owner doesn't want to do it and doesn't want to help, and that's a thrift store. They don't have a lot of money. So we're just asking that a little more attention, and I agree with everybody who's asked for a budget increase for the police. Yeah. This town's growing, and when you're expanding across the freeway, we've got a lot of growing. We've got to increase the police department with it.
Well, then your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Jim Snook, who will be followed by Amber Feltz, who will then be followed by Cindy Wild.
Good evening, Mayor Rodriguez,
Good
council
evening, Jim.
members. Thanks for the discussion this evening. I actually wrote this down because I figured there'd be a lot of speakers tonight. So the Historic District, which my business has been in for the last 38 years, I'm at 731 Sutter Street. It has seen an increase in issues with those that are clearly down and out. The proximity of being at the end of the RT line is definitely a big driver because prior to that, we didn't have this in our district. And it's public space. I know the police, in some cases, their hands are tied. Like city attorney said, if they're not doing anything particularly wrong, you can't do it. They can hang out. I've had them sleeping on my bench for several nights. And it's public space. Unlike Palladio, at least that's private. They can have their security remove people. So we don't have that option being in a public district. And, you know, we've been working so hard to create a vibrancy and a charm in the district, and we do need help to keep shoppers and visitors to feel safe when they're there. And we know the PD is limited in their ability to address incidents. And we appreciate that they've been visiting and walking the districts. Just having a presence is super important. You know, you hop off light rail and you see a police officer, you have a visual now, so that's important. And the other thing is that when things do happen, and a lot of people have expressed things that happened to them, I hope they called the police because they can't do anything unless there's a call. But we need consequences for bad behavior because if they don't have consequences, they just keep doing it. So that's super important. And then the other thing that some of them said, many of the folks don't want help. So, you know, drug and alcohol addiction, it's a big problem. But, you know, allowing bad behavior, why would they change if it's just allowed? So we definitely have to crack down on the bad behavior and the illegal stuff. And huge concerns for me is, you know, talk about housing. You know, you've got these amazing nonprofits that are helping with things like that. They have rules, they have cleanliness, they teach them accountability. That's what needs to happen. They need mental health assistance and group social therapy. You know, everybody needs a friend. A lot of these homeless people, nobody wants to be their friend. They need somebody. And so these kind of organizations are fantastic. And the other thing, two more things. I wonder what kind of financial assistance that our city can receive from county, state, fed, because this is a huge issue that's not necessarily all Folsom's issue because, like I said, prior to light rail, we didn't have as much.
Jim, your time's almost up.
And then the last thing is we need to get educators connected because, as Josh said, we need to be training these kids from young age. This is what happens if you get into drugs and alcohol. You know, I remember when they had the Scared Straight about the prisons. Mm-hmm. So we need to hit the youth. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Okay, our next speaker will be Amber Feltz. Amber will be followed by Cindy Wild, who will be followed by Les Wild. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing that right. But.
Good evening, Amber.
Hi, my name is Amber Feltz. Thanks for letting me be here tonight. I'm a historic district resident and a business owner. I'm also on the board with the FHDA. And I just want to say ditto to everything Judy Collinsworth said, and I'd like to give the rest of my time to Doug Scalzi.
Thank you.
Okay, next is Cindy Wild. I think might have left.
Sounds good.
Les Wild? Los, am I saying that wrong? Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, our next speakers then will be Bill Smith, who will be followed by Mike Porter.
Good evening, everybody. Bill Smith. You don't mind if I leave my hat on?
Go for it.
So I found that today when I showed up at the food bank, they have more people. It's every year. And there's cycles like San Francisco that are even deeper. They had 150,000 employees they didn't have downtown. I was participating in Measure M, so you can get people to do, accessory dwelling units. And you can take a glorified shed, and you can also take a tough shed. My sister and her husband have a 2,000 and a 1,000 square foot tough sheds in their properties. And I've been helping them to keep themselves stable. They have a child that's 4th degree autistic, and you wouldn't believe it. He's doing high fives, and he's a challenge. He can jump up and down on a ball 1,000,000 times. He's done it. He's 27 years old, doesn't speak yet. My sister told me for 45 seconds about him saying happy birthday. So you won't find people like my family.
Bill, can you speak a little closer to the mic,
Yeah,
please?
you won't find people like my family much anywhere. My kid cousin's running the A's. He's got his daughter there when he goes to Scottsdale. His father pitched for them. And my brother was straight A's in school. And let me just say that the head cheerleader chased me after high school. And I told her little sister, I think she had a six-pack. So where I'm at is I'm able to do what I do because I'm an incremental person. I'm a necessary services person. I'm converting the military for a career. I've had no federal income for 40 years, and I outdress everybody everywhere I go on everything I do, and I get to be more of a Californian than anybody I've ever met. And believe me, I've met them all. So in my 73 years, I'm not 19, but I get to act like it. And I'm a Californian, Northern Californian. So what I'm dealing with is what I'm doing, converting the military for a career for 40 years with no federal income and not having done one itty-bitty thing wrong in my entire life that would hurt anybody. So there's a lot of people who think I'm a low life, and there's a lot of people who think I'm the higher life that there is. And you can believe me when I tell you we're losing 3,000 species, and I'm the first person I'm going to save in ours. I'm going to eat better, I told my mother when I left home, than anybody that you've ever known. I'm eating 35 different power foods from grocery outlet that are the powders, and 35 more that are the drinks mixed. That's 300 drinks per gulp when I have my diet. And now they don't even have the bee pollen out here and those vitamin minerals at the Arco. The guy had a storage next to mine where I had 7 storages put into one. And he had all 24 of their Arcos out here with these vitamin minerals. So you can get yourself going. I'm working 20, 22 hours a day. Now, the gentleman next to you would tell you that I have insight, and I've got much more than a lot of insight going on. I could be speaking and helping Elon. He needs my help. He's stuck in traffic, and I got to be able to do it.
Bill, you're going to have to start wrapping it up.
It's a recumbent folding electric bike, wheelchair, golf caddy, shopping cart convertible, the grading pop box. It's going to be a senior mobility vehicle, and it's going to be a drone with a
Your time is
a
up,
rocket.
Bill.
What I have is I have a bicycle missing. That was my stuff for 3 years stolen at your Paradise Park over here, whatever it is. And I had somebody send me in there. It was a wonderful, wonderful, beautiful person who was in it and said, I didn't mean for you to take his bike. I have a bike we
Bill,
built
your
in
time
San
is up.
Francisco, and it's my Trek. It's my my red bike that I saw a better
Thank you,
one
Bill.
coming from here in my trailer, 3 years of my stuff in it.
Thank
and they're
you.
not doing anything for this. And I'm going to be with the top guy at the FBI about it because he came from San Francisco about all the gangs. And
Okay.
they showed me the building
Bill, I need you to,
before I left town.
thank you, Bill.
I'll speak to you later about the financials.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker will be Mike Porter.
Good evening, Mike.
First of all, I'm worried Doug Scalzi is going to keep us here till 4th of July with the amount of time he has. My name is Mike Porter. I'm a resident of the Broadstone area in town. And I heard a lot of folks talking about problems in the business areas. I just want to make you aware we are seeing an incursion of homeless problems into the residential areas of town as well. We saw an uptick in this type of activity this summer. It started with water bottles of urine being found in front of our houses on the neighbor's lawn. Neighbors have seen a homeless lady going through the recycle bins twice a month when they're out stealing recyclables. And then, of course, this culminated 2 weeks ago with the stabbing in Livermore Park, which is 2 blocks from our house. It worries us. I would also, on that more positive note, relative to the stabbing in Livermore Park, I would like to thank the chief and the Folsom PD. We had a ringside seat to that, and they used a lot of resources throughout the day and into the evening relative to that crime, and we were very happy to see that as residents. So the second issue I have is to potentially provide you with a solution to your problem. So years ago in policing, there were 2 concepts known as community-oriented policing and problem-oriented policing, whereby nuisance-type crimes were enforced such that you would prevent larger crimes. Again, low-grade misdemeanors, ordinances, infractions, those type of things. As the political trends in California have changed, it seems that officers are not encouraged to utilize those concepts anymore. I think those would be very applicable to the problem we have in the city of Folsom to deal with homeless problems. As Mr. Saletti said, I think he was our number 2 tonight, if we make it more difficult for them to reside here, they're simply going to go elsewhere. You know, you can look to our neighboring jurisdictions too that do not, well, let me use a better word, that defer enforcement of low-grade misdemeanors, infractions, and ordinances, and look at the problems they have. As we all know, District Attorney is suing the city of Sacramento for just that reason. So I would hope that we don't get to that point in Folsom, and that is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike.
Okay, our last but probably not our least speaker tonight will be Doug Scalzi.
Probably. Doug, what is your expectation of time?
I have no idea, honestly. Just, I'm not going to be here
15
all night,
minutes?
trust me.
10, 15?
Probably,
15?
yeah.
All right, 15.
Is that the start of it, or? Okay, that's not the start. Can you get the first slide?
15.
There was a, okay. Hi, I'm Doug Scalzi. You guys have a good night. I'm kidding. First of all, thank you for getting this on the agenda. I've been pushing for it for a long time. I've been requesting it with Rosario, and here we are tonight to talk about this issue straight out with everybody. And, you know, thank you for everybody to yield their time to me, because this was something that was very important to me. And being involved in a lot of different entities and Bidwell Studios, I was hoping to get a spot to be able to talk tonight without having to do that, but I wasn't asked to speak. So here we are, and I appreciate everybody yielding their time. So to get started with this, I'm a lifelong resident, been here for 56 years, and I'm a reserve police officer with the city of Folsom for 29 years, happily being involved with law enforcement here in the city of Folsom. Throughout the last few years, I came to Mo Harani, who's here in the audience, and we discussed buying the motel next to FLB, and didn't know where we were going to really go with it, but we knew it could be a transitional place and some permanent housing solutions. We were looking at originally at the opportunity to bring in veterans for the facility, and what we settled with, and ended, not just settled, but what we ended up with was creating a partnership with Hope Cooperative to manage and facilitate bringing in people to Bidwell Studios. I manage the overall property, and so the last 2 years I've had a lot of experience in dealing with that side of things. And I can tell you that, you know, I'm going to be brutally honest tonight. Okay, there's a lot of people here that are volunteers. There's Hope, there's Heart, there's you know, there's Gene with Jake's Journey. There's Powerhouse. They're all great entities. They're all trying to do the best they can. A lot of these entities have their hands tied with state laws, and I have my hands tied with state laws. If you ask me if I'd ever do this again, I would have to say no. This has been a rocky road. And, you know, to tell you the truth, it's like you can't even imagine how difficult it is to run a facility like this and not be able to do things. And I'm on my 4th manager from Hope Cooperative that's supposed to be there and managing the people to give them the facilitate this and that. We just had a manager come in June, and she was great. She's already gone. So I had a new manager start this week. Let's hope she lasts. But the first 2 managers I had there basically did nothing. Hope would do things and bring things when I'd bring some things to their attention, But it was very difficult. They have their hands tied. I'm not blaming them for all the things that happened, but basically the first part of my experience with dealing with bringing people off the streets is that I don't know who to turn to. Still to this day, I ask, you know, who do I go for this? It's very difficult to understand the system, but I'm learning. But there was things that were happening there that I was trying to do preventative measures on, getting help for people that needed help that were getting out of control, and emails and things falling on deaf ears. And now there's certain people that are arrested for rape and false imprisonment. There's people that are arrested for drugs. There was a 211, which is a robbery with intent to cause harm across the street with one of our local residents that lived at my facility that I begged to get help for. And she ended up in jail for 5 months, and she shouldn't have been there. So when I say the system's broken, I'm not blaming anybody for it, but you know, I see a lot of patting on the back about things, and I'm sorry. There's things that need to change, and it needs to change fast. And what I'm talking about with the city council and everything that's going on is we need to start making some changes now, because if we don't, I begged for changes a long time ago. And I will tell you that I live down in the historic district, I live along the river. I have homeless behind me, I have homeless up at Rodeo Park, I have homeless everywhere and around me. And I'm not saying that they're the problem. They have their issues, and trust me, I'm here to help do whatever I can for them. I sincerely am. You know, the one person that Hope was talking about that was a success story, that kid was in my facility, one of my first tenants, and he was continually using drugs. I had to say, you either stay off drugs and go to get help, or I'm kicking you out. I stayed on a holiday weekend to make sure that he didn't leave and do drugs. We got to Tuesday before he was gonna go, and he backed out. 3 months later, he's back on the streets. 3 months later, believe it or not, almost a week from today, in 2021, I found him in my trash can. Literally in where I lived, in my trash can, butt first, smoking a crack pipe. How he ended up in my trash can, I have no idea. But the long story is that was the decision he made the day I found him there. And he made a decision to get help, and now he's over a year sober, and he's doing great. He's a volunteer, he's amazing. So there are success stories. There are help and hope for a lot of people here. But the system needs some changes. And the main thing is that there's people that want help, that need help, and my issue with Bidwell Studios and everything is I've got a lot of wonderful people there, but then I've got the people that want to use drugs and bring that stuff to my facility, and what does it do? It's the bad apple. It causes all these other people to fall. People that were sober and doing great, and all of a sudden exposed to people that I have to house there because it's housing first. Doesn't matter if they're doing drugs, no matter what. And then it takes an act of Congress to get them out. But I've seen many people fall because they were completely sober, but they were exposed to other things by other people. So I do have a couple pictures here because I've tried to make it to where you don't see people's faces, but you know, this is kind of where we're at right now. And so how do I forward this? I just want to go through this really quick.
Arrow keys on the keyboard. Don't use the mouse. It's a little easier.
Okay.
Just use the arrow keys.
Okay, some of these things might be not great for people to see, but this is the truth. This is what's going on. So this is our city motto, distinct by nature. This is what we see in most of our areas, and it's just really sad. This is a lot about around my house, okay? And these are all current photos. This is Rodeo Park just the other day. The tents were moved because the kids started playing baseball. They moved over to the corner, okay? And the city's doing the best it can. Code enforcement's out there, PD's out there. But this is our coaches dealing with these guys in the background doing drugs and smoking while the kids are trying to practice baseball. This is unacceptable, period. This is behind the Rodeo Park in the wildland area where they're not supposed to be at all. We just had a fire back there at the end of Mormon Street that almost burned a bunch of houses down a couple years ago, and they're back there now. Okay, so this is the back dugout of Rodeo Park. And They've been tagged, they gotta leave, but they'll just move to a different spot, and then we go start the process all over again. Is that it? Oh, no. These are just more shots. That's disgusting, but that's the poop at Scott's, right by Scott's Seafood, which is really upsetting. And, you know, it's just the reality. This is a twerking in front of Snooks with the G-string on. This is a guy harassing drivers going by. This is one night down at the round table. I counted 12 people sleeping around the round table. I'm not blaming them. I'm here to see what we can do about helping this, but this is unacceptable to be in the historic district and see this now. I'm floored by it. So they're sleeping all over the place. Community policing. I hate to say this because law enforcement is taxed, but really between our volunteer services and getting help and having a good navigator, we don't have one right now. You know, I look at people like Jean. I go to her for my information. She knows everybody in this town, and she's volunteering. She does it on her own. Amazing. Would be a great navigator, by the way, if the city wants to look at that. But she blows me away with the knowledge that she has and the ability to get people resources that they need. That's what we need, number one. Number two, Rosario, I hate to say this, but you and I have had some issues about talking about law enforcement and all that stuff. I made a mistake in saying that you said, no cops, we don't need cops, it's not gonna help. That's not what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
What I meant was you did say that.
We can't police our way out of homelessness. We can't police our way out of homelessness.
Yeah, I'll tell you. You can say that you want, but we not only have homelessness, but we severe transient issue. I disagree. Quote, adding more cops to solve the homeless won't solve the homeless problem. That's what you said.
Yeah.
I wholeheartedly disagree, okay? You do have statistics, all that. There's statistics, you say we're better off than other areas. I'm sorry, I'm worried about Folsom, I'm not worried about other areas. I'm worried about my community, okay? And even the matter of how many, it's what they're doing out there. It's not about, oh my God, he's sleeping over here or whatever, although it is annoying to have him around my house all the time. I can't even sleep at night in the summertime. But it's about what they're doing during the day and out there causing crimes and causing problems. And you know what? I hate to throw it on the law enforcement, but we do need more officers. They're doing the best they can. Right now, anytime we do a transport or have to do a transport, it's generally 6 to 7 hours at county jail. People in the community don't know that. But our jail system is so jacked up that if we do transport or take somebody to county jail, it pulls an officer off the street for a minimum, maybe 4 hours if they're lucky. That in and of itself, there's nothing we can do about that. But when we got a crime suppression unit that's supposed to be trying to be dealing with this, and there's, what do we have? 1.5, we have a sergeant and one full-time officer and a half an officer, okay? You take one of those officers out to go transport to county jail, you got one officer left, basically, 1.5, if they're around that day. We need law enforcement big time. We need more, we need help. I work just part-time, and these guys work calls. And in the volume of calls, trying to figure out, well, how many calls do you have? I'm sorry, but I know that a lot of people that I transport, a lot of people that go down there that are transient or homeless, they still give me an address. They still have an address. So really, what is the statistics, the true statistics of how many homeless people there are or people that are transient causing these issues, okay? The people that want help, God, give them help because they need it and they deserve it. But the people that want to come into our community and cause and wreak havoc, they don't deserve the right to come into our community and wreak havoc and take away what we've built here. This is a great community, and law enforcement, fire, everybody, Pete Picardo, he's taxed. He needs more people. Code enforcement needs more people. We need to start looking at some emergency funding for this. We've got some things that can happen. We need to handle it. So let me get back on track here. Talking about law enforcement, I have a good friend back there in the back, Brad Parks. A lot of people probably know who he is. He was a sergeant here at Folsom PD. Brad's an amazing man. He's a good friend of mine. Back in the early 90s, late 90s, early 2000s, I was actually on his drug enforcement team. And we went around every Wednesday and Thursday nights, and we did probation searches, parole searches, and everything in the city of Folsom every week. And I'll tell you what, there was no drug deal. I mean, I can't say there was no, but they weren't dealing drugs in Folsom. It was the time that Folsom was the cleanest as far as drug use and activity, because they knew that Folsom wasn't messing around. We're not painting that picture. They're out talk about crimes, talk about stores getting ripped off. You know, it's a lot of transient population that's doing this. They're out there causing and wreaking havoc on our community, and it's, how do the officers deal with it? They're taxed. You know, there are solutions, and I just wholeheartedly disagree. We do need more law enforcement. We need a lot. I applaud the chief for getting up and saying that, yeah, you know, and the questions you guys asked some great questions. You really did. But honestly, I'm sure the chief would have loved to have said, we need 30 officers. Because in reality, that's probably what we need, you know, to handle this situation and to give the community what they deserve. And it's not just about having officers, it's about getting quality officers and keeping them. That should be our number one priority in this community, is public safety. And we need to wake up real quick, because it's changing rapidly. You know, back in April and May when we talked, and I said I don't know if I want to do this anymore, because we were taxed. The guy that broke the bottle and hurt her employee, I was on that night. We chased him around, 6 different calls with that man. We tried to get him, something on him to go to county jail, and we couldn't do it. And he ended up sleeping down in the historic district, finally quieted down, but 6 calls that night, just on that one guy. We have this problem going on all the time. There's crimes going on right now. These people are felons, they're sex offenders, and they're in our community, and people don't know. How do you track them? You know, it's a bigger issue than, I appreciate all the stuff that's going on, because we need all that. We need the county, we need hope, we need heart, we need all of it. But we got to start waking up to the reality of what's going on, or it's going to be too late. And I already think it is too late, honestly. And I hope not, because I hope that the city council wakes up to some things that's going on right now. We have a great law enforcement, support them, give them what they need, give them the resources they need, and by all means, pay them for the damn job they do. They deserve every bit of it.
So, Doug,
What?
so
I got a few more minutes.
yeah, you did pretty good.
Great,
So,
I got some solutions
So
here.
I
I'm
just
not
want to,
done.
I just want to.
Can I talk? Because I think we don't have a dialogue, right?
Okay, yeah.
We're not supposed to do that, because that's what you told me?
No, I just wanted to finish the conversation we had about where.
Okay, that's
yeah,
fine. Let me finish,
No,
because,
sorry, I
you
thought
know,
you were done.
there was a lot of rules
I'm
that were
sorry.
thrown at me, like keep your emotions out of it, and I can't do that, sorry. Too late on that one. Some solutions, and I'd love to talk to you. Some solutions that I feel. Number one, you guys just imposed an Airbnb tax, TOT tax. I have Airbnbs in town, and I'm going to probably be paying between $8,000 to $10,000 a year now, because you guys imposed the TOT tax. Fine, whatever. It's in the general fund. There's 120 Airbnbs in Folsom. If I'm going to be paying $8,000 to $10,000 a year just on mine, I think there's some good funds in the general fund that can supply some more law enforcement. And when these people come to Folsom to visit Folsom, we have officers out there to deal with the homeless issue and keep our streets clean so people want to come back. Let's look at that one, number one. Number two, create a team or committee to address the options that we can do the research. City council, police department, just have people from different groups, Gene, Hope, Hart, whatever, put a team together to talk about solutions. There's a lot of communities out there, a lot of cities that are doing things that are working. We need to find out what those solutions are and come up with a plan for the city of Folsom to follow through with and make it happen. Hire more officers, obviously. Let's do 30. I think 30 would work. Create a DA position. This is something that Rancho has done. Rancho Cordova did a beautification bond, and they're cleaning up their streets. Sacramento is cleaning up their streets, and guess where they're going? to lovely Folsom. That's why we have this influx happening, and it's going to get worse. Has anybody ever driven down Roseville Road and seen all the homelessness out there? They cleaned it up. Guess where they're going? They're dispersing everywhere, and if we don't act on what's going on, and our city leaders need to understand exactly what's happening in the county of Sacramento, because we don't need to be the tail wagging the dog. Okay? We need to be ahead of the game, and we need to know that what's going on and how we're going to combat it, and we need to be ahead of it, because they're all coming here right now. Okay? So let's take our blinders off on that one. And, you know, the DA position, Rancho has a DA. So after 10 misdemeanors or citations, they automatically get charged with crime, and they get charged with the DA and their in-house DA. And then they get charged. They even have to go to a rehabilitation program, which really works for most of these people because there's no consequences. So why should they change? That's where we really went wrong, is taking away the consequences. Let's start bringing some consequences back on these guys, okay? And then when they come to town and our officers are dealing with these guys, why don't we create a card, an informational card, and we see them and say, hey, welcome to Folsom. By the way, here's our services. This is what we have for you. But I'm just going to let you know, if you screw around in Folsom, that you're going to get cited. You might go to jail. We're not going to spend any time wasting our time. We're going to spend our time with our community and helping our people that live here. We don't need to be wasting all our time with you guys. We're going to handle it and nip it in the bud. So they know right off the hand when they get here. That's the way it's going to be. You're not going to be free to roam the streets and do what you can. And I'm not saying the police department's allowing that to happen now. They're not. They're taxed. There's so much going on that they need more officers to handle this and combat this. And honestly, I don't know what else to say. I think I've covered pretty much all of it and been pretty brutally honest about what's going on here. So, would you like to talk?
No, I just wanted to finish the conversation where I said you can't add more cops and expect the homeless issue to go away. I mean, that's kind of like the conversation. We want more cops. All 5 of us here want to be able to add more cops. A conversation recently with Chief Hillman was what's the quantifiable measures? We just had this conversation this week, Elaine, Chief, and I. Like, what is the quantifiable measures? I've heard one cop for every 1,000, but there are so many formulas out there that and so it makes it very difficult for us to be able to say, what do we really need? Yeah. So it's not that this council doesn't want it.
I'm not saying you do.
We're just embedded in the finances that I think are the reality, which is a great segue into come back to the next meeting, because that's when we're going to talk about like potential options.
Here's my frustration with that, Rosario, is that it's all about statistics and quantification and all that stuff. Get out in the community and look at what's going on, because the fact of the matter is that gives me the understanding of how many officers we need out there in the streets. It's not the numbers, it's not the quantification of this and that. It's the reality of what's happening out there. And this community doesn't deserve that at all. And it shouldn't be that way. It should be, we need to get officers on the street, and immediately we're gonna find the funds to do it, even if we have to go back and look at the budget and maybe look at some things that we really don't need right now, that we can hold off for a couple years or whatever. Let's do it before officers get hurt. Let's do it before the community gets hurt. You know, some of these crimes that have happened lately, I can't say anything about them, but the public's going to understand, and it's not good. It's not good. And these people, they just, it's again, don't get me wrong, I'm here to help people in need, and I'll do it every day. And I have my heart out for them. And there's a lot of different stories. I hear them all the time. But they're victims too. They're victims of the people who don't want help. They're victims of the ones that get back in their lives and cause and wreak havoc on these people that want help. That's the difference. Okay?
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Nope. So, thank you, Doug.
All right. Thank you.
So now we'll bring this back to council comments.
I just wonder if we could have maybe Lieutenant Emery or Chief Hillman come back up and just explain. I think there was a little bit of a misconception Just explain about the rules regarding citing somebody or arresting somebody for a misdemeanor if a law enforcement officer didn't see it and the citizen who was impacted is not willing to make a citizen's arrest.
Thank you, everyone, for speaking.
Lieutenant Emery again. So if a misdemeanor, there's certain misdemeanors that do not have to be committed in our presence, but if it's a misdemeanor not committed in our presence, other than those exceptions, we cannot make an arrest. So say someone steals something, you watch them steal something that would be a misdemeanor. Well, I didn't see that. I can't issue the citation. I would then turn to you and say, are you willing to make a citizen's arrest? You can fill out the form, then I can make the arrest.
And
'Cause I'm
that's
making it
state
for
law
you.
that's dictating that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Any comments? Councilmember Kozlowski?
I don't think I have that much to add. I think the thing that has come out with great clarity tonight is that there are symptoms that cause homelessness and trauma that causes homelessness. And there are people who happen to have had that trauma or have those symptoms or have those diseases, find themselves homeless, who also engage in criminal activity. And we need to address the criminal activity first because it's the most important thing for all the rest of our safety.
Okay. Councilmember Rorba?
Yeah, so I pushed to get this on. The council agreed, of course, because I've been hearing this for over a year now since I started running and then took this position. And it's very clear that there's, great support for our nonprofits, and we would like to do more. Unfortunately, we heard from several people where their compassion is waning for those people that even maybe can get help after 5, 6, 7, 10 touches. And I think that we're doing our entire community a disservice. The thing that bothered me the most, well, many things, but the thing that bothered me the most, my kids are 19 and 22. I'm not taking them to Little League or soccer anymore. But if I had my kids, and I did when we were up there in Washington, sometimes, seeing needles or drug deals or seeing a woman almost get ran over by a homeless person, all of this stuff, our value-focused part of Folsom should be family-oriented. If we do everything with a family orientation, everyone is happy. Seniors are happy, single people are happy, kids are happy, parents are happy. And we're just not doing that. You talked about quantifying numbers. I showed numbers back in the spring, and we're 0.95 per thousand for our police officers. The median in our entire region is 1.1. If we were at 1.1, just the median, I expect more out of Folsom, but just the median, we'd have 93 and a half officers at 85,000 people. We have 81. So, everyone says it's a budget issue, but every year with our property taxes going up, this last year we had $4.5 million more than budgeted. So we also had a lot of expenses, but we're not I don't believe this council is prioritizing our expenses. It's just going. And I think it's time to take this council to take control of your priorities and put them in the budget. We have $108 million in our revenue. $108 million is not zero money. That is prioritizing $108 million of what we want Folsom to look like. And we can't be distinctive by nature without doing that. I've been fighting for this all year. I'm going to keep fighting for it. I'm really glad that everyone shared their experiences. It's not just one solution. It's not just police. But we can't have peace without strength, right? We all hear that. And if we can have more officers to get out there and attack these problems and then guide them towards the resources we have, I think having a full-time navigator like Jean is one of the best solutions that we can have. She is, a few people have said this, Jean, and I'm sorry, but, and I know you hate this, but she's the perfect navigator. She knows all the resources available. She has an ability to talk to people who are homeless, even drug addicted, and even mentally ill and get them help. So we got to tap into her, and we got to start putting resources in our community like that. But we cannot do it with the criminal activity that we have. We're losing revenue. We're losing people that want to go to Sutter Street and Historic District. I mean, how much do we want Scots to leave because they're frustrated? I'm not saying you are, but I mean, that's an icon in the city, right? And smaller boutique hair salons. Did I say that right? I mean, I'm super frustrated that this council and previous councils have not prioritized this as the number one issue. But now we start from a clean slate, and now we can. So if it's 3, 4 officers to begin with, if it's 8 by the time we get to budget, I'm going to be happy as long as we're discussing it and talking about it. I have to be one of the majority. I don't have to be. But as long as this council is open to the discussion, then I think that these people will be happy as well.
Chief, maybe I need one more time help, or anybody. There was a question whether the homeless is a drug, previous any criminal activities or the sex offender, those kind of things. Do we check that one when they come in town through any identity? I know that's one of the questions the resident was asking.
No, only when we have contact with them. So we are not there at whatever location they're coming into town, whether they're coming up the river using some other type of transportation. We're not there to stop them and ask them for their identification and check them. We do that, though, when we get calls for service on individuals and we find out their status.
So transient, probably we don't know where they come and they leave. We don't know whether they are, the criminals or sex offenders or something else.
If there's been no reason for us to contact them, then no, we don't know that. But we do contact a lot of people that are registrants with the state.
Got it.
For convicted crime or crimes that they've been convicted of.
Yeah, I think majority of them we do get in touch. I saw the numbers, almost 2,100 calls has been accounted for homelessness. I think when we are in touch with them, we do define who they are.
Yes, when we are in touch with someone, we check them in our system. Sergeant Gruenberg and his team do a great job of going out to homeless encampments and such. When they find people, they'll check their names, and we find out if they aren't abiding by their registration, then we will take the appropriate action.
Got it. Thank you.
That's it? Okay. Well, let me start by saying I want to give Doug Scalzi thank you for pushing to get this on the agenda, because back on August 2nd, Jeannie, Sergeant Gruberg, and Doug and myself met at Lions Park, where Doug shared many of his requests, many of his concerns and requests. And so I think what a lot of people don't know is that it's not like Folsom it's not like we haven't done anything to do something about the problem with homelessness. In February of 2021, when I started meeting with the nonprofits, we realized that there was maybe a lack of communication amongst them. And so from there, we started meeting on a monthly basis. In June of 2021, we did use a lean methodology where Jake's Journey Home, Heart of Folsom, Powerhouse Ministries, the Folsom Police Department, the Sacramento County Behavioral Health, all got together and to a meeting for 3 days and broke down some of the issues related to homelessness. And so I think in the past 2.5 years, this group continues to meet on a monthly basis, and the collaboration that has taken place has been incredibly phenomenal. What a lot of people don't know right now is that Sacramento County has now initiated the Incident Management Team, which is a new procedure to ensure that they are providing resources to people who aren't housed. You can watch a meeting from the Sacramento City Council on June 27th that shows some of the plans that they have. Since then, they have now been going into areas of the city of Sacramento and starting to remove camps. We are seeing the aftermath of what is happening. People are definitely getting displaced. It is happening in a volume of maybe a couple of hundred people that may be in sections of the city that are getting moved. And so I think the problem is definitely, I think, going to continue to get worse as areas of the city of Sacramento now continue to enforce some of their issues. And so you guys could learn more about that if you go to the June 27th City of Sacramento Council meeting. But I also want to say that, I saw a couple of social media posts that said we now have a voice. And what I want you all to know is that Business from the Floor is a section that is available for any resident, any issue, any time that you want to come and you want to share a concern. You have the council meeting starts with Business from the Floor, where you can come. You have 3 minutes to share whatever concerns you have. That is probably one of the most effective tools that I have seen used, because you have, at these council meetings, you have your city council, your city manager, your city attorney, you have all of your executive management team that are present at these meetings. And usually when someone has a concern, they get connected to someone. So don't think that you don't have a voice because you don't have an issue that's being talked about. This is the best format to get your communication addressed. And so that was just my comments. I thought today's presentation was really good. We had the Folsom Alliance for the Unhoused had 4 speakers today. So the collaboration taking place within this group is incredibly, I think, very powerful, very great. I attended the meetings the first year, pulled away because they were self-sufficient, been back at these meetings for the last 4 months, and it is really good dialogue. And you guys are always more than welcome to ask any of these nonprofits what is happening on the inside. Yes, Jeannie was the first person that I met shortly after getting elected who really educated me on internal issues and her knowledge of people. And I always said, if I had $1 million, I would want to give it to this organization that really does, what I appreciate about her is that she goes out and looks for people. If you call her because there's a potential someone that might need help, she will be there. She asks them really good questions. She gets to know them. And what is most powerful about her organization is that she gets people into services. She gets people into housing. She has an incredibly, I don't even know what your success rate is, but anyway, so that was just those are all my comments. Thank you for being here today. I think at this point, I'll hand it back to you, Elaine.
I just wanted to thank everyone who participated in the presentations, and even more so everyone that is here tonight and made comments, because it really helps inform our future decision-making. And I just appreciate your participation in the process, so thank you. With that, Mayor, I would recommend that somebody make a motion to waive the 10:30 rule, if that is your desire, because we're going to approach 10:30, I think, for at least one item.
So,
1 second.
Do you want to continue it, or do you think the applicant?
Does somebody want to make a motion to waive the 10:30 rule?
I'll make a motion.
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to waive the 10:30 rule to pull the couple of more items here.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Council members Kozlowski,
Reluctantly, yes.
Rohrbaugh,
No.
Aquino,
Yes.
Chalem-Chirla,
Yes.
and Rodriguez.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. Will the clerk please call the next item?
Yeah, your next item is your consent calendar.
All right. There's one item that I want to pull for comments, number 5.
Number 5.
Okay, if there are no requests to pull anything and no public comment, I'll move adoption of 4, 6, 7, and 8.
Second.
All right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Council members Kozlowski.
Yes.
Rohrbaugh.
Apologize.
This is to approve
Consent.
consent calendar items 4, 6,
Yes.
7, and 8.
I distracted Councilmember Rohrbaugh. That was my fault.
Aquino,
Yes.
Chalem-Chella,
Yes.
and Rodriguez.
Yes. All right, I pulled item number 5 because I want to give attention to some of the things with this particular item. So the city has been awarded $282,000 where it'll get at least 190 annually through the years of 2038. And I just want to commend the police department for the programs where this money is going. That one full-time CSO, the wellness program enhancement in the police department, anti-opioid campaign, how do you pronounce that? Naloxone program administration, and then overdose detection mapping. And so I was really pleased to see that emphasis is going to go into the anti-opioid campaign, the one pill can kill, because right now, 50 to 100 fentanyl is 50 to 100 times more powerful than morphine and heroin. It kills more Americans in general than car accidents, gun violence, breast cancer, and suicide, per the CDC. In the past 5 years, deaths have quadrupled. It killed about 136 Americans daily, and fentanyl alone has become the leading cause of death in the United States. And so I know that the police department, the fire department are seeing some of these incidences even in our own community with the fentanyl overdoses. So I just want to give that, those are really good programs to be able to use some of this money. And with that, I will move resolution number 11107.
I second.
All right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Kozlowski,
Yes.
Rohrbach,
Yes.
Aquino,
Yes.
Chalem-Chella,
Yes.
and Rodriguez.
Yes. Will the clerk please call the next item?
Your next item is new business, item number 9. This is resolution number 11111. Resolution of the City Council declaring the APN numbers as identified as exempt surplus land and authorizing disposition of said parcels.
And Pam, before you get started, could I just ask, is this an item in light of the lateness and the correspondence that we received via email today? Is this an item that could be continued to a future meeting, or are there people here in the audience for this item in particular?
I don't know. They were all given notice. I'm not sure if they are in the audience tonight. I have a brief presentation, like 5 minutes, and
Okay.
we have some answers to the correspondence that we received.
Okay.
There is some time urgency associated with at least one property. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Pam Johns, Community Development Director. This is just a brief presentation about exempt surplus land declaration, which is required anytime the city wants to sell or otherwise transfer city property. So this was one of the image on the right shows 4 small parcels that were created as part of a capital improvement project, separated from the adjoining properties that are listed here. So they range in size from just under 500 square feet to just over 5,500 square feet. These were acquired by the city in '96 for a combination of capital projects, the Lake Natoma Bridge Crossing, Folsom Amtrak Light Rail, and the potential for excursion rail. The city initially contacted the property owners about purchasing the entire parcel, but the property owners negotiated a smaller portion, and the city acquired those lands at no cost by preparing the necessary documents for only the small portion that was needed for retaining grading and or retaining associated with those projects. And then in 2003, there were changes to RT Glen Drive Light Rail Station that affected the plans for light rail and grading, and the city council deferred construction of the retaining wall that caused or necessitated the property acquisition. So then the next year, city council confirmed that deferral of the construction wall and ultimately approved a bike trail in that location. And I think the Public Works Department pulled up some additional information about those those actions if the council, because we received some correspondence asking the city council not to take this action this evening because they wanted to retain the option to have excursion rail, but the decision had been made by city council previously when the bike trail was determined, and the current plan or agreement for excursion rail does not include that extension north of the Y property. So this is a map just showing those images a little bit better, both aerial photos and the parcel viewer images of the 4 properties that are affected. As a reminder, in 2020, there were amendments to Surplus Land Act relative to affordable housing. We went through the standard process with our library lots, 300 Persifer. These 4 properties, based on their size and context, are exempt from the standard surplus land process as land not suitable for housing because of the small size. And not being contiguous to land used for open space or housing, and the fact that the land would be transferred to property owners of contiguous land. So the state requires that the city council declare the land as exempt surplus and that they confirm that it in fact is exempt. We've submitted that draft resolution to the state for verification. They have to verify it before we could transfer the land. And so, again, we've acquired these properties for grading and retaining for a project that it's no longer needed for. And so the determination that was made by the previous council looking at cost-benefit analysis is that the bike trail rather than the excursion rail along the subject properties was the decided solution, and therefore these properties are not needed, and the city is recommending, staff is recommending that we return these properties to the original owners, and that we would cover the consultant costs to prepare that documentation. So with that, we're recommending adoption of the resolution declaring those 4 properties as surplus.
And the reason for the urgency, I understand, is because somebody's trying to sell their property. Can you show us on the slide which house it is?
Yeah, it's the 404 Sibley, which is, let me take the cursor on the mouse. It's this one here.
Yeah.
So you can see, I think there's some issue associated with structures and proximity to the property lines that were created for that original grading plan. There's been some conversations as a follow-up to the City Council Ad Hoc Committee work on city-owned land. There has been communication with other property owners in this area as well that are interested in receiving the land and getting made whole essentially from that original effort.
So my only, when we got that email today talking about the history and the idea of, I guess, being able to move train equipment from the Y to the depot, and ideally, I'd like to have a little bit more time to study that because I represent the city on the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor, JPA, which is a mouthful to say the rail JPA. And one of the things that we're struggling with as the PSVRR license agreement comes up for renewal is, where can they run their excursion train? Because when the Capital Southeast Connector is built out, there are challenges with getting them over, under, or across White Rock when it becomes, that connector. And then obviously there are at-grade crossings that are supposed to happen south of 50 that, that's kind of low on the priority list in terms of infrastructure. And so, I mean, if there was a possibility that you could have something where, trains are running occasionally from the Y to the depot, I mean, it seems like kind of a cool thing, and maybe that's an answer for PSVRR. But I understand also the sensitivity of the timing here because this, I don't want to hold up this one homeowner or property owner from selling their property, but
Yeah, and maybe I would ask Mark to touch on the analysis that was, we did pull up some staff reports from that discussion about the excursion train and the kind of upside and downside of that. So Mark, can you touch on that?
Yeah, thanks, Pam. So I reached out to a former engineer that worked with the city of Folsom, and he was really helpful in refreshing my memory and pointing me in the right direction on the past actions of the city council. This issue is a little bit larger than just whether or not to preserve this section of track for future use. Decisions were made in the design of the historic district plaza, the retention of Oakdale Street down there between the Y property and Natoma Street, the construction of the bike trail. So the city vetted the idea of excursion rail between the Y and the historic district and determined it was not economically feasible. The benefit cost just simply wasn't there. And so as a result of the city's actions back in 2004, decisions were made to not put rail track in the historic district plaza. What you see out there are fake tracks. Decisions were made to construct the Class 1 bike trail and to leave Oakdale Street in place. So were the city to ever consider excursion rail from the Y to historic district, all of that would have to be undone at considerable cost in addition to this retaining wall issue. And then I'd add, I think I'd be characterizing the email that we received. What they were asking was to have the track in place to simply shuttle rolling stock from the Y to the plaza, not carrying passengers, just simply having the ability to have the track in place to move heavy rail equipment. Were we to consider adding actual excursion rail operations carrying passengers from the Y to the Historic District Plaza, then, as you're aware, Public Utilities Commission regulations come into play, and that adds even greater cost and responsibility in the form of at-grade rail crossings at least 3 locations that come to mind.
Okay, that's helpful, thank you. I was hoping this was the answer to our prayers with PSVRR, but no such luck.
Okay, are there any requests to speak?
Yeah, you have one request to speak on this item from Loretta Hedinger.
Good evening, Loretta.
Good evening. I won't go into formalities of who I am. You are all familiar with me. I've been here since dirt, not quite. But I was here at the time that those decisions were being made, and I was in close contact with the rail proponents. And the discussion at the time between the rail people and the city was the city saying, as they and I understood, we cannot afford to do real rail at this time, but we will reserve the opportunity for the future. And that is, of course, the actions and words of none of you, but the citizens at that time trusted that that was the intention of the city. So I would hope that we would at least preserve the option of being able to bring historic rail equipment to the site of the first railroad in the West. It's the kind of thing that our citizens appreciate and enjoy. And if it's an issue of the adjacent property owners wishing to use their property. Surely there is some sort of a lease-back arrangement that could be worked out with long-term, long terms, much like you've done with the depot building and the chamber. Surely there is some way to preserve the option that the citizens thought was being preserved. Thank you.
Thank you, Loretta.
You have no further request to speak on this item.
All right. I'll entertain a motion. A motion?
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 11111. That was just fun.
Is there a second?
Well,
Can I ask a
yeah,
question
I think
before
we
we
need to
move
ask a
forward?
question.
Yes.
Are all of the parcels situated similarly relative to the ability to run rail to the turntable? Like, are they actually in the way of doing that? I'm just talking about the pathway. If you did at some point land the Powerball and wanted to run train stock the block and a half to the turntable.
So that's where the retaining wall comes back into question. The decision that was made back in 2004 was a decision about whether or not the city was going to invest about $1 million of general fund dollars to construct what was supposed to be a 12-foot high retaining wall, which would have accommodated a heavy rail that would be located between the retaining wall and then the light rail line and the catenary poles.
So the slope on the east side of the tracks is it's too much of a grade change to just run straight through there. You got to actually flatten it out lower.
That's my understanding. You know, in order to properly design a heavy rail line that would be parallel to the light rail line.
Okay, and that's assuming that you do all the things that the CPUC would want, which is probably an extraordinarily wide right-of-way.
Yeah, that's probably a fair assessment. I'm not sure how much
yeah.
design standards have changed over the 20 years as it pertains to heavy rail.
Yeah, one of the staff reports had two options of different retaining wall heights. One was 12 feet and one was something like 4 feet.
4
So,
feet,
yeah.
So in this area right here, from where the street is that the houses are on, to the height of the existing light rail track, there's a 12-foot grade change right there?
No, I don't think it's a 12-foot grade change, but that's the
I mean, why would you need a 12-foot retaining wall if it wasn't a 12-foot grade change?
Yeah, it might also be a sound wall.
Okay, that's different.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just speculating at this point, and that level of detail was not in the staff reports that I was able to dig up today.
So let me ask this question. If the city if we decided that, no, we actually want to retain that, what sort of title cleaning up or whatever the process is would have to happen so that that property owner could sell their property with a clean title?
I mean, we'd probably have to do a lot line adjustment, and we'd still have to survey the property. And in talking with the city's contract surveyor about this effort, we would need the survey really to kind of determine where the property lines are relative to the bike trail improvements that were made and any easements and things like that for access. We would have to do that kind of anyway as part of this process. But for 404 Sibley, which is where the structure is too close to the property line, I think we'd have to explore whether a lot line adjustment could be done.
The structure, the garage, you can see in the slide, the garage actually sits over the property line. I don't know how that was done when the property was deeded to the city at no cost as a gift. But that was what happened, which created a cloud on the title, hence they are not able to sell because they need to resolve exactly what property is available for sale.
Yeah, but, okay, so let's assume that we're reasonably accurate with the overlay of the property lines on your aerial photo. The garage isn't a little bit across that line.
It's
a lot across that
lot.
line, so.
It's not an easy fix.
Us deeding over to them that piece is not gonna resolve that.
No, it will.
Okay, I'm looking at this
we're giving
photo right
back-
here, and it shows the property line going right through the center of the garage.
Correct. And we're giving back the left side, the parts on the left of the line.
Yeah, APN 07000920009.
Correct. That will merge
Butts up to
together.
the back of the house, and its west property line cuts through the center of the garage.
Yeah.
Isn't this the part that we would give back right here? I've got the pointer, Pam. Isn't this what we're giving them?
Yeah,
Yes.
right, so
The garage goes over to here.
Yeah.
And the parcel viewer lines are not 100% accurate on these overlays. So this is the reflection. That's why we would have to do the survey to determine exactly where it is. But yes, you're identifying the correct parcel. It's just not, the accuracy of the lines is not 100% at this scale.
So we're basically giving back to the property owner what they gave us, make them whole. However else, whatever other problems they may have with their property title, that's on them.
So we're gonna go through the steps of surveying all of this to determine how big their problem is?
No, not us. We already know what the property description is
Yeah.
when they deeded that parcel -009 to the city. We're basically giving the same thing we got back to them, whatever it is. It's not a grant deed, it's a quit claim deed, which is we're only giving them what we had, what we got, what we have.
So we don't have to go through any surveying steps?
I do not believe so.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm not a surveyor, so I just, in the conversation that I had about that we have a scope of work, which is what we provided the cost estimate for, and that was pulling title and making sure that improvements and easements are all reconciled, that the accuracy of the original grant deed survey would be, peer-reviewed and things like that. So I'm not a land surveyor, but I don't want to assume that it doesn't involve some assessment of what's on the ground.
But not a new survey.
Okay. I don't want to tangle the story unnecessarily. I just trying to understand what the value of holding on to this might be. And given the sort of extraordinary complexity of just doing the at-grade crossings down in south of 50, and the ultimate, necessity for trying to get across White Rock, this last block and a half right here doesn't seem to, for me, it doesn't compete in the same way for attention and resources that we're going to need for those other things, for whatever that's worth. Okay. Thank you very much for letting
welcome.
us take that side trip.
Okay, so you have a motion on the table, but you do not have a second.
I'll second.
All right, will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Kozlowski?
Yes.
Rohrbaugh?
Yes.
Aquino?
Yes.
Chalem Chella?
Yes.
And Rodriguez?
Yes. All right, will the clerk please call the next item?
Yeah, your final discussion item this evening is your public hearing, item number 10. This is an appeal by Bob Delp of a Historic District Commission approval of a design review application for the 603 Sutter Street mixed-use building.
So I open the public hearing now, right? I open the public hearing now. Later on this item, you just triggered me one.
Good evening,
Good
Mayor
evening.
Rodriguez. Councilmember Steve Banks, Community Development Department.
Allow me to just, thank you, Steve. Allow me to remind the mayor there's a hearing protocol. So I would recommend respectfully that the mayor open the hearing. on
Oh,
the
okay.
appeal.
That's what we were just talking
Thank you.
about. All right, so I'll go ahead and open up the hearing for the the appeal by Bob Delp of the Historic District Commission, approval of a design review application for the 603 Sutter Street mixed-use building. Just a little bit, to give a rundown, we'll have the staff make the presentation, then we'll have the applicant make a presentation for 10 minutes, then the project applicant will speak for another 10 minutes. Members of the public may address the council with a limit of 3 minutes. Then we will go back to the applicant to make closing remarks for 5 minutes, and the project applicant will then be followed for 5 minutes. And then we will bring it back to city staff, applicant, or questions from the council. And then we will close the public hearing at that point, and then we will deliberate as a council. Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Before you this evening is an appeal of a approval by the Historic District Commission of a decision to approve the 603 Sutter Street mixed-use project at their meeting in September. As the mayor just mentioned, this is a protocol for tonight's appeal hearing. This is the same protocol we've used for prior appeals before the council. Some quick details regarding the proposed project. It's a proposed 3-story mixed-use building with retail on the bottom floor, office uses on the second floor, and residential units on the top floor. There are also outdoor use areas proposed with the project on the ground level as well as the second and third floors. The applicant's proposing a handicap accessible parking space in front of the building on Sutter Street, and they're also proposing a number of encroachments into the public right-of-way on both Sutter Streets as well as Scott Street. This is a site photograph of the project looking west down Sutter Street, and I'd like to note you can see there's quite a substantial slope on the project site, and that plays a big part in the development of the site and the design of the building. This is an aerial view also looking west down Sutter Street, and you see the site located across the street from the Sutter Steakhouse building. We have the Cone House or the Cone Mansion, so there are some fairly substantial buildings in this area. This is the site plan provided by the applicant that was approved by the Historic District Commission. This is an elevation looking from Sutter Street towards the proposed building. On this plan, I'd like to note there's a dashed red line that runs across the top here, and that line represents the maximum allowable building height of the building as measured from the sidewalk along Sutter Street, which is how the maximum building height is required to be calculated in the Sutter Street sub-area. A very interesting way of calculating building height. But nonetheless, you can see the building, the parapet of the building exceeds that 35-foot height line. The parapets are allowed to exceed the maximum building height in the Historic District and other parts of the city of Folsom. That parapet extends about 4 feet above that 35-foot height limit. And again, that's one of the issues of contention in Mr. Delp's appeal this evening. This is a building rendering that was presented to the Historic District Commission. As I mentioned, the commission reviewed this at their September 6th meeting. There were 2 residents who spoke in support of the proposed project. There are approximately 6 residents who voiced concerns regarding the proposed project. As you saw in your packet, there were numerous letters provided to the Historic District Commission. A majority of those letters were provided regarding previous iterations of the proposed project, not the current iteration of the proposed project. But nonetheless, we wanted you to have access to all of those comments. The commission discussed a number of items associated with the proposed project, including building design, building height. The parapet wall was discussed at length, and other issues were also discussed. Based on these discussions, I would note that the commission was fully supportive of the architecture and design of the proposed building. The one area that got caught up a little, and one commissioner in particular was concerned about the parapet wall height, and he wasn't so convinced that the parapet wall should be considered an architectural feature, and I'm happy to talk further about that question. The commission made a number of changes in terms of the conditions of approval. The top 2 conditions listed on the screen are in response to concerns raised by the resident to the south, and that was concerns regarding a corrugated metal patio cover on the 3rd floor of the building. The applicant was agreeable to removing that entirely, so that's reflected in the condition 28.6. The applicant and the resident was also concerned about privacy impacts between the proposed building and the residents to the south. The applicant agreed to put window glazing on the office portion of the building facing south or facing that single-family residence. There was a modification to condition number 38 just to come up to speed with current air quality requirements with regard to dust control mitigation. And lastly, there was a request by the commission to add a condition regarding cultural sensitivity training. There are no known cultural resources on the project site, but there are a lot of cultural resources in the project area. So in the event resource is discovered, there will be investigation required, but this also requires sensitivity training before they even begin site construction or site work on the site. Ultimately, the commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of the project. By a 5-0 vote, 2 commissioners were absent from the meeting. As you saw in your packet, appeal was filed on this project by Mr. Delp. There are 14 reasons for the appeal, and I'll go through these very quickly. The first comment was that the Historic District Commission lacks authority to take action on the proposed project. This argument has been made previously to the council with other appeals. That is not a reason to appeal a project. Staff does not agree with this interpretation, but again, that's not a reason to appeal the project. An appeal can only be based on actions of the Historic District Commission. The applicant submitted inaccurate project renderings was a contention of Mr. Delp. The applicant submitted a lot of information, including building elevations, floor plans, renderings, and color materials board. There was one particular document that was submitted. It was a panoramic street view intended to show the relationship between the proposed building and adjacent buildings. And that panoramic street view included some trees that were not supposed to be there. There were trees that will go away with development of the proposed project. And it was slightly distorted, as renderings can tend to be. The applicant submitted a revised panoramic street view and presented that to the Historic District Commission. And they had no issues with the updated rendering or with the plans that were submitted with this project. Mr. Delp contends the project would eliminate 11 protected oak trees, and that is true. Early on with all of our projects in the city of Folsom, we tried to preserve oak trees. However, in this case, due to the severe slope of the property, as I showed you on the photograph, the site is required to be mass graded. And with mass grading, it is not feasible to preserve any of those protected oak trees. The applicant will be responsible for offsetting the loss of those oak trees either through paying an in lieu fee or planting other trees. But again, staff worked with the applicant, and it is not possible to save any of those trees on the site due to the severe slope. Again, Mr. Delp claims the commission lacks authority to grant public resources. By public resources, he's referring to an encroachment permit. He's saying the Historic District Commission does not have authority to grant an encroachment permit. That is not the case, and that is not something that's subject to appeal based on staff determination. Mr. Delp makes a couple comments about the project exceeding the maximum building height. As I showed you in the rendering and the elevation, staff has determined that the proposed project meets the 35-foot maximum building height, and in fact lower than the 35-foot maximum building height. Staff has also determined that a parapet is an architectural feature. We've applied the parapet being an architectural feature consistently for 20 years that I've been here. It's always been considered an architectural feature. For the Sutter Steakhouse building, for Jerry Bruneau's project, Sutter Court building, for the Fire and Rain building, for all the buildings I've worked on Sutter Street, it has always been considered an architectural feature. Staff also reached out to other jurisdictions in the area, and every single jurisdiction confirmed that they consider a parapet an architectural feature. Mr. Delp contends the project is too large mass and scale. The Historic District Commission did not feel that way. They felt the project was consistent with the design and development guidelines. They also felt the project was consistent with the Folsom Municipal Code. In addition, the city enlisted the help of Page & Turnbull, a local architectural firm who specializes in historic structures, and they analyzed whether the project was consistent with other structures along Sutter Street, and they also evaluated whether this project would diminish the historic structures in the project area, specifically the Cone House and the former library building to the west of this project site. And Page & Turnbull said the project was consistent with other buildings in the Sutter Street sub-area, and that the project would not diminish the historic significance of historic structures in the area. In terms of construction impacts to adjacent properties, the applicant, with a proposal, stated they would not do any blasting activity due to the close proximity to structures to the project site. They also indicated that they would submit a bedrock removal plan prior to any work occurring. And as part of that bedrock removal plan, the project must comply with the vibration standards established by the FTA. And so regardless if the project is 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet from nearby structures, the project is complied to meet those standards in terms of vibration impacts to adjacent property. So staff doesn't think there'll be any impacts with these conditions of approval placed on the project. Mr. Delp states that no pedestrian analysis was prepared for the proposed project. That is true. A traffic access and circulation analysis was prepared, did not identify any impacts with the project. There are existing pedestrian facilities in the project area that serve the proposed project, and that's why pedestrian access was not prepared for the project. Mr. Delp contends there's inadequate parking for persons with disabilities. As I noted, the applicant is proposing a space right in front of the building to serve people with disabilities. The city of Folsom doesn't have standards for these types of parking spaces. However, the federal government does have standards for that, and that's what we ask the applicant to conform with. And this space does conform with those federal guidelines for accessible parking spaces. Mr. Delp stated there are no rooftop utilities shown or described in the plans. That's not the case. The plans did show the location of the rooftop mechanical equipment. There was also a condition of approval on the project that requires all rooftop equipment to be screened from public view. Mr. Delp stated that the retaining wall design was modified during the Historic District Commission meeting. That's not the case. The commission did not add any conditions of approval to modify the retaining wall design. The applicant is proposing to match the retaining wall design for the project with the adjacent former property, library property with a river rock retaining wall, and that was shown in the plans, and that has not changed with the commission approval of the project. Mr. Delp contends that the uses within the building are subject to change, specifically that the third floor of the building, which is currently residential, might be changed to commercial use in the future. Well, that's not what's being proposed with this project. I think where he was going with that is perhaps the third floor of the building should also have things done to the window to minimize privacy impacts to the residents to the south. Again, the applicant's not proposing commercial uses on the third floor. They're proposing residential uses. The commission did not want to modify the window design for a residential use. The last two comments made by Mr. Delp do with the CEQA and the CEQA exemption. The 13th comment makes the comment that the project is potential habitat for the Swainson's hawk. The city found no evidence that there are any sensitive habitats on the project site. We searched databases and noted that the last sighting of the Swainson's hawk and the Swainson's hawk nest in the area was 1962, and that's about a half-mile away on East Bidwell Street near Market Street. In addition, there are no wetland features on the project site or anywhere close to the project site, so we disagree that this is habitat for the Swainson's hawk. And lastly, Mr. Delp contends the project does not qualify for a CEQA exemption. City staff retained planning partners, an environmental planning firm, to do an analysis. Planning partner determined the project does, in fact, is eligible for the CEQA exemption. Very detailed analysis was provided by planning partners. They're here this evening if you have questions of them. And again, this is the eligibility criteria for use of the CEQA exemption, and the project very, very clearly meets these 5 criteria. And if you have more detailed questions, we can delve into that. The applicant submitted a response letter, and I won't go into this. I'll let the applicants speak for themselves when they come up in a moment. But again, they are requesting that you deny the appeal and approve the project. And with that, staff recommends denial of the appeal. As always, we're happy to answer any questions you have. The applicant and their team are also here this evening if you have more detailed questions.
Any questions?
Aren't we doing questions in step 8?
Well, it's funny, I had just asked. Okay. All right, we're good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, now we will hear from the applicant. Good evening, Bob. 10 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm Bob Delp, resident of the Historic District. Steve, hi, good evening. Thank you.
Someone closed it.
That looks like it, yep. Good evening. Bob Delp, President of the Historic District. I am the appellant tonight of this decision.
It's coming. It's just transition.
Okay, all right, thanks. So I'm not going to go through all of the items that were in my letter that I submitted to you last night. You also have an appeal letter from a couple weeks ago. I apologize for the length of that letter, but I think it outlines clearly what my concerns with this project and the approval are. I just want to take a few minutes tonight to touch on a few issues to give you a flavor for why I'm concerned and why I felt like I needed to appeal this project to you. This applicant, I know, has been working on developing this site, coming up with a design to develop the site for many years now. And I became involved and started paying more attention about 3 years ago when the first of 2 initial study mitigated negative declarations were circulated for public review. I had some questions about the project at that time, asked staff some questions about the application. At the time, the project was needed 2 variances, a height variance and a parking variance. And when I asked for the application materials from staff, I received those. And when a project needs a variance, a project's required to submit an application for the variance and a rationale, the applicant's, the developer's rationale that would justify giving the variance. And when I received the application materials, there was no applicant rationale for the variance. So I went back to staff and I asked again, where was that? And we know at the time staff was ready to recommend approval of the variances. But then it turned out that staff didn't have the applicant's explanation of the rationale for the variance, and that came another week or two. I received that, but it had just been prepared in the time after I had requested it. So I was just a little confused about what's the process here? Why didn't we have a full application? Why was this going through the process? And Commissioner Rodriguez, you might remember 3 years ago being on the Historic District Commission and feeling a little frustrated at one point at a hearing that was scheduled and then didn't go through, but you had read a lot of materials getting ready for that. I remember you commenting. So I started taking a closer look at the project and paying more attention and looking at the details. And I think the details do matter, and the public needs to see what's being built, especially on this property, which is, to me, it's the premier cornerstone property on Sutter Street, and it is sort of a gateway into the neighborhood and a gateway for the neighborhood onto Sutter Street. It's a great lot. It has great potential. Has a lot of oak trees, and I'm not suggesting they should all be saved, but I'm suggesting that this property is really worth very careful consideration. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the city charter and the Historic District Commission's approval authority. I want to touch on a couple things about accuracy in the analysis, and then a few things about compliance and conformance with the Folsom Municipal Code. Can I get this? Here we go. Okay, that's good enough. Thank you. So, the city of Folsom is a charter city. Long ago, in 1990, the city adopted a charter that defines, essentially it's the Constitution, it defines for the city, it defines the organizational structure for the city leadership. There's a city council, there's a planning commission, there's a Parks and Recreation Commission, and then the city council can create other boards and commissions. But the city charter says those boards and commissions only shall be advisory to the council. The Historic District Commission is one of those commissions, not established by the charter, but allowed to be created by the city council. The Historic District Commission is to only be advisory to the council. This is sort of a big deal. We've got a commission that has for years been treated as if it has final approval authority. By the city's charter, it doesn't. This needs to be remedied. The council needs to address this. It doesn't have to be a huge shakeup right now. It can be, hey, we need to start treating all of their decisions as recommendations to the council, and the council then can endorse those or do what they want when they come to the council on even a consent agenda. If nobody's concerned with the decisions, or the recommendations from the Historic District Commission, the council could then approve those. Public wouldn't be concerned. If the public was concerned, we could come to you, ask you to pull those off consent and address the issue. So a large part of my appeal is that you have a body operating and approving projects that doesn't have final approval authority. I'll move on from that. The renderings that were submitted as part of the project application included this one that I'm showing here. On the day of the Historic District Commission hearing, I was looking at this and I had been paying more attention to the trees that were going to be removed from the project, and I started looking at this rendering and I realized the back of the building that's shown here is only like halfway up the property, but I know the building's going to take up the whole property. So, and then I realized, oh, these trees that are shown in this figure, they're going to be removed also. So I reach out to city staff and I say, hey, this rendering appears to be wrong. So staff presented this rendering. The applicant had, to the Historic District Commission, the applicant had the opportunity to say, we re-looked at this and redid it. But no one said anything until after the public comment period. The applicant's architect then got up and handed out a paper copy, hard copy to the Historic District Commission of a revised rendering, and that version is on the bottom of this slide, showing a much larger building. The oak tree that's to the left of the proposed building would be removed as part of the project, so that's inaccurate still. And he acknowledged that when he presented that. But the public still, at the Historic District Commission meeting, we didn't see it. We never had an opportunity to review and see an accurately scaled building on the property. And not only did we not see an accurately scaled building, we saw the inaccurately scaled building. And I felt that that was too big. Already, some people didn't, but that top structure is clearly much smaller in appearance than we were going to get if this project is approved as it is. And enough said on that. I'm going to skip past that for a minute. The building distance is an issue for me. The initial study mitigated negative declaration that had been prepared for this project before the city decided you didn't need one and wanted to use the CEQA exemption discussed that the nearest equipment would be operated 25 feet away from the nearest existing structure. When I raised that issue to staff, staff's response to that was, well, it's really only, it's more like approximately 10 feet away. But the figures, the grading plan in the application package clearly shows the adjacent library building is 4 feet away from where the proposed retaining wall is. Using the vibration impact methodology that the city dictates needs to be used to determine whether there be structural impacts, the vibration impacts at the historic library building are well above the threshold for damage. It's the city's methodology. It's simply doing the math based on the actual distance of construction activities from the existing structure. Staff is still clinging to it's approximately 10 feet, and Mr. Banks tonight talked to you about the blasting plan and the provisions that will be in that blasting plan. This isn't about the hard rock excavation. This is about the excavation of the surface material down some 5-10 feet adjacent to the library building and the operation of heavy equipment there. The data and the calculations show that the vibration damage potential is very high. The threshold is exceeded.
Just keep your eye on the clock. You have a minute left.
Thank you. The city needs to respect the tree preservation ordinance by doing more than just saying, oh, we're mass grading it. We're mass grading the site. We're going to cut the trees, all the trees down. There was even discussion at the Historic District Commission that tree adjacent to Scott Street, the explanations for why it couldn't be saved was discussing that the access door on the side of the building and the way the bike racks were configured were basically resulting in not being able to preserve the tree. I do not believe that there is no reasonable alternative to developing this site that couldn't save at least one of those trees. And that tree along Scott Street is a valuable resource that needs to be protected. The last thing I'll say is the Folsom Municipal Code has specific objective standards. 35 feet is 35 feet. A parapet wall is an architectural feature.
Your time's up.
It is not a tower or a spire or similar to a tower or a spire.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Thank you.
Sorry. So now we will move to the project applicant for 10 minutes.
Good evening. Thank you for staying so late. I'll be very brief. My name is Ziad Aliwan, and my wife with me, Deborah. I'll have a couple of minutes, and then Allison will step in here and add some more comments. So I've been a property owner in the historic district for 25 years. I think came to Folsom back in '97 originally to establish the California Independent System Operator that used to be on Blue Ravine and moved to the new building. So I was their first employee. I was working for the state for the governor's office to establish that after the state law passes. So I am in the energy business, engineering, and my I moved into the 604 South Street. I am on the second floor above the steakhouse. Been there since the building was built, and prior to that, my business was on Blue Ravine in Folsom. I employ about 45 people. About 20 are here in Folsom, and the others are in Southern California office. We basically deliver energy to about 83 cities and counties in California, bring energy from the Southwest and Northwest and deliver it to the various. And appreciate the city, the staff. We've been doing this for 6 years. I'm a very patient man, and I think because the energy business makes you patient, everything takes a very long time to build anything. And wanted to also, I met with all my neighbors for over pre-COVID and post-COVID, and we're not asking for any variance, either height or parking. We are within our, the rights, to build commercial, building on a commercial lot on South Street. I'll be moving my office to the second floor, and then I'll be living on the top floor with my wife, and we're gonna leave 1,500 or 2,000 retail. I'm not sure what I'm gonna do with them. So that's the short story at 11 o'clock. So, Allison, you like to say a few words?
We'll try not to take too much more of your time. I'm Allison Smith, outside counsel for the project applicant, and got involved with the project about 3 years ago when they started having a couple of public meetings. They were all online. This was the start of the Zoom era. And I thought I could touch on a couple of the technical points that Mr. Delt brought up and see if you have any other questions as we dive into the details. One of them was related to the rendering and the changes in the rendering, and the point that this wasn't brought before the Historic District Commission and wasn't available to the public. The City Council is looking at this project de novo, and these materials that Mr. Delp has submitted in his comment letters have been available to the public now for several weeks. So this is not something that hasn't had the opportunity with the revised rendering to be evaluated by the public, for people to come here, give you your opinion about it, for you to be able to have deliberated on the materials. So the commission had the opportunity to deliberate on a revised rendering, but this isn't a last minute change that hasn't been viewed by the public. Another point is whether this CEQA infill exemption is applicable here, and some of the details of that. And looking at the numbers, for instance, of the vibrational impacts, and I think some of the materials that you've been given treat that as a threshold, whereas if you're over a certain number, you're kicked out of this box of the exemption. But the way the exemption works is that if there's the potential for a significant impact due to unusual circumstances, then you get kicked out of that box if you're in the exemption. And I don't think here for this question of whether there is the potential for vibrational impacts that there is the potential for a significant impact due to an unusual circumstance here. You have construction, not unusual. You have construction in the historic district where you have adjacent buildings that may be more susceptible to property damage from heavy vibrations. But that's not an unusual circumstance. If we build anything on this lot, there will be some heavy machinery that's going to be utilized. And I'm happy to answer any other questions about, the intricacies of whether or not this is the appropriate level of SEQA review and whether or not the other criteria are met. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. So are you done with your, okay, all right, we'll now move on to members of the public. Are there any requests to speak?
You have two requests to speak tonight on this item. Your first speaker will be Adina Blair, and Adina will be followed by Loretta Hedinger. So we've reset the clock for 3 minutes.
Good evening, Adina.
It's way past my bedtime. Okay, so I've been following this for years and years and years. I'm delighted to see you all. I've been in the area for 34 years now. I just want to plead with you. I would like to understand better how the HDC has been notified of the changes in the perspective, because I was here the night that the project was approved, and the pictures, the renderings are completely different. The picture that Bob showed us tonight, it's just a huge difference. But there's another picture that really bothers me more than that one, and it's one where it looks like the library building is sitting on a little corner of its own, and it's like a huge fisheye lens, but it's an artist rendering. So that was created to look like a photograph, but not really a photograph. So that in and of itself really bothers me, because that's a little tiny, very historic building. And I'm also very worried about the vibration that, as others were speaking about, because according to the photograph, the drawing that Bob had, it's 4 feet from the library building. And I'm friends with Arlene, who has the home behind Fire and Rain, and she has a driveway and a carport, and there are huge cracks in it because of the work that was done on the Fire and Rain building. So I really don't want to see that happening again to anything at Ben's house or on the library side. So those are just concerns of mine. And then I have another concern about there being the living space on the 3rd floor. And so it's 2 units, and there's no parking for that. So where are the people who live there going to park? It's really tight there on Scott Street. I don't know, I know you guys probably don't remember, but many years ago, Rhonda had one of her daughters get hit by a car there, because there's parking allowed on both sides of the street on Scott as you're coming down that little hill there, coming up on Sutter. And, people are just going to have to park there. There's nowhere else to park, and it's just not safe. And I'm just really opposed to having a lot more street parking there. I don't know, I have no easy answers. I know that the builder has another lot that's nearby. Maybe some of that could be used to accommodate some parking. I don't know, but there's just not enough parking.
10 seconds, Adina.
Thank you. And then overall, the height of the building is just too large to me. When you look at the first picture that was in the
your time's up.
Okay, but the first picture, if you look at it, Cone House looks like it's where it normally sits. And on the drawings, it looks like it's sitting way back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Loretta Hedinger.
Hello.
I hardly know what to say. I've prepared some comments, but this project has been a perfect storm of missteps, and there's plenty of blame to go around. Ziad is a very nice and very stubborn man, determined to maximize his property and encouraged to do so at every step by his architects and city staff. Staff has not been sufficiently grounded in the historic district concepts and regulations. I'll point out a couple of errors. Citizen voices have been discounted. Intentional or not, pressure has been perceived from above on staff and commissions to approve all projects. It won't surprise anyone if you do approve this project, if for no other reason than just to bring this painful process to an end. But can we learn from all this? Why was it so painful? Mr. Delp has raised valid points that staff has worked to explain away. These issues aren't new. The bottom line is that laws and standards have been stretched and bent, if not broken, and both the applicant and citizens have suffered as a result. Everyone is better off when standards and policies are respected and upheld instead of looking for a workaround. Is the loss of a protected tree necessary or merely convenient? Shouldn't the workaround concept have been applied to the project, not the adopted tree ordinance? This project's use of city right-of-way is much harder to remove than parklets. If the library building is harmed by the grading and bedrock removal, will this applicant be responsible for repairs? Will a day of cultural resource training for the project's construction crew motivate and enable them to identify a tribal resource? Mr. Delp is an intelligent and well-educated and motivated citizen, and he's not the only one. Folsom has a decades-long history of pursuing new development, and now there are plenty of residents who are also intelligent, well-educated, and motivated. They will want their issues given the same level of concern as new development. I'm not sure Folsom is ready for more Mr. Delp's revealing problems.
7 seconds, Loretta.
Trust is the greatest preventer of appeals and lawsuits, and trust once lost is very hard to regain.
Time is up, Loretta.
The project illustrates why this historic district does not trust their city government.
Time's up, Loretta. Thank you.
I would like the chance to say the mistake that the planner made in his presentation. May I do that?
Loretta, your time is up. I'm sorry. I'm sticking to the 3 minutes.
Well, if a commissioner wishes, if a council member wishes to ask me a question later, I will be glad to respond to that.
Thank you, Loretta. Okay, so next is appellant for a 5-minute closing remark.
Thank you. Very briefly, I want to speak to a couple points that Allison made. The project site is unique. The project circumstances are unique. The excavation, the mass excavation that's proposed for this project is unique. That excavation being 4 feet away from a historic structure is a unique circumstance. The project will result in a potentially significant vibration impact and doesn't qualify for the CEQA exemption for that and many other reasons. I'd like to ask, I didn't come here with a lot of optimism tonight, but I'd like to ask you to really think about, do we want to approve a project, allow a project approval from the Historic District Commission to stand when the project clearly misses at its compliance with the objective standards of the Folsom Municipal Code? the municipal code would allow for this site to be developed in a way that would achieve nearly all of the applicant's objectives and still respecting the tree preservation ordinance, the height restrictions, and other important provisions of the Folsom Municipal Code. And I would just ask that you seriously think about that and try to work to make this particular property be developed in the right way, in a way that we can all be happy with it and proud of what's happened there. I'd like to yield the balance of my time to Ms. Hedinger. She had a few more things she wanted to say. If I can do that, Mayor.
Hold on a second. This is,
It's up to the council.
okay.
You can or you do not have to.
Well, it is your response time. It's your time to appeal it. So if you want to give Ms.
I would like her to speak on behalf of
Okay.
my appeal rebuttal.
All right.
Okay, so I paused the clock, so we'll restart it now, Loretta, when you're ready.
Okay. You just take care of that. I'll try to say what I need to quickly.
Okay. You have 3 minutes.
The most problematic statement that Mr. Banks made was that the Page and Turnbull firm determined, in their opinion, that this project is consistent with the historic design provisions of the historic district. This project was determined by Page and Turnbull to be compatible. And there is a big difference between consistent and compatible. Consistent means same. Compatible means similar. The historic district regulations are consistent in how they use those two terms. Consistency, sameness, is to be applied to historic design. Compatibility is to be applied to uses and materials. A modern use can be compatible with the historic district if it is concealed by design, if its modernness is concealed by design. Materials can be compatible with historic design because those materials have evolved, and the cement fiber, I have no issue with cement fiber. It's a very sturdy material, very useful, and can be made to be so similar to historic materials as to not affect the consistency of historic design. Page and Turnbull did not determine that this design is consistent with the historic district standards. They determined that it is compatible with the two large buildings that were approved as exceptions. You'll hear from me again on this topic of consistency and compatibility. It is central to the importance of the standards that we applied to the historic district.
Thank you, Loretta. All right, we'll now move to the project applicant for 5 minutes. No more comments. All right. All right, we'll now move to city staff, or for questions from the city council to the city staff applicant or project applicant. Go for it.
All right. I have a couple of questions for staff. Mr. Wong, the assertion has been made before and was made again tonight that the HDC doesn't really have standing to grant an approval, even though that has been the way that the HDC has operated from the start.
Yes, Councilmember Kozlowski and Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, that is correct.
Okay.
Both your assertions are correct. That the HDC has had and had been operating with the authority given by the city council ever since it started. And that authority was given by the city council, by the city charter. So the city council can, as authorized by the city charter, to prescribe
Curbing that?
authority and powers and duties of commissions by ordinance. And in this case, the city council did do so by establishing the Historic District Commission by ordinance and granted the Historic District Commission final approval authority over a number of different matters, such as design review, such as conditional use permit, such as variance, such as sign permits and others. Those are all within the city council authority conferred to the council by the city charter.
So the generalized responsibility of the city council to create subordinate boards and commissions is how the HDC came into existence.
Correct.
And then
also
by a
other
separate
commissions.
later action, it was granted the authority to give approval to projects of the type that you just described. Is that, am I hearing you correctly?
I don't know
Or was it all
whether,
one
Yeah, I do
thing?
not know whether that was part of the initial adoption of Chapter 1752.
Okay.
Maybe it was.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't go back that far. But as of today,
But their authority to be an approving body
correct. Final
is
approving
in the
body.
ordinance
Yes, sir.
with clarity and
Yes, sir.
certainty. Okay.
Unless appeal to the city council.
If the council wanted to curb that,
You may
by what mechanism?
change the ordinance, amend the ordinance,
Okay.
take the authority away,
All right, 'cause
modify it, reduce it.
This is a somewhat controversial opinion, but one that I have held from the first moment I got this seat, and that's that we have two planning commissions for no good reason. One for the historic district and one for all the rest of the city. And what would serve us better is a planning commission and a zoning board of appeals to specifically deal with things that are outside of what the ordinance says, or places where the ordinance is silent, so that the appeals of vagaries could happen in a public setting and not have two separate planning commissions working. But anyway, that's beside the point tonight. I just wanted to clarify that the Historic District, once again, is the body that has the authority to grant approvals, and we've given it to them, and appeals come to us.
Correct.
All right. As a condition of submitting this project to the Community Development Department were plans that were to scale and elevations of the proposed building that are to scale and sections through the building that are to scale also submitted. Because we've spent a lot of time agonizing over the accuracy of a rendering that's clearly kind of fisheye view artist rendering. And it would be my expectation that if you're going to get an approval for a project, that measured to scale drawings are also submitted that are in 2 dimensions. Is that actually the case? And I guess look to Pam
question
for that
better
one.
for CDD director.
Yeah.
Yes, we have scaled drawings.
Okay. Were they dimensionally accurate to the best of everybody's understanding?
Yes, I'm looking to our principal planner, yes.
Okay, were those available to the Historic District Commission for review?
Yes, and posted to our website.
Okay, and the public could get a look at those as well?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all I have.
Any questions?
I do have a couple questions for Mr. Banks. Condition 43 that deals with the parking space. I'm just a little bit curious about that because it's going to be handicapped, right? You have to have a disabled placard or whatever to park there.
Correct.
But it's parallel parking.
Correct.
So I'm thinking about somebody who may be using that parking space. Perhaps they're in a wheelchair and they use a van, right, with a driver or something. So it's possible that they are exiting the right-hand side of the vehicle and with some sort of lift or something, and they're going to get out onto a curb? Is that what's going to happen?
I'm actually going to look to the Public Works Director, whose staff evaluated that question
Okay.
exactly.
That's a correct interpretation, that any type of lift would come down onto the sidewalk. My staff researched, found that there were design standards that applied to that, so we're not reinventing the wheel here. There were already standards in place. Apparently, even as close as downtown Sacramento, they have cases like this.
Okay, I'm going to show you something, Mark, but because I had this thought today, and I looked up online, and there was basically where you do it, where it's parallel parking, but then there's kind of like this really wide ramp that would go up to the curb. I'll show it to you, because I do think that some additional things need to happen to that parking space if it's going to be truly ADA accessible. And then I do have a question about the height. So the other buildings that you mentioned, where a parapet wall, was allowed, were those buildings under the 35-foot height limit with the parapet wall, or does the parapet wall take them above the 35 feet? Do you know?
I believe the Sutter Steakhouse building is above the 35 feet, and then had the parapet go even higher up. Then we had the Fire and Rain building, which is two buildings down, also has a parapet wall that takes it above that 35-foot height limit, but the building was less, or at 35 feet. And then also the Sutter Court building at the other end of Sutter Street had a similar situation where the building was 35 feet and the parapet took it above 35 feet. And the exception allows, the architectural exception allows up to 15 feet above and beyond the 35-foot height limit in the historic district.
Right, but that's our interpretation of the code.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
What I'm struggling with is, per the letter from former Mayor Glenn Fate, who helped to write the code, that was not their intent. It was supposed to be spires and towers, thinking of the Cone Mansion specifically. So my question is, if our practice all along had been to interpret that much more narrowly and not consider a parapet wall similar to a spire or tower, what would the options be? The applicant either would have had to remove the parapet wall, they have to reduce the whole size of the building, or they have to apply for a height variance, correct?
Correct. Are you talking about this specific project or
Yeah,
previous
this one,
approvals?
this one.
They could eliminate the parapet and they would conform with the 35-foot height requirement. We think it's an attractive design feature.
Right, I
Actually
do
makes the
too,
building
yeah.
look better, but that could be done. They could take it away and they'd comply with the 35-foot height limit. That's one of the options.
But they could also just apply for a variance.
They could apply for a variance, would be another option.
Okay. All right. That's all for now.
But it is allowed across the town, 35 feet and above parapet wall. That's what you said at the beginning, right? Not only historic district, even other parts of the town.
Outside of the historic district, parapet walls are allowed to go up to, or architectural features are allowed to go up to 25 feet above the height limit for an established district. In the historic district, it's limited to 15 feet above
15
the
feet.
established height limit.
35 feet and 15 feet.
Correct, for architectural features.
All right.
So the question
they don't have to go for variance as per what we are talking.
if the council agrees with staff's interpretation and the interpretation we've made for the last 20 plus years in the historic district.
That's where the boggling thing is. Do we have to fix anything on our code? That way we don't have to have this kind of vague interpretations.
We are in the midst of a zoning code update, and that's obviously one of the issues that we'll address. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. All right, so we will now close the public hearing. And
Madam Mayor, if I may also address what Steve Banks just explained about the parapet and architectural feature issue. It's not just the city staff's interpretation. Remember, staff does not have approval authority. It's also the commission's interpretation consistently over the past 2 decades plus.
Thank you.
So, if the council and commission want to change direction and start interpreting things more narrowly,
Yeah.
is it a matter of updating the code to make it less ambiguous, or?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Correct.
we got to do that.
All right.
We got to do
So,
that.
public hearing is now closed, and any other comments, questions, or motion?
Maybe Steve, you can help. The structure digging and moving the dirt and all those, how deep is that going to be? Is that 12 feet or?
In terms of grading of the site,
Grading of the site from the historic library, that one.
I'd
How
defer
deep?
that to the project applicant and their engineering. They can probably talk about that detail.
Yeah. How deep is that,
10 feet is what I'm being told.
On any of the clauses we are putting there, if there is, for some reason, that is going to impact the structure and the cracks of the behind the properties, did we put that kind of clauses in our design or anywhere in this proposal? They're going to be responsible for fixing it?
I don't think word per word there's language to that effect. I don't know if the city attorney could talk about obligations of the applicant if they were to damage adjacent properties and or structures.
I can answer that briefly, not on behalf of the applicant. They
Yeah.
can answer it themselves. But it is their project. This is not anybody else's project. So any development, construction activity is theirs. So the responsibility would be theirs.
That's also
The
vague for
city
me.
requires that the general contractor have insurance.
Insurance.
And that insurance would cover damage that's caused as an,
Thank you.
getting beyond the property lines.
That helps me.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It does beg the question, though, of what shoring has been considered along that line. Because oftentimes when you have that, sort of close construction, you do shoring first before you do any digging down. Is that actually the case in this instance, or is the ground stable enough to just do a straight cut? I don't know who to look at here for an answer. Is there architect or engineer in the house that's working on this?
I think without, I think there is over a 40 condition, and one of the condition is we have to submit the plans to the city.
Okay.
They have to review it. The seismic, there's all bunch of stuff.
Sure.
And the list is pretty long.
Okay.
And we understand that what we have to do. So we have to work with the city every step of the way. We have to, they're gonna approve everything, in terms of, structural. And we're gonna have a licensed general contractor with all of the stuff. So I think we don't wanna damage anybody, any neighbors. And I know the owner of the library next door to me. And so we're gonna do our best and go beyond and above, to make sure that nobody is harmed in any way. And, we're gonna use all the skills that we have in the team and the city and to do the best we can.
Okay. Yeah, no, I asked the question only because you could submit to the city a perfect design for a retaining wall in that condition, and they would give you we could give you a permit for that, but the actual process of putting it in place is another layer of engineering that's necessary that may not be within our purview.
Yeah, I
That's
think.
all. That's the only reason I brought it
Yeah,
up.
I think you're correct. I think in the condition 37, because I reviewed this before, specifically calls for seismic specific skill engineers beyond the sort of normal that we have to retain and do some studies and have some equipment on site to monitor the vibrations or to monitor any changes. So it's going to be pretty expensive. and pretty sort of, we agreed to that condition with the historic district because we have good intentions and we wanted to make sure that we do the right thing.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Any motion, entertain a motion?
Oh, you guys want me to own this one? I'll move approval, or I'll move denial of the appeal and approval of the project as presented by the HTC.
All right, second.
Could I ask for a friendly amendment, and that is amend condition number 43 regarding the handicap parking spot to, what can I say, Mark? Provide a ramp or something like that, something to the satisfaction of the Public Works Department and Community Development Department?
Yeah, I think what Councilmember Aquino's alluding to is reconstructing the sidewalk to bring it down to street grade at the location where an ADA vehicle would be able to access it at street grade. So we can either word that as a condition and or incorporate it into our plan review comments on the project.
If I can ask just for some clarity on that, the fact that they would be parking parallel to a curb, does that actually make it makes the sidewalk the loading zone, right? And does it actually need to be at the same grade? Because I have a friend who has a severe mobility issue from a stroke, and we always try and pull up next to a curb so that him stepping down out of the car is a shorter distance rather than at the ramp that's right there. Because he coaches with me at the high school, and where the actual ramp and the yellow dots are is the least convenient place for him to get out of the car. So I'm just wondering if that's the right solution for all conditions.
Well, I mean, it just seems like when you're parking perpendicularly, on the right-hand side of the vehicle, there's kind of like that,
Yeah.
there's extra space there in case you need to access,
Yeah, there's a 5 or an 8 foot
Yeah,
loading
and we're not
zone.
going to have that with parallel parking.
All I'm suggesting is that the grade change, if you're parked next to the curb and you're not far from the curb, the grade change isn't necessarily a bad thing, because the height to get in and out of the vehicle is less. If you do bring the sidewalk down to the street level for the entire length of the parking space, then you have to ramp at both ends of the sidewalk also, and now the height difference is larger than it could have been the other way.
Well, okay.
I don't mind having the amendment and having Public Works
I mean,
work
is there
out
a standard when you're
sensible-
doing an ADA parking space that is parallel parking? I mean, it seems like just having a regular old parallel parking space is problematic, it would seem like to me.
Yeah, it's my understanding that that staff had found a standard that's similar to what Councilmember Kozlowski is alluding to, where it can be at grade as long as it's marked as a handicap spot. But clearly there are other design considerations, there are alternatives that could be looked at that are more similar to what you're looking for. We can word it in such a way that, as you said, that it'll be to the satisfaction of the Public Works Department and compliant with ADA standards.
And is that okay?
Yeah, it's fine.
The other thing that we didn't talk about is I think there should be a fourth crosswalk added. I don't know why we have one on 3 sides and not on the 4th side.
I apologize, but which one is missing?
If you're asking me for direction, I can't help you there.
Connecting
South, north, east, west, I have no idea.
Councilmember
across the
Kozlowski,
steakhouse
it's
there is
the
crossing.
southern leg of the intersection.
So getting from the steakhouse to Eagles?
No, sir, that would be the
Cone
northern
Mansion
leg.
to the
Cone Mansion to this
Property.
site. Yeah.
Not only that, it'll just look better.
So modifying the corner sidewalk. Yeah, on both corners, basically. That's the suggestion, or just painting the crosswalk in.
Well, I think it's more, it's got, Desmond or Steve Banks, if you want to come up and give your opinion, but it's actually different stuff in the cement, I think, I'm not sure.
Okay. I kind of was working on the assumption that the sidewalks in front of the new project were going to be new.
Correct. There'll be new sidewalks.
way to the
There'll be a
corner.
new sidewalk out on Scott Street going up the hill.
Right.
Along the frontage of the project. There's an existing sidewalk along the project's frontage of Sutter Street. The reason we didn't pursue a sidewalk on the south leg of that intersection was the sidewalks heading east end abruptly once you get past the kind of sort of roundabout. The sidewalks end. The sidewalks don't continue into the residential neighborhood. Going up the hill, it's the same situation, except on one side of Scott Street, the sidewalk does go up a little bit, but the sidewalks are non-existent in the residential areas in the historic district. So we just didn't feel that fourth leg would take anyone anywhere.
Yes, but if you're walking down Scott Street and you're going in front of Glenn Fate's house, and you want to cross over on his side of the street, you're just supposed to walk across the street, no crosswalk.
Well, you walk across the street to the north and cross, so it's
No, who's going to do
a little
that?
extra distance.
Put a crosswalk in.
So are we talking about modifying the sidewalk in front of Glenn Fate's house, or are we the Cone Mansion, or are we talking about
At
painting
the bottom of the hill.
crosswalk lines?
The only other thing we thought about, and maybe Mark can chime in on this, is there's some you saw in the photograph, there's some grade issues at that location, the base of the hill, and I'm not sure the space is there to get a flat grade for that crossing.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. Certainly something we can look at. But one thing to consider is there's nothing there that prohibits or precludes a pedestrian from crossing on that particular leg of the intersection. It's what, the vehicle code would define as an unmarked crosswalk. There are ADA accessible ramps on both sides of that approach, and then the stop bar and the stop legend. So, yes, we could certainly add a white striped crosswalk. You could condition it to mimic the architectural crosswalk that's on the other three legs if you were looking for symmetry. But legally speaking, it is a legal crosswalk, even as it looks today.
I'll put a photograph up on the screen, council member.
Yeah, no, I get it.
That
I get it
location.
exactly what's going on there. I'm not eager to amend the motion for that,
Okay.
but certainly for the modification of the parking space to the extent that it's necessary. Is that okay for the second?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a
Did you
motion.
second it, or did
No, I
Councilmember
didn't.
Rohrbach? I did. So do you agree to the
Yes.
friendly amendment? Okay, thank you. And that is for the ramp modification to the satisfaction of the Public Works Department, but not the the crosswalk addition? Correct? Correct, okay.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmembers Kozlowski,
Yes.
Rohrbach,
Yes.
Aquino.
Yes.
Chalem-Chella.
Yes.
And Rodriguez.
Yes. All right, will the clerk please call the next item?
The next item is council requests for future items.
I just have one quick one because I was contacted in the last week or so by someone who requested that we publicly recognize two individuals in the city who basically do a lot of volunteer work to serve the city. We don't have any sort of mechanism to recognize citizens individually. So I reached out to my District 3 lunch group and asked how other cities do it. Citrus Heights and Roseville both issue something they call certificates of recognition. Citrus Heights presents them at city council meetings. The city of Roseville does not. City of Sacramento just handles it on a district basis by each council member. So just like to have a discussion about, if we'd like to have some sort of formal way to recognize individual citizens.
We actually
It's
already
kinda-
have
yeah.
certificates
You bring it
of, we've established a certificate program already, and
Okay.
we, whenever a council member wants to bring them to a group or an individual, they're authorized to do that, and we can certainly bring that to city council if you wanted, you know.
Yeah, I'd just like to have a discussion about how, how and where and when those get presented to folks and stuff.
Okay.
I vaguely remember having a discussion, Vice Mayor Chalam-Churla raised something, I can't remember when, but you,
Long time ago.
was
We
it?
did establish certificates,
the-
and we
the
are,
business?
and
Okay.
yeah, they aren't used very often, but we set up the whole process and sent it out to all of you. But if we want it brought to, if you want them heard at city council and have the individuals brought to city council.
Yeah, and I'm not sure we do. I'd just like to have a discussion about it.
Okay, that's fine, no problem.
All right.
Anybody else want to talk about that?
Well, we started the business one without it coming to the council, so I don't know, does it need to be an agenda item, or can we just recognize people? Because it's very similar to this, here, recognizing people, and they're recognizing
I'm
businesses.
completely fine with if you each, are interested in making a recommendation for somebody to be recommended, then I would just, as usual with an agenda item, just confer with the mayor and we just add it to the agenda. I don't have an issue with that. If
I think you wanted a discussion on if we present it at it sounded like there were several options, if we present it at the council or if we do it privately. I think that's what's on the table. Is that
Yeah,
kind of the part
that's- yeah.
that you wanted to discuss? So it's a
Not looking
brief
to have the
discussion.
conversation right now, just at a future council
Yeah,
meeting.
all right.
I will bring a conversation at a future council meeting.
All right, any other?
Okay.
I have one. I don't know that this is one that actually has to come back for us to all discuss it, but we had talked a couple weeks ago about starting a planning process for relocating the Corp Yard. And I brought that up in the context of potentially of consolidating the storage that Public Works does at the Y property back to the Corp Yard or some other location, with the idea that we might want to use the Y property differently. And the thing I had in mind at the time was just asking the city manager to have a discussion with County Public Health, who was here tonight, about potentially having an outpost of public health services at that location. So I guess I would just, we can bring it back for discussion, but it was really just to ask the city manager to have an exploratory discussion with the county public health people to see if they would be interested in having an outpost in Folsom for some of those services.
So let me have that conversation first, and then we'll.
Yeah, and then we'll go from there. Thank you,
great.
that's all.
The only thing I have, just add, it came from agenda review, but also from tonight and the previous appeal by Mr. Delp, is I remember this the last time that we voted on the standing, but I think clarification on that and where that's going and what constitutes standing as far as having standing for an appeal would be helpful. I think you're doing some stuff in the future, but
I think we'll plan on bringing that clarification back as part of the zoning code update, so there's no ambiguity about it.
perfect. Thank you.
There is no ambiguity, period, today, and I'm happy to address the council right now. The standing is what the council crafts in terms of who may file an appeal. So this is the threshold. You have to meet the threshold before you can file an appeal. The city council does not have to create that threshold, but the previous council did. So the threshold is, in order for someone to appeal the Historic District Commission's decision, that person has to be either an applicant, a permittee, or somebody's property rights are affected by the decision. So those are the three criteria.
What was
So
the second one? I'm sorry?
Permittee, someone who is a
Oh,
recipient of a
permitting. Got it.
permit, right? So those are the three criteria that person has to meet in order to be able to appeal a decision by the Historic District Commission. So in Mr. Delp's case, he's never been the applicant, he's never been a permittee. He asserts that his property rights are affected just because he resides in the district. And that's not what the law says. In order for someone to have a property right to be adversely affected by a government agency such as the Historic District Commission, that person has to allege that the decision would result in significant or substantial deprivation of property, not just some decision that may have de minimis effect on the land. And there are court decisions that explain what that means. And it typically pertains to an interference with access from a parcel to the public street, a change in zoning, and approval of a use permit or some kind of entitlement on an adjacent property, meaning he would have to live next door so that he can say, somehow he's affected. He doesn't have standing, but the city has never asserted standing as an issue on those projects because those are not city projects. Those are not city projects for the city to defend. It's the private property owner, private applicant's project for them to defend. So if they don't raise standing as an issue, city staff does not typically opine on that.
Meaning the applicant did not raise standing
Correct.
as an issue, and that
To-
did
in
happen
today-
recently.
tonight's appeal.
Right, right.
At the previous appeal,
Yeah.
that applicant did raise standing as an issue. And hence, staff provided the council with staff's opinion that Mr. Delp did not, never had standing. But tonight, it was not raised. The standing issue was not raised by the project applicant. It's not a city project. That's why we remain silent. But in my opinion, he never had standing.
Thank you so much, because that makes, I mean, you know, having it happen twice, maybe I didn't quite understand the last appeal and what you guys were suggesting, but then, thank you for
The
your.
threshold.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
But out of curiosity though, then why we accepted this appeal?
We accept all appeals. It's up to the council to decide.
It's not a city project. It would be up to the applicant to raise the issue, is what Mr. Wong is pointing
Correct.
out. Whereas we did have you did previously consider an appeal where the applicant actually said, I don't believe Mr. Delp has standing. So Mr. Wong led a conversation first as to whether the council felt he had standing. But this applicant did not raise that issue.
No, it's not the applicant I'm talking. Those three categories you mentioned, Mr. Delp is not qualifying for any of those. Then why we are accepting that appeal?
That's, you tell me. You're the council. You
No,
decide
but,
that.
but the code says already those three
Yes.
categories, one of them, if anybody falls under, can come and appeal.
And they can file appeals, but it's up to the council to determine whether that person meets the threshold. Staff doesn't have approval authority.
But
So
the
is that
code is
something-
saying though, code is saying,
Yes, so you decide. Is he an applicant? No, he's not. Is he a permittee? No, he's not. Does his property rights, are his property rights affected by the Historic District Commission's determination?
So if everything had stayed the same like it did, one of the council members, before the appeal was heard, could say, does he have standing? And then we would discuss the standing?
You can raise it independently, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Correct. The council can raise it. You're absolutely right.
again,
So that would be the step. If the applicant didn't raise it as an objection, the council could, but it would have to be at the
Independently.
meeting.
I mean, the power is in the code. The power is in the city code, city
Correct.
charter.
Correct.
If the third section is not allowing anybody to come and appeal, then you already have a power, everybody here.
Not,
So
not
that's what
preventing
I'm-
anybody. Some people
I
can.
know it's getting late, but I just want to make sure, again, it's an ambiguity.
Maybe we can
Anybody
talk about
come
it
and
at-
appeal.
again at the.
Steve, if
I agree with you completely. I was just having a side conversation about
Right.
whether we needed to waive the 1155
Oh,
rule.
1155 one. So, Mr. Wong, I think let's have a talk because it's important for us. If those three factors, the third factor especially, first two are anyway, he is not the person. We respect him though, his knowledge, that's awesome. I'm not saying on anything. If the code is already, very clear, he has a no stand, no rights to appeal.
It's up to the council to make that determination. The code is clear in my view, but the council can decide he has standing, as the council did with the previous appeal.
And if we want to change that, we can change
Well, we are going everything by the code, but I don't know why this is council's decision. That's where my frustration is.
Because he does get to allege that he has standing. Just because someone does not have standing does not mean the court does not accept the lawsuit. They can still file a lawsuit, but it takes the judge to say, yes, you may file a lawsuit because you have standing, or no, you cannot file because you don't have standing. Lawsuit still gets filed first, and then the judge decides. You are the judges. You are the judges sitting in appeal hearing. You are the quasi-judicial body.
Okay, maybe next one, please educate us upfront, so. we
I'm
will
trying
make
to
the
do that
call.
right now, so you don't have to.
No, not everything.
So what would happen in this case here? Just a quick question. Somebody files an appeal, they pay for the
And we
fees,
will accept the appeal.
and then we deny it because the person doesn't meet the qualifications to appeal, and then we refund them their money?
You do not. You still have the appeals hearing. But you decide, if you choose to, that this person does not have standing, therefore appeals denied.
Oh.
But there's a little nuance though. So that's pertaining to City Folsom Code and City Folsom Development. That does not pertain to CEQA. They don't have, nobody needs standing to appeal a CEQA decision. Somebody from South of 50 can appeal a Historic District Commission decision on CEQA.
All right, will the clerk please call the next item?
City manager reports.
Thank you. The City of Folsom Parks and Rec Department has begun a feasibility study for a new bike and pedestrian bridge over Folsom Boulevard between Blue Ravine and Glen Drive. The public is invited to a community workshop from 5 to 7 on Thursday, October 19th at the Community Center at 52 Natoma Street. Pleased to report that city staff from the Public Works, Streets Maintenance Division and the Parks and Recreation Department pitched in together to repair portions of the bike park that had been damaged by last winter's storms. The renovated portion of the bike park is now designed to accommodate beginner and intermediate riders. New features include an elevated start hill, several intermediate and beginner jumps, beginner rollers, turning berms, and tabletops. The Folsom Bike Park is located at Cummings Family Park at 1775 Creekside Drive. The Folsom Fire Department will host their annual open house and pancake breakfast from 9 to 11 this Saturday at Fire Station 35, 535 Glen Drive. Residents are invited to attend and meet firefighters. The pancake breakfast is $5 per person, free for kids 2 years and under. And finally, and most importantly, I want to extend my thoughts and prayers for the people of Israel and all those in our community and worldwide who are grieving the losses resulting from the terrorist attacks. That's all I have.
All right, Councilmember Borba.
I don't have anything except, yes, prayers for everyone that's affected in Israel.
All right, Councilmember Aquino.
I know it's late, but this is really important, so I want to take a second to report out. As you know, Folsom Cordova is struggling with how to phase construction of new schools south of 50 because there is not enough of the Measure M bond money left to do everything that is planned for not only Folsom south of 50, but unincorporated Sacramento County and Rancho Cordova south of 50. So they held a study session last night. I attended. 5 members from the Folsom Ranch community attended. Basically, they have directed staff to look to reduce costs, redesign the high school, elementary schools going forward. Basically, the 2 options they're looking at are build a middle/high school campus in Rio del Oro, which is south of 50 development in Rancho Cordova, and delay the building of a high school in Folsom Ranch, or possibly doing identical middle school/high school campuses in both communities and phasing them in. I will tell you that all 4 members of the not all 4 out of 5 members of the Rancho Cordova City Council member were there last night. They spoke. Rancho Cordova residents spoke. And when I left there and today, I heard from 2 people, where was Folsom? So they are going to have one more study session, I believe, in December or January. I'll let you know when the date is. But I have posted this, save the date thing on 4 different Facebook groups and pages trying to get Folsom residents, Folsom Ranch residents to go out there. And so the city of Folsom needs to show up if we want to have a voice in how Folsom Cordova phases those schools. Thanks.
Good point. Councilmember Kozlowski.
Just a tiny bit of news from SACOG. There was a bill that was proposed in order to change the sequencing of when the sustainable communities, the next version of the sustainable communities plan needed to be complete so that it is synced up with the Bay Area COG, which the governor signed this week. So SACOG has an additional bit of time to do that so that all of our mega region planning can happen concurrently. So FYI.
All right.
That's it.
For me, I just have a couple of items. I just want to thank Mr. Scalzi, Doug Scalzi, for asking for us to have a study session on homelessness. I think it was so good. The presentations were very informative. I think it really highlighted some of the restrictions that cities have when it comes to enforcing homelessness, but it also showed the side of Folsom that, you know, without us being asked, you know, these nonprofits, while they work in their silos in their own organizations, I think we need to do a better job of painting a picture of the collaboration that takes place that really has been instrumental in getting Folsom's homelessness into housing. And so they did a really good job. It was good to hear just from people in the community and what their thoughts were. And, you know, I stand on that business from the floor is the best place to share concerns or recommendations or advice. And just want to let Rabbi Yossi, who invited us for an event tonight, to let him know that, you know, we stand by him and his, the people of Israel and the terrorism that has taken place. And also, it is Code Enforcement Week. And, you know, Pete and Jen do an incredibly great job with their limited staffing and the demands on their department. But they were working two Fridays ago and checking up on some concerns that residents had about cooking or pop-up kitchens that are happening after 10 o'clock. And so they were there, they followed through with some of the concerns, and so they just do a great job. And with that, I will end the meeting at 11.
No, I'm good. Just go ahead.
Did you? Were you going to say
No,
something?
I'm good. No, nothing.
Oh, okay, I did it again.
No, I don't have any.
No? Okay. Oh, my gosh. All
No,
right,
I
with
thought
that-
you read my mind by staying. I thought
Okay.
you were going to say at 11:59, closing the meeting.
I was, sorry. All right, we're good?